The Black Abbot. Yes, Lord. Thomas. Thomas the footman waited, a look of concentrated interest on his unprepossessing face, whilst the pale man behind the big library desk sorted out a small pile of treasury notes. The battered steel box from which they were taken was full to the brim with bank and treasury notes of all denominations in hopeless confusion. Thomas, absently. Yes, Lord. Put this money in that envelope, not that one, you fool, the grey one. Is it addressed? Yes, Lord. Herr Lubitz, Frankfurter Strasse 35, Leipzig. Lord. Lick it down, take it to the post office and register it. Is Mr. Richard in his study? No, Lord, he went out an hour ago. Harry Alford, 18th Earl of Chelford, sighed. He was on the right side of 30, thin of face and pale as students are, his jet black hair emphasizing the pallor of his skin. The library in which he worked was a high-roofed building, the walls bisected by a gallery that ran round three sides of the room and was reached by a circular iron staircase in one corner of the apartment. From the roof to the floor every 1 inch of wall space was covered with bookshelves with this notable exception. Over the great stone fireplace was a full-length painting of a beautiful woman. None who had seen his lordship could make any mistake as to the relationship which existed between himself and that wild-eyed beauty. It was his mother. She had the same delicate features, the same raven hair and dark, fathomless eyes. Lady Chelford had been the most famous debutante of her time, and her tragic end had been the sensation of the early 90s. There was no other picture in his eyes strayed to the portrait now. To Harry Alford, Fossaway Manor, for all its beauty and charm, was a casket for such a jewel. The footman in his sober black livery, his hair powdered white, lingered. Is that all, Lord? That is all, said his lordship gravely. Yet when the man had moved noiselessly to the door, Thomas. Yes, Lord. I heard something by accident as you passed my window this morning with filling the groom, He was telling me about the Black Abbot, Lord. The pale face twitched spasmodically. Even in broad daylight, with the sun streaming through off the stained windows and marking the parquet with arabesques of crimson and blue and amethyst, the Valois mention of the Black Abbot set his heart beating faster. Any man in my employ who discusses the Black Abbot will be instantly dismissed. Will you tell your fellow servants that, Thomas? A ghost. Great God! Are you all mad? His face was red now, little veins swelled at his temples, and under the stream of anger his dark eyes seemed to recede into his head. Not a word. You understand? It is a lie. A mischievous wicked lie to say that Fossaway is haunted. It is a trick played by some of the louts about the place. That will do. He waved the bowing man from his presence and resumed his study of the black-lettered book that had arrived from Germany that morning. Once outside the library door, Thomas could afford to twist his sallow features to a grin. Only for a second, and then he became serious again. There must be nearly £1,000 in that cash box, and Thomas had once served a 3-year sentence for a tenth of that sum. Even Mr. Richard Alford, who knew most things, was unaware of this interesting fact. Thomas had a letter to write, for he maintained a lucrative correspondence with one who had an especial interest in Fossaway Manor, but first he had to report the gist of the conversation to Mr. Glover, the butler. I don't care what his lordship says, and why he should tell a footman and not me, I don't know. There's a ghost and all sorts of people have seen it. I wouldn't walk down Elm Drive alone at night for £50 million. This portly man shook a head that the years had silvered. And his lordship believes it too. I wish he was married, that's what I wish. He'll be more sensible then. And we'll get rid of Mr. Blooming Alford, Mr. Glover. The butler sniffed. There's them that likes him and them that don't, said the oracle. We've never had a cross word, Thomas. There's somebody at the door. Thomas hurried to the hall entrance and opened the big door. A girl was standing under the portico. She was pretty in a bold way, red of lips and bright of eye and dressed expensively. Thomas gave her a grin of recognition. "Good morning, Miss Wenner. This is a bit of a surprise. Is his lordship in, Thomas?" The footman pursed his lips dubiously. "He's in, miss, but I'm afraid I can't take you into him." "Don't blame me, miss, it's Mr. Alford's orders." "Mr. Alford," she sneered. "Do you mean to tell me that I've come all the way from London and can't see Lord Chelford?" But Thomas kept his hand on the door. He liked the girl who, when she had been his lordship's secretary, had never given herself airs, the unpardonable sin of the servants' hall, and who always had a smile for the meanest of the domestic staff. He would gladly have admitted her and felt that his lordship would have been pleased to see her, but in the background somewhere hovered Dick Alford, a man of curt speech, who was not only capable of showing him the door but kicking him to off it. "I'm sorry, miss, but orders is orders, as you know." "I see," she nodded ominously. "I'm to be turned away from what might have been my own door, Thomas." He tried to look his sympathy and succeeded in assuming an expression of imbecility. She smiled at him, shook hands with him graciously, and turned away from the portico. "Miss Wenner," reported Thomas, "her that Alford fired because he thought his lordship was getting sweet on her." The library bell rang at that moment and Thomas hastened to answer the call. "Who was that lady?" "I saw her flew off the window." "Miss Wenner, Lord." A cloud passed over Harry Alford's face. "Did you ask her to come in?" "No, Lord, Mr. Alford gave orders, of course, yes. I had forgotten." "Perhaps it is just as well." "Thank you." He pulled down the green shade over his eyes, for even in the day he worked by artificial light, such was the gloom in the library, and resumed his study of the book. Yet his mind was not wholly concentrated on the work. Once he rose and walked up and down the library, his hands clasped before him, his chin on his breast. He stopped before the picture of his mother, sighed, and walked back to the writing table. There was a press paragraph which he had cut out of a London newspaper, and this he read for the third time, not ill-pleased with the unaccustomed experience of finding himself the subject of newspaper comment, and yet irritated by the subject on which the paragraph was based. Chelford Bury, a sleepy Sussex village, is engaged in the thrilling sport of ghost hunting. The Black Abbot of Fossaway has, after a period of quiescence, again made his appearance. The legend is that 700 years ago, the Abbot of Chelford Bury was assassinated by order of the second Earl of Chelford. Since then, from time to time, his ghost has been seen. During the past few years, horrific stories of an unseen being that shrieked and howled demoniacally have been current in the county, but the noisy spook was not actually seen until last week. Fossaway Manor has other romances besides ghosts. 400 years ago, a great treasure of gold was, according to legend, hidden somewhere on the estate, so effectually, in fact, that it has never been discovered since, although successive Earls of Chelford have searched diligently for the ancestral hoard. The present Earl of Chelford, who, by the way, is engaged to be married to Miss Leslie Gwynn, the only sister of Mr. Arthur Gwynn, the well-known solicitor, informed our local representative that he had no doubt that the apparition of the Black Abbot was a practical joke in Belwire, doubtful taste on the part of the foolish youth of the neighbourhood. He made as though to tear the paper, but thought better of it and put the cutting under a paper-weight. That reference to the practical jokers of the village was reassuring and might be a comfort when the night came and he needed encouragement. For Lord Chelford believed in the Black Abbot as religiously as he proclaimed his scepticism. His restless hand moved to the bell-push on his table. "Has Mr. Richard returned?" "No, Lord." Lord Chelford struck the table pettishly with his palm. "Where on earth does he get to in the mornings?" he asked querulously. Thomas, very wisely, pretended not to hear. The reapers had laid low the last of the golden heads, and the sheaves stood like yellow tombstones on Racket Field. Beyond the field was Chelfordbury, where the grey old spire of the church came up from a velvety knoll of trees, beyond again, the green and white downs of Sussex, along the foot of which the railway runs. Dick Alford sat on a stile on the top of a little hillock and could see across the Weald for 15 miles. He could turn his head and take in the home farm and the green roofs and cupolas of Fossaway Manor, with its broad lawns and its clipped yew hedges. Neither cornfield nor down, manor house nor pleasaunce, interested him for the moment. His eyes were fixed and his mind centred upon the girl who was walking quickly up the winding path that would bring her presently to where he sat. She was singing as she walked, the riding crop she carried whirling round and round like a sim major's baton. His lips twitched to the ghost of a smile. Presently she would see him, and he wondered if she would be annoyed. He had never seen Leslie Gwynne except in such circumstances that her face was a pleasant mask and her manner conventionally charming. She had been nicely brought up and taught that all things are permissible except one, to make one's equal feel foolish. The song ceased. She had seen him, but she did not check her pace and came quickly up the hill path, slashing at a nettle bush as she walked. Peeping Tom, she greeted him reproachfully. She was not so tall as the average English girl, but her slimness gave her height, and the supple movement of her hinted at greater strength than her slight figure suggested. Her face, delicately modelled, had the subtle refinement of her class. Small, beautiful hands and feet, a head finely poised, eyes of a deep grey, and a red mouth that smiled easily, Leslie Gwynne in rags would have been unmistakably a beautiful lady. Dick had seen her riding, she gripped the withers with her knees, jockey fashion, and was part of the horse. He had seen her on the polished dancing floor, there was lissom grace in every line. When he danced with her, Hay held in his arms a fragrant something that had more substance and character than he had thought. The hand on his shoulder was definitely placed, the body which his arm encircled was firm, he could feel the tiny muscles ripple under his hand. She stood now, her little black riding hat askew, her figure clad in neat black relieved by the lawn collar. Her neatly booted legs were planted stubbornly apart, one gloved hand holding her waist, the other swinging the crop. In her grey eyes was an imp of mischief that gleamed and danced all the merrier for the studied solemnity of every other feature. Dick Alford, from his vantage place on the top rail of the stile, chewed a blade of toddy grass between his white teeth and surveyed her approvingly. "Been riding, Leslie?" "I have been riding," she said gravely, and added, "a horse." He looked round innocently. "Where is the favoured animal?" he demanded. She looked at him suspiciously, but not a muscle of the tanned, lean face so much as twitched. "I dismounted to pick wildflowers and the beastie ran away." "You saw him?" she accused. "I saw something that looked like a horse ning toward Willow House," he confessed calmly. "I thought he had to own you." She nodded. "For that prevarication you can go and find him, I'll wait here," she said, and, when he got down from the stile with a groan, "I meant you to do that, anyway. The moment I saw you I said to myself, there's a lazy man who wants exercise. Sisters-in-law to be have privileges." He winced a little at this. She may have noticed the cloud that came momentarily to his face, for she put out her hand and checked him. "One of the grooms can find him, Dick. He is such a hungry pig that he is certain to make for his stable." "No, I don't mean the groom. Sit down, I want to talk to you." She svmng up to the stile and took the place he had vacated. "Richard Alford, I don't think you are enjoying the prospect of my being the mistress of Fossaway House." "Manor," he corrected. "Don't quibble, are you?" "I count the days," he said lightly. "Do you?" He took a battered silver case from his hip pocket, selected a cigarette and lit it. "My dear Leslie," he began, but she shook her head. She was very serious now. "You think I will interfere with things?" with the management of the estate. I know poor Harry couldn't manage a small holding with all sorts of things, but I think you are wrong." He blew 3 smoke rings into the air before he answered. "Wish you would manage the estate," he said quietly. "It would be a blessing to me." "No, I'm not worried about that. With your money, forgive the brutality, the estate will not count. A bailiff could manage it as well as any second son." He spoke without bitterness, without a hint of self-pity, and she was silent. He was the child of a second marriage, and that had made it worse for him. When old Lord Chelford followed Dick's mother to the grave, the second son's portion was his. The estate, the title, the Velwye car he had used as his own, passed from him. A tiny estate in Hertfordshire that brought £200 a year, some old jewel 1Y of his mother's, and £1,000 came the way of the second son. And the £1,000 had never been paid. In some mysterious fashion it had been swallowed up. Mr. Arthur Gwynne had settled the estate. In all the circumstances Dick felt happier when he did not think of that £1,000. Yet, for some reason or other, he thought of it now, and as though she read his thoughts dimly, and associated his reserve with her brother, she asked, "You don't like Altuve, do you?" "What makes you say that?" he said, in genuine surprise. He had never betrayed his aversion to the dandified lawyer. "No," she nodded wisely. "He exasperates me sometimes, and I can well imagine that a man like you would hate him." Dick smiled. "Harry doesn't hate him anyway, and he is the person who counts." She looked round at him, swinging the crop idly. "It doesn't seem real to me that I'm to be married at all. It was such a hinny proposal, Dick, so polite, so formal, so unreal. I think if it had come in any other way." She shook her head. Dick wondered a little drearily how his brother would propose. Harry was something of a novice at the love game. Once he had had a pretty secret me, and on a warm June afternoon Dick had interrupted what was tantamount to a proposal from the enterprising young lady. And the flustered Harry would have agreed to her matrimonial suggestions, only Dick had happened along, and the calculating Miss Wenner had left Fossaway Manor rather hurriedly. He remembered this haphem. If he had proposed in the conventional way you wouldn't have accepted him." "I don't know," she said dubiously. "But it was quaint and queer. I like Re awfully. I have often wondered if he would like me if she did not finish her sentence. If you weren't so horribly rich," smiled Dick. "You're not paying him a very high compliment." She held out her arms and he lifted her down, though there seemed no necessity for it, as she was a very agile youngison as a rule. "Dick," she said, as he crossed the stile and they walked side by side toward the main road, "what am I to do?" "About what?" he asked. "About Harry and everything." He had no answer to this. "Arthur is very keen on my marrying him," she said. "And really, I'm not averse, at least, I don't think so." "That is the worst of being a great heiress," he bantered. "I wonder." Her brow wrinkled in a frown. "And am I a great heiress?" He stopped and looked at her in surprise. "Aren't you?" He seemed so shocked that she laughed. "I don't know, my uncle left me a lot of money years and years ago. I don't know how much. Arthur has managed my estate for years. I have all the money I need." "Then don't grouse," he said kindly, and she laughed again. "I suppose most girls in my position have their marriages arranged in the way mine has been arranged, and until quite recently I have accepted the idea as part of the inevitable." "And why have you changed your mind now?" he asked bluntly, and saw the pink come into her face. "I don't know." Her answer was very short, almost brusque. And then she saw the look in his eyes, the infinite yearning, the hopelessness of them. And in a flash there came to her a knowledge of herself. For some reason which she could not understand she became of a sudden breathless, and almost found a difficulty in speaking. She felt that the thump and thud of her heart must be audible to his ears and strove desperately to recover her balance. Vividly before her eyes came the picture of her fiancé, the thin, irritable young man, the weakling with all that man needed in his hands, save manhood. A pitiable, nerve-racked creature, now pleading, now bullying, oblivious of the impression he made on the woman who was to share his life. And from this mental figure of him, her eyes moved mechanically to the man by her side, calm, serene, radiant in his strength and self-reliance. 10 minutes later she was walking back to Willow House, and in her heart she struggled with a problem that seemed well nigh insoluble. Dick Alford, making his slow progress homeward, saw the lank figure of his brother waiting at the end of the elm drive. The wind flapped the skirts of his long frock coat. Standing, he stooped slightly and had a trick of thrusting forward his head, which gave him the appearance of a big, ungainly bird. His face was dark with anger, Dick saw, as he came up with him. "I deputize many duties to you, Richard, but I'll do my own love-making, understand that." The blood came into Dick Alford's face, but he showed no other sign of his hurt or anger. "I will not have it, you understand." Lord Chelford's voice was shrill with childish fury. "I will not have you interfering in my private affairs. You sent one girl away from me, you shall not take Leslie," began his brother hotly. "I am not, you are, you are. You don't want me to marry. I am not a dick. You stand next in the line of succession. I am going to marry Leslie Gwynn, understand that. You shall not break that engagement." For a moment the brutality, the injustice of the accusation, left the younger man white and shaking, and then, with a supreme effort, he laughed. Scenes such as this were of almost daily occurrence, but never before had Harry Chelford gone so far. In 10 minutes the storm would pass, and Harry would be his old lovable self, but for the moment it was bitterly hard to bear. "Why do you say such horrible things?" he said. "I got rid of Wenner because she was not the wife for you. You didn't want me to marry. You're waiting for my shoes, a dead man's shoes," almost screamed the elder son. "The last thing in the world you want to see is a new Countess of Chelford. You know it, you know it." Dick Alford was silent. God knew his brother spoke the TMTH. It would be a woeful day for him when Harry Chelford brought a wife to this great house to share the dreadful secret which hung like a cloud over Fossaway Manor. LHCK Alford was in the little study where he usually worked, a business-like filled with filing cabinets and deed boxes. The French windows giving to the lawn were 01 RN, for though it was September the night was warm, and he was working in his shirt sleeves, a pipe gripped between his teeth, his eyes protected from the overhead light by a big green shade that he wore affixed by a band to his head. If there was a resemblance between Lord Chelford and his mother, not even the keenest observer could trace in Dick Alford the slightest likeness to his half-brother. He was a creature of the open, a 6-foot athlete, broad of shoulder and slim of flank, and his tanned face spoke of a life spent on the windy downs. His blue eyes surveyed the footman with a quizzical smile, as he pushed his battered old typewriter aside, relit his pipe, and stretched himself. "Black Abbot? Good Lord! Have you seen him, Thomas?" "No, sir, I have not seen him." "But Mr. Cartwright, the grocer down in Chelford village?" He gave a graphic narrative of Mr. Cartwright's horror, amazement, and confusion. "They telephoned up from the Red Lion to ask if his lordship had heard anything about it." Even Thomas, who believed in nothing except Thomas, shivered. "It is the first time he has been seen for years according to all accounts, though he has been heard howling and moaning. Nobody knows who set fire to the vicarage when the parson was away at the seaside. That will do, Thomas. As to Cartwright, he was drunk," said Dick cheerily, "or else he saw a shadow. He glanced out at the lawn, bathed in the blue-white rays of a full moon. You can see things in the moonlight that never were on land or sea. I understood that his lordship said that the Black Abbot was not to be discussed." "Yes, sir." "Then shut up," said Dick. Pipe in mouth, He strolled across the hall into the dimly lit library. The 3 electroliers that hung from the roof were dark. Only the 2 green-shaded reading lamps that flanked each side of the desk were alight, and these intensified the gloom. Dick closed the door behind him and lounged over toward the desk, pulling a chair behind him. Chelford frowned at the sight of his brother. "Really, Dick," he said irritably, "I wish to heaven you wouldn't loaf about the place in shirt and breeches. It looks fearfully bad." "It feels fearfully cool," said Dick, sitting down. "Will your nerves sustain the smell of a bit of honest baccy?" Lord Chelford moved uncomfortably in his chair. Then, reaching out his hand, he snicked open a gold box and took out a cigarette. "My pipe against your stinkers for £100, said Dick, with a cheerio smile. "Cigarettes I can stand, but scented cigarettes, if you don't like them, Dick, you can go out," grumbled his lordship fretfully. And then in his abrupt way, "Did you see this newspaper cutting?" He pulled the pall from under the crystal weight and Dick skimmed the lines. "We are getting into the public eye, Haney," he said, "but there is nothing about me, which is unkind." "Don't be stupid. How did that get into the Paulus?" "How does anything get into the Paulus?" asked Dick lazily. "Our spook is almost as useful as a press agent." Harry snapped round on him. "Can't you take this seriously? Don't you see that it is worrying me to death? You know the state of my nerves. You have no sympathy, Dick, you're just as hard as rock. Everybody seems to hate the sight of you." Dick pulled at his pipe glumly. "That is my unfortunate character. I am afraid I am getting efficient. That is the only way I can account for my unpopularity. It keeps me awake at nights .. Don't fool, for heaven's sake." "I'm serious now," murmured Dick, closing his eyes. "Try me with a hymn." Harry Chelford turned away with a gesture of utter weariness, fingered the manuscript at his hand, and gazed from his brother to the door. It was a gesture of dismissal and Dick rose. "Don't you think you've done enough work for tonight, Harry?" he asked gently. "You look absolutely all in." "I never felt better in my life," said the other emphatically. Dick slewed round his head to read the printed page from which his elder brother had been copying, and saw at once that his effort was in vain. The book was written in Old German, and Dick's linguistic abilities ended at a masked 1 of restaurant French. Lord Chelford put down the book with a sigh and sat back in his padded chair. "You think I'm a fool wasting my time on this?" He raised his hand toward the serried shelves, "when I could be having a very amusing time with Leslie." Dick nodded. "Yes, I think you might be more profitably employed out of doors. Really, for a bridegroom-to-be, you're the worst slacker I've ever struck." There was a superiority in Harry Chelford's smile. "Happily, Leslie knows she is marrying a bookworm and not an athlete," he said, and, rising, walked over to where Dick was sitting and dropped his hand on his shoulder. "What would you say if I told you that I was halfway to discovering the real Chelford treasure?" Dick knew exactly what he would say, but replied diplomatically, "I should say you were 2 parts on the way to discovering the Philosopher's Stone," he said. But his brother was serious. He paced up and down the long library, his hands behind him, his chin on his breast. "I expected you to say that," he said. "I should have been rather surprised if you hadn't. But the Chelford treasure has an existence, Dick, and somewhere with it is the greatest treasure of all." His brother listened patiently. He knew by heart the story of the 1,000 bars of pure gold, each bar weighing 35 pounds. The legend of the Chelford treasure was inseparable from the Chelford estate. Harry walked quickly to his desk, pulled 01R in a drawer and took out a small vellum-covered book. The pages were yellow with age and covered with writing that had faded to a pale green. "Listen," he said, and began reading. "On the 15th of the month, the same being the feast day of St. James, came Sir Walter Hythe, K.T., from his cruise in the Spanish seas, for the cost of which I raised first £1,800 and £8,000 from Bellity the Lombard, and Sir Walter Hythe brought with him on 10 waggons 1,000 ingots of gold each of £35 weight, which he had taken from the 2 Spanish ships Esperanza and Escurtal, and these ingots he shall put away in the safe place if yet the weather be dry and the drought continue, though rain is near at hand, to judge by the portents, deeming it wise not to inform my Lord Burleigh of the gold because of the Queen's majesty and her covetousness. Also he brought the crystal flask of life water which was given to Don Cortez by the priest of the Aztec people, a drop of which upon the tongue will revive even the dead, this being sworn to by Fra Pedro of Sevilla. This I shall hide with great care in the secret place where the gold will be stored. To Sir Walter Hythe, KT, I had given permission that he keep for himself 100 bars of like weight, and this he did, thanking me civilly, and sailed off from Chichester in his ship the Good Father, which ship was wrecked on the Kentish coast, Sir Walter Hythe, his shipmaster, and all his company perishing. Such was his terrible misfortune. As for myself, being in some danger because of the part I have taken in promoting the welfare of my true sovereign lady, Mary, Lord Chelford looked up and met the steady eyes of his brother. The writing ends there, he said. I am certain that he was not intimidated by the arrival of Elizabeth's soldiers to arrest him for his share in the conspiracy to put Mary on the throne. He must have had time to secrete the treasure. Where is the crystal flask? Where rather is the gold? Asked the practical Dick. If I know anything about Queen Elizabeth, she bagged it. Nobody ever found it. For 400 years our respected forefathers have been searching for this gold. Lord Chelford made an angry gesture. Gold, gold, gold. You think of nothing else. Curse the gold. Find it and keep it. It is the flask I want. His voice sank to a whisper, his face had grown suddenly moist. Dick, I'm afraid of death. God. You don't know how afraid. The fear of it haunts me day and night. I sit here counting the hours, wondering at which my spirit will go from me. You'll laugh, at that laugh, laugh. But Dick Alford's face was set, unsmiling. I do not laugh, but can't you see, Haney, that such a thing as an elixir of life is preposterous? Why? Lord Chelford's eyes were shining. Why shouldn't this discovery have been made by the ancient civilizations? Why is it more wonderful than wireless telegraphy or the disintegration of atoms? 30 years ago flying was regarded as a miracle. The flask I want, the flask of life water. The gold, throw it into the road, let the poor devils take it who want it. I want life, do you understand? Life and the end of fear. He dropped heavily into his chair and wiped his streaming forehead. The end of fear, he muttered. Dick listened, his eyes never leaving his brother's face. And this was to be Leslie Gwynne's husband? He shivered at the thought. If the Honourable Richard Fallington Alford had been regarded by the compilers of such volumes as being sufficiently important to have his biography enshrined in a popular work of reference, his life's work, his hobby, and his recreation would be described as looking after the Chelford estates. His bailiffs said he knew every blade of grass, the tenant farmers swore he could price a standing crop to the last earny of its worth. He knew Fossaway Manor, its strength and weakness, better than the estate architect, could point out where the foundations were scamped by the Elizabethan builders. He could trace the walls of the old castle which Richard of York had burnt and razed, beheading the 4th Earl for his treachery under the great archway, one crumbling pier of which still showed its grey and battered head above the roses that now surrounded it. He gave to the broad lands of Chelford a loyal and passionate devotion which any mistress might in the chill of an autumnal morning, when mist blanketed the hollows and a pale sun was struggling through or thin clouds, he strolled across the park toward the abbey ruins. There was little of them left. A truncated tower wrecked by lightning, a high, arched space where an oriel window had once flamed, mounds of scattered stones left where Cromwell's soldiers had overturned them, and, under the carpet of grass, a field of solid pavement. He drew at his pipe as he stepped out, and the tobacco smelt sweet and wholesome in the cold air. He was on his way to the home farm, and his errand was a prosaic one. A cow had died in the night, and his cowman had reported symptoms of cattle fever. The familiar ruins showed up ahead. The half-arch, like a huge question mark, arrested his eye and raised again the well-argued problem of restoration. Some day, when the Chelford ship came home, when that coal vein was proved, or when Harry had a rich wife. This was an unpleasant thought. His lips curled in a grimace of distaste. He stopped suddenly. A figure was walking amongst the ruins, a woman. Her back was toward him and she was obviously unaware of his presence. Something about her figure seemed familiar. Dick turned from the path and walked toward her. Evidently she did not hear him, for when he spoke she started, uttered a little scream, and turned a frightened face to him. "Good morning, Miss Wenner," he said politely. "You are up and about very early." There was no need for him to wonder whether this girl had ever forgiven him for the very painful interview that had preceded her retirement. Recognizing him, her eyes blazed with hate. "Good morning, Mr. Alford." She was civil enough. "I'm staying in the village and I thought I would like to come up and see the old place." He nodded gravely. "You had a similar thought yesterday," he said, "and tried to see my brother." "Well," defiantly, "I gave you to understand, Miss Wenner, that we should all be much happier if you never again passed the lodge gates," he said quietly. "I hate saying this to any woman, but you ought to be the first to recognize how very uncomfortable you make me feel." I thought you would apprehend. Apprehend was a stilted word, but he could think of no other. "Is that so?" The color had deepened in her face. "Is that so?" "That is so," he nodded. She looked at him for a while and her lips curved. "I'm sorry I've annoyed the family chaperone," she sneered. He could admire, in a detached way, her wholesome good looks, could even admire her courage. Her wrathful eyes were fixed on his, the break in her voice betrayed the fury she strove to conceal. As for Dick Alford, he felt a brute. "I'm extremely sorry if you don't like my calling," she said, her voice razor sharp and tremulous, "but I think the least Lord Chelford could have done was to see me, considering I've worked for him for 3 years and after all that has passed between us. The only thing that passed between you, Miss Wenner, was your weekly wages," said Dick, with maddening calmness. But now he had taxed her to the limit of endurance. "He asked me to marry him and I would have married him if you hadn't put your spoke in," she said shrilly. "I could get thousands and thousands out of him for breach of promise if I wasn't a lady. You second sons and hangers-on poisoned his mind against me. You ought to be downright ashamed of yourself, you good-for-nothing, penniless pauper." Dick was faintly amused at the redundancy. "You've wrecked and ruined my life," the pretty virago went on, "with your interference, and after all the work I've done. After all them, I mean those hours I've spent with his lordship working at the treasure, and he told me I was the most helpful secretary he'd ever had." He let her talk herself to a sobbing incoherence. "All this may be, Hugh," he said soothingly, "and probably is. The point is, your presence here is a little indelicate." Seeing her look round over her shoulder as she was talking, he had taken a quick survey of the ruins, expecting to discover that she had a companion. But there was nobody in sight. The ground sloped steeply from where he stood to the little Raven's Rill, the broad brook which had for 1,000 years marked the boundary of the manor. Unless somebody was concealed behind the fallen masonry, she was alone. You want me to clear out now?" she gulped, and he inclined his head. "I will walk with you to Fontwell Cutting, that is the nearest way to the village," he said, and she was too much occupied with her manufactured misery to resent his offer. What had she been doing in the Abbey ruins so early in the morning? He knew that it was useless to ask her. As they passed down the steep path to the road, she spoke over her shoulder. "I wouldn't marry him for £1,000,000, she said viciously. "He is going to marry Leslie Gwynn, isn't he? I wish him joy." "I will convey your kind message," he said ironically, an indiscreet rejoinder, for it roused the devil in her. "Mind he doesn't lose her, that's all," she screamed. "I know. Everybody knows. You want her money too, the second son's in love with her. That's a nice lookout for Harry Chelford." He sat swinging his legs over the edge of the bluff, watching her till she was out of sight. Everybody knew that he loved Leslie Gwynn. And only at that moment he knew it himself. Fly in all the city of London there was perhaps no office more elegant than that in which Mr. Arthur Gwynn spent his leisurely business hours. It was a large room, panelled in white wood, with pink-shaded wall brackets of frosted silver. Its floor was covered with a deep rose carpet into which the feet sank as into an old lawn, and such furnishing as the room held was of the most costly description. Visitors and clients who had business with this dainty lawyer were warned not to smoke in his sacred presence. The windows were doubled to keep out the noises of Holborn. There were exterior sunblinds to exclude the fugitive rays of pale sunlight which occasionally bathed the city, and long velvet curtains, in harmony with the carpet, to shut out the horrid world that roared and palpitated outside Mr. Gwynn's exquisite chamber. In this room was a faint aroma of roses. He was partial to the more expensive varieties of perfume, and had a standing order with the best of the grass houses. He was a fair man with an unblemished skin and a small yellow moustache, a credit to his hosier and shirt-maker. His wasp-waisted morning coat fitted him without the suspicion of a wrinkle, his grey waistcoat, the severe dark trousers with the thinnest of white stripes, the patent shoes, the exact cravat, were all parts of a sartorial symmetry. Mr. Gwynn seldom appeared in the courts. His head clerk, a grey-haired man of 50, who was generally supposed by Mr. Gwynn's brother solicitors to be the brains of the business, prepared most of the briefs, interviewed the majority of clients, leaving to his employer the most important. On a bright morning in the early days of September, Mr. Gwynn's big rolls glided noiselessly to the sidewalk. The youthful footman seated by the side of the driver sprang out and opened the door, and Arthur Gwynn stepped daintily forth. There was a small white rose in his buttonhole, and the passer-by who saw him, noting the perfect shine of his silk hat, the glitter of his patent shoes, and the ebony stick that he carried in his gloved hand, thought he was a bridegroom stopping on his way to church. He entered the tiny electric lift and was whisked up to the first floor. A porter opened his door with a little bow and Arthur walked in, followed by the servitor, who took his hat, gloves, and cane, and disappeared with them to an inner room. Mr. Gwynn sat down at his desk, glanced at the letters that had been left open for his inspection and pushed them aside. He pressed an onyx bell push twice, and in a few seconds his hard-faced managing clerk came in, carrying a wad of papers in his hand. "Close the door, Gilda." "What are these?" Gilda threw you the papers on the polished table. "Mostly writs," he said curtly. "For me?" Gilda nodded and Arthur Gwynn turned over the papers idly. "There is going to be trouble if they give judgment against you for some of these," said Gilda. "Up to now, I've managed to keep them out of court, but there are at least 3 of these which must be paid. I haven't had a chance to speak to you since I came back from my holidays. Did you lose much at Goodwood?" 8 or 9,000, said Arthur Gwynn lightly. "It may have been more or less." "That means you don't know because you haven't paid," said Gilda bluntly. "I paid a few," the more pressing the other hastened to assure him. "What are these?" He fingered the writs again with his beautifully manicured hand. "One of them is very serious indeed," said Gilda, picking it out from the rest. "The Mstees of the Wellman estate are suing you for £3,000, the loan you had from Wellman. Can't you fix them?" Gilda shook his head. "I can't fix our Stees, you know that. This is going to look ugly if it comes into court." Arthur Gwyn shrugged his shoulders. "There is nothing ugly about a loan, you were Wellman's lawyer," interrupted Gilda. "And he was not capable of managing his affairs. I tell you that will look ugly, and the Law Society will be asking questions. You'll have to raise money to settle this case out of count." "What are the others?" asked Arthur Gwynne sulkily. "There's one for £1,200, furniture supplied to Willow House, and another from the vendor of Willow House for balance of purchase money unpaid." Arthur Gwynne leaned back in his chair, took out a gold toothpick and chewed it. "What is the full amount?" "About £6,000, said Gilda, gathering up the writs. "Can't you raise it?" His employer shook his head. "A bill." "Who is going to back it?" asked the lawyer, looking up. Gilda scratched his chin. "What about Lord Chelford?" he asked. Arthur Gwynne laughed softly. "And what do you imagine Chelford would say if I went to him with such a proposal? You seem to forget, my dear fellow, that to Chelford I am the brother of a young lady who on her 25th birthday inherits the greater part of £1,000,000. I'm not only the brother, but I am her mistee. Besides which, I am managing his mother's estate. What would he think if I tried? Chelford's a fool, but he's not such a fool as that, and I would remind you that all his business affairs are in the hands of the second son." "You mean Alfred? Why do you call him that?" "He's always been known as the second son since he was a child," said the other impatiently. "He's a shrewd devil, never forget that, Gilda. I don't know whether or not he suspects that I'm a fake, and that Leslie's fortune is a myth, but there have been times when he has asked some deucedly uncomfortable questions." "Is the fortune a myth?" asked Gilda, and his companion looked at him slyly. "You ought to know, my friend," he said. "We have been living on it for 8 years. The croupiers of Monte Carlo have raked into their treasury quite a lot of it. Various bookmakers I could mention have built handsome villas out of it. A myth? It wasn't a myth 10 years ago. It was £200,000 short of a myth. But today." He spread out his hands and eyed the writs with a whimsical smile. "What do you expect to get from Chelford?" asked Gilda. "He has no money." Mr. Gwynne chuckled. "You may be sure that before I went to the expense and trouble of buying, or nearly buying, a house adjoining Chelford's place, and before I took the trouble to bring Leslie and him into touch, I took the elementary precaution of sizing up his position. He's comparatively poor, because that brother of his will sell none of the estates. He has the family obsession. Their motto is hold fast. Harry Chelford is realizable at £250,000, apart from the buried treasure." They both laughed at this. "You've been lucky up to a point," said Gilda seriously. "It was luck to inherit his legal business. A clerk came in with some letters to sign at this moment, and, after he was gone, does your sister still think she is an heiress?" asked Gilda. "She has that illusion," replied the other coolly. "Of course she thinks so. You don't imagine Leslie would lend herself to that kind of ramp, do you?" He took a urn from the silver tray before him, dipped it into the ink, and, drawing a sheet of paper toward him, scribbled down the figures. £6,000 is a lot of money," he said. "I lost 2 times that amount when Black Satin was beaten a short head in the Drayton Handicap. The only thing to do is to rush the wedding." "What about the Yorkshire property?" suggested the managing clerk. Arthur Gwyn made a little grimace. "I put a man in to buy it. I could have made 20,000 profit on that. There's coal in abundance, that I have proved. But the second son was on the job, damn him." There was a long silence. "What are you going to do?" asked Gilda. "I don't know. I'm at my wit's end." Arthur Gwynne threw down the pen. "The position is exquisite torture to a man of my sensibility. Can't you suggest anything?" "Give me 5 minutes," said Gilda, and went out. As Gilda was making his way to his own office, a clerk handed him a letter. It was addressed to him personally, in an illiterate hand. Behind the door of his office bureau, he opened the envelope. The letter began without any preliminary: "His Lordship is still working on the treasure. He had an old book sent to him from Germany last Tuesday, written by a German who was in this country hundreds of years ago. I cannot read the title because of the funny printing, which is like Old English. His lordship has also had a plan sent to him from a London bookseller of Fossaway Manor. His lordship's brother, Mr. Alfred, has sold Red Farm to Mr. Leonard for £3,500. Here Mr. Gilder smiled. Miss Gwyn came to tea yesterday with his lordship and Mr. Alfred, and afterward Miss Gwyn and his lordship went for a walk in the home park. There is some talk about the Black Abbot having been seen near the old abbey. He was seen by Thomas Elwyn, the half-witted son of Elwyn, his lordship's cowman, but nobody takes any notice of this. He has now been seen by Mr. Cartwright, his lordship has had an offer for his Yorkshire estate, but I heard Mr. Alfred advise him not to sell as he was sure there was coal on it. Gilder nodded, understanding just how his employer's plan had fallen through off. When I was taking tea into the library I heard his lordship say that he wanted the wedding to take place in October, but Miss Gwyn said she would like it after Christmas. His lordship said that he didn't mind because he was so busy. Mr. Alfred said he thought that the marriage settlement should be fixed by Sampson and Howard, who were the old Lord Chelford's solicitors, but his lordship said that he thought the settlement had better be in Mr. Gwyn's hands. I did not hear any more because Mr. Alfred told me to get out. Miss Wenner, who used to be his lordship's secretary, came down from London yesterday, but Mr. Alfred has given orders that she is not to be admitted. His lordship did not see her. Mr. Fabry and Gilder's spy reported other minor matters which were less interesting. He read the letter again, put it in his pocket, and was busy at his desk for 5 minutes. He came back to find his employer leaning over his desk, his head between his hands, and laid a slip of paper before him. "What is this?" asked Gwyn, startled. "A 6-months bill for £7,000. "I've put an extra 1,000 in for luck," said Gilder coolly. Gwyn read the document quickly. It was a bill, and required only his signature and that of Harry, Earl of Chelford, to make it convertible into solid cash. "I dare not do it, I simply dare not do it." "Why tell him it's a bill at all?" asked Gilder. "You can get him by himself, spin a yarn, you have a fertile imagination, but I suggest to you that you tell him you need his signature to release some of your sister's property, and once his name is on the back of the bill, Arthur Gwyn looked up sharply. Was it a coincidence that this excuse should be suggested? There was nothing in the head clerk's face to suggest otherwise. "But when it comes due?" he asked irresolutely, as he turned the document over and over in his hands. "In 6 months' time he'll be married, and if things aren't better with you, he'll either have to meet the bill or hush the matter up." The eyes of the two men met. "You're on the edge of men, my young friend," said Gilder, "and I'm rather concerned. If you go down, my livelihood disappears." How TME this was, Arthur learnt one bit a day. "You make a deuced sight more out of it than I do," he grumbled as he wrote the name of a bank across the face of the bill. "I spend less than you, and when I get money I know how to keep it." "You might even raise the sum yourself," said his employer, with a feeble attempt at jocularity. "I might," said Gilder grimly, "but, as I said before, I know how to take care of my own, and lending money to you is not my notion of a good investment." He had been out of the room only a few minutes when he came back, and closing the door carefully behind him, "Do you know a Miss Wenner?" he asked. Mr. Gwyn frowned. "Yes." "What does she want?" "She says she must see you on an urgent personal matter." "Is she one of your friends?" Arthur shook his head. "No, I have met her. She was Chelford's secretary." "Can't you find out what she wants?" "I've tried, but it is a matter personal to you." "Do you want to see her?" "I can easily stall her." Arthur thought for a while. "She might have something important to tell. Ask her to come in," he said. A few minutes later Mary Wenner came into the room and greeted him with a familiar nod. "Well, my dear, this is an unexpected pleasure. You are getting prettier every time I see you." She accepted the flattery as her right, and sat on the edge of his desk. "I've been down to Fossaway, Arthur," she said. "Silly girl," he smiled. But I thought that affair was all over and done with. You've got to be good, Mary. Chelford is going to marry my sister. Isn't that grand? And I'm not surprised. I saw you working when I was at Fossaway. She slipped down from the desk and dropped both her hands on his shoulders. Arthur, I'm tired of stenogging. And I want like sin to get back on that cold-blooded hound Dick Alford. I've been fired out once for proposing to a man, I'm going to take a second chance. We've been good pals, Arthur. He murmured something in his alarm. Listen, don't turn down a good thing. You can marry me and I'll bring you a bigger dowry than your sister will take to Harry Chelford. He stared at her. You? Dowry, he stammered. She nodded slowly. Marry me, and I'll take you to the place where you can lay your hands on 15 tons of Spanish gold, the Chelford treasure. £2.5 million. 15 tons of gold. 2.5 million sterling. Arthur Gwynne stared at the girl incredulously. But she was making no idle statement, and that she at least believed what she said was clear from her flushed face and shining eyes. For a second he was speechless. 15 tons of gold. He frowned and smiled at the same time. You're mad, Mary. Mad, am I? She nodded vigorously. Oh, indeed, I dare say you think so, but you won't be thinking that very long. I have found the Chelford treasure, I tell you. He sat down heavily in his chair, his startled eyes still fixed hers. He was for the moment inarticulate. Rubbish, he managed to say at last. There is no Chelford treasure. Living so long in the same house with Harry Chelford has made you as mad as he. She walked slowly to the desk, and, with her palms on the ledge, leant down over him. You think that, do you? She asked in a steady voice. I was 3 years Lord Chelford's secretary, and it's TME I had this treasure stuffed into me from morning till night. The sight of a black-lettered book makes me ill even now, and the plans of Fossaway Manor that I've studied, well, I don't like to think of them. I've lived with this treasure for 3 years, Arthur, and there have been times when I could have screamed when it was mentioned. I got so that I came to like Dick Alford, just because he never spoke to me about it. And then one day there came a bundle of plans from London. Harry had a standing order with an old bookseller to send him anything he could find about Chelfordbury or Fossaway Manor. Harry had gone up to town that morning and I had no other work to do, so I went to glue off these dusty old sheets to index them. And on the third sheet I found something that made me open my eyes. What was it? Asked Arthur carelessly. She looked at him with a quiet smile. A lot has to happen before I tell you that, she said. Arthur, if I give you this, or your share of this, will you marry me? Arthur looked at her steadily. If you can put me next to 1 million, or 500,000, he said slowly, I would marry you if you were the plainest woman on the face of the earth. Instead of being the bonniest, prettiest little angel, you can keep that stuff for later, she said practically. She opened her handbag and took out a paper, and he watched with fascinated interest. If he expected the secret of the Chelford treasure to be laid before him in writing, he was to be disappointed. I'm not much of a lawyer, said Mary, as she smoothed out the paper and laid it on his blotting pad, but I think this is binding on both sides. He took up the paper with a face and read it. In consideration of receiving 1/2 of the Chelford treasure, I, Arthur Gwynne, of Willow House, Chelfordbury, Sussex, agree to bind myself to Mary Agnes Wenner in the holy bonds of matrimony within 1 month of the treasure being found and divided. Is that in order? She asked, watching his face. He put the paper down. My dear girl, he began, in his suavest manner. Listen, Arthur. She perched herself on the edge of the desk. This is the time for yes and no's, for I wills and I won'ts. I'm not in love with you and you're not in love with me. But I want a home and a position. I may not be a lady, but I am ladylike, and I have lived long enough with swagger people to make no mistakes. Is it yes or is it no? Arthur looked at the paper again. Does it strike you, he said, that the Chelford treasure is not yours or mine to divide? That it belongs to Harry Chelford, his heirs and his successors. It is treasure trove, she said startlingly. I know the law of the country, because I've talked this thing over with Harry times without number. Treasure found hidden after hundreds of years has to be divided between the state and the finder. He shook his head with a smile. Our Mary is a lavure, he bantered. You're wrong, my dear. That is only the case if the owner of the money cannot be found. In the present instance there is no doubt whatever that the treasure would belong to Chelford. He saw her face fall and went on, I don't know that that is going to seriously inconvenience us, he said, looking her straight in the eyes. You cannot lose what you never had, eh? She drew a deep sigh of relief. It is Harry's, I suppose, but after the way he has treated me, and all that I've done for him, yes, yes, he said soothingly. We needn't worry about Harry. The only question is, have you found the treasure? She nodded. You've actually seen it? No, she hesitated, I haven't seen it. I hadn't time. But I saw the boxes flew off the grating. The door was, and I was so excited that I had to come out and walk around. And then Dick Alford saw me. Arthur was puzzled. He knew this girl well enough. They had been good friends in the days when she was Chelford's secretary, and she had been a most useful agent of his. Now, let's get down to brass tacks, he said brusquely. Where did you see this treasure and when? I'll tell you when. I saw it 2 days ago, she said, to his surprise, for he had thought she was talking about some experience she had had when she was an inmate of Fossaway Manor. 2 days ago, he gasped. 2 days ago, she affirmed. And as to where, well, there's another matter to be settled before we get as far as that, Arthur. Will you sign that agreement? He looked at the paper again. His training in the law, his natural instincts against putting his name under any document which bound him, urged him to temper eyes. It is yes or no, she said, as though she read his mind. I'm not going to fool around with you unless you mean business. I'll take it to Harry, and maybe, if I put him in possession of this gold, he'll do the right thing by and, seeing that he made no move, she took up the paper, folded it determinedly, and put it in her little satchel. What's the hurry? He said, in alarm. Mary, you're mad to expect me to take a big decision like this without giving the matter a moment's thought. Don't you realize what you're asking me to do? You're proposing an act of sheer robbery and you're asking me to become an accomplice. After all, he shrugged his shoulders. If your conscience is hurting you, she said, we'll leave it. I'm not the sort of girl who'd throw herself at any man's head. I'll take it along to Harry and see if his conscience is busy. She turned to go, but before she reached the door he had intercepted her. Don't be silly and don't be unreasonable. He was more than a little agitated. It's a big thing you're asking, it's a big thing I'm giving, she said impatiently. £2.5 million, there's nothing mean about that. He took her by the arm and forcibly drew her back. Sit down and don't be a fool, he said. I've told you already I'll marry you tomorrow, and I'll go farther and say that there never was a time when money was sweeter to me than it is at the moment. Will you sign that note? He skimmed it through off quickly, making sure that he was under no obligation if the treasure did not materialize, and, picking up a pen, he made a little correction, she watching suspiciously, and signed with a flourish. What is that you've put into the paper? She demanded. An exit for Arthur Gwynne, he said with a whimsical smile. The document reads, in consideration of receiving on behalf of my client Lord Chelford etc., etc. At first she did not understand, and then a slow smile dawned on her face. I see, she nodded. That means that if anything comes out, you're acting for him and not for yourself. Arthur, there are times when I think you're clever." Arthur Gwyn smiled as he put his arm about her and led her to the window. Below, thick streams of road traffic were passing east and west. A great lorry was under his eyes. He saw an inscription on its side, 5 tons. It would require 3 such lorries to move the Chelford treasure, he thought, and for a moment his head reeled. "I'll tell you how clever I am when I handle the first bar of the Chelford treasure. And you'll know how clever you are when I've dealt with the last. There's 2 millions in this. Now, tell me, where is this gold?" She looked at him for a second, and then, lowering her voice, "In the vaults of Chelford Abbey," she said. For a second neither spoke, and then, "Will you see your sister, Mr. Gwyn? She has just arrived." Arthur Gwyn spun round, an oath on his lips. Gilder had come noiselessly into the room, his inscrutable eyes fixed upon his employer. Not a muscle of his face betrayed whether or not he had overheard the last words. Leslie Gwyn's occupations at Willow House were well defined. Though her brother did not maintain a very expensive or elaborate establishment, he lived in a style consonant with the position he held in the county. There were little dinner parties, an occasional dance, and in the winter, Arthur, who was a good man to hounds and was ambitious to be master of the local pack, entertained on a lavish scale the more prominent members of the hunt. In these amenities Leslie acted as hostess for her brother, and at all times was the real housekeeper of the establishment. For all his extravagance he was a careful and grudging housemaster, required that the necessities of life should be bought in the cheapest markets, that the best at the lowest price should be found upon his table. The resolve to go to town that morning had been born of a sudden impulse. The day was her own and she could do as she liked with it. For some reason the idea of lunching alone did not appeal to her. She had a wild thought of going on to Fossaway Manor, but remembered that Wednesday was a day that Dick Alford gave up entirely to visiting his tenant farmers. She did not attempt to explain to herself why the prospect of lunching tête-à-tête with her fiancé was even more distasteful than lunching alone. She had got beyond the point of finding excuses for herself. She felt a certain recklessness, was conscious that her manner and attitude of mind were defiant. Against what and whom? With a lift of her pretty shoulders she shrugged the matter out of consideration. All that she knew was that the preoccupation of Dick Alford and the unlikelihood of seeing him, made a visit to Fossaway Manor not only undesirable but out of the question. She would go to town. The decision was taken in an instant, and she went upstairs and dressed hurriedly, whilst the gardener wheeled her little 2-seater to the drive before the house. 5 minutes later she was spinning along the straight road toward the railway station. She had plenty of time, indeed. There was a certainty that she would arrive at the rail at least half an hour before the train left, even if it pulled out on time. As she entered Fontwell Cutting she thought she saw a familiar form crossing the field toward the road a quarter of a mile away, and her heart jumped for no known reason. The high walls of the cut road shut out her view, but when she emerged and slid down the steep little hill to the village road, she discovered that she had not been mistaken, and brought her car to a halt as Dick Alford opened a field gate and came out. He greeted her with a wave of his hand and a smile, and, to her consternation, would have passed on had she not called him back. "You are very jumpy and cross this morning," she said, and to her surprise he admitted that fault, though she had seen nothing in his manner to deserve the challenge she had made. "Very annoyed indeed. If there is one thing I don't want to see, it is our good farms turned into little residential estates for the city gentry. I sold Red Farm to Mr. Leonard last week, under the impression that the old," he checked a naughty word, "gentleman wanted to extend his holding, though why on earth he should want to buy Red Farm, which is the poorest land around here, I couldn't guess. And what has he done?" Dick was indeed very much annoyed, she noticed now, and was secretly amused. She had a woman's satisfaction in seeing the man she liked thrown momentarily off his balance and revealing himself in a light that was new to her. "And what has the old gentleman done?" she mocked him. "He has resold the farm to a wretched man in London, though the purchaser is not aware that such a sale is invalid without my signature." A stranger? She asked. Yes, though he has been living in the neighborhood all summer. He has a cottage somewhere about here. On the Raven's Reel? She asked, in surprise. That is the fellow, he nodded. I've never seen him, but I understood he was only staying here for a few months. And now I find that the beggar bought Red Farm and intends putting up something in stucco with bow windows. And I dare say he will dig an artificial pond, start a rosary, and turn God's productive acres into a forcing house for sickly flowers. Why shouldn't he? She asked coolly, and he stared at her. After all, you said this was the poorest land round here, and if it cannot be useful it may as well be beautiful. I rather like artificial ponds and rosaries. In spite of his annoyance he laughed. Then probably you'll go to Mr. Gilder's housewarming, he said. She started. Who? She asked. Mr. Gilder. He's something in the city, probably a deuce of a swell in his own way, but I wish he'd gone somewhere else. And as to Leonard, I've already told him that I shall not go to his funeral. Dick, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, she said indignantly. Poor old man. Then, in a different voice, you don't know his Christian name? Whose? Leonard's. Don't be stupid, Mr. Gilder's. Dick frowned. Fabian, he said at last. What a name. It sounds like a secret society. She wondered if Arthur knew of this enterprise of his clerk. It was hardly likely that Mr. Gilder would buy property in the neighborhood without consulting his chief. For the moment she deemed it prudent to turn the subject. If you were nice and kind and brotherly, she said, you would come along with me to the station and garage my car like a nice man. He stood irresolutely, and for a moment she went hot at the implied rebuff. And then, I'm wasting my master's time, he said, but there are occasions when pleasure must interfere with duty, and this is one of them. Do you mind if I drive? I have no faith in women drivers. You are Velde, she said, but nevertheless moved aside to let him take the wheel. How is Harry this morning? Fine, he said sardonically. And then, heartily ashamed of himself, Harry is taking a new patent medicine. You've never been in his bedroom? That is an indelicate question to ask, but have you? She shook her head, the hint of laughter in her eyes. There are about 845 varieties of patent medicines in Harry's bedroom, he said grimly. Once every 2 months we have a spring cleaning and chuck 'em out. Really, there isn't very much wrong with Harry, and if he did not read patent medicine advertisements he would be a happier man. Just now he's trying something for his nerves, and if there's anything left in the bottle at the end of the week I shall take it myself. Poor Haney, she said softly. Yes, I'm a brute, a grouse, he said, almost gruffly, and seemed to imply in some subtle fashion that she was a provocative party to his brutality. It occurred to her as strange that he never spoke about the time when she would be mistress of Fossaway Manor. It would have been natural in him to say, when you're married I hope you'll cure Harry of that nonsense, but he had made no such reference. That was the strange thing about Dick, that he never even suggested or hinted of a coming time when she would be Countess of Chelford. In one way she was glad he did not, especially now. They wound slowly off the leafy lanes, past a little wood, all olive, russet, and purple with the decay of autumn, and came to the station 10 minutes ahead of time. You have had no further visit from your black Abbot? She asked, as they strolled onto the station platform. He shook his head. No, the police came last night to make inquiries. I don't suppose it will go much farther. You read about it in the newspaper, of course. She shook her head. Servants talk, she said. I really don't believe in this black Abbot, he went on. It is queer that R.E. is scared of this spook. He never goes outside the house when the old Abbot is reported in the neighborhood. You don't believe either? He pursed his lips. When I see a ghost I shall believe it. Until then I am politely skeptical. As the train drew out of the station, she put her head out of the window and looked back. He was standing stock still upon the platform where she had left him, and although she could not see his face, she felt that he was gazing after her, and thought she detected a certain tenseness in his very attitude, all of which was very pleasing to Miss Leslie Gwynne. Strange as it may seem, she had never visited her brother's office on High Holborn before she left her taxi at the door and came up in the elevator to his magnificent suite. Her errance had a prosaic cause. She had left the country without a penny, a fact she did not realize till the ticket collector, working through the train, came into her compartment and aroused her from a daydream to the realization that she had neither ticket nor money to pay for it. She gave the man her card, and a taxi brought her to Holborn. She was to have another novel experience. A tall, thick-set man, with iron grey hair and a strong, attractive face, had come into the waiting room to meet her. She remembered him as the solitary fisherman who had sat fishing for hours on the bank of Raven's Reel, without, apparently, catching anything. So this was the redoubtable Mr. Gilder of whom Arthur had so often spoken. She was not especially curious about him. He was a head clerk, and, by Arthur's account, a clever man at his work, but now that she saw him, she was impressed. He was distinctive, outside of type. The average of humanity you may pass in the street without noticing. It would have been impossible to see Fabian Gilder once without recognizing him instantly after the passage of years. The jaw was almost square, his big mouth was so tightly drawn that he seemed to be lipless, a powerful nose, a pair of penetrating grey eyes, under straggly, uneven eyebrows, this, and the breadth of his shoulders, conveyed an imponderable expression of "You are Miss Gwynne, of course," he said. "I would have recognized your relationship with your brother even if I had not known your name." It was a little shock to Leslie that she in any way resembled Altuve, for Arthur's good looks were of a variety which she neither envied nor admired. "He is engaged at the moment. If you'll sit down I'll go along and tell." His eyes did not leave her face. She had often seen in stories the word devour applied to an intensity of gaze, and she thought that fictional characters must look somehow as Mr. Gilder was looking. He was not staring, it was the concentration, the probing investigation of those bright grey eyes, that made her writhe inside. If he had been impertinent it would have been an easy matter to deal with him, but he was respect itself. His attitude was deferential, his general manner was friendly. He was dressed very well and carefully, she thought, and wondered whether Arthur's preciosity in the matter of clothing influenced his staff. The grey homespun, the rather solid shoes, were set off by the expensiveness of his linen. With a woman's eye she saw that in his way this man was something of a dandy too. "I hear you are going to live near us, Mr. Gilder," she said, and he was obviously taken aback. "Why yes," he said awkwardly. "I've bought a little place near your house. I love that part of the country." "We shall be neighbours," she said with a smile, but felt no pleasure in the prospect. Yes. I suppose we shall be, Miss Gwynne," he agreed. "It will be very nice for Arthur. I suppose it was his suggestion that you should come down." He had a new little trick of stroking an invisible moustache, for he was clean-shaven. "Well, no," he said. "I haven't told Mr. Gwynne yet that I have bought the property. I thought another time would be more opportune. I bought it for a song £3,500. She looked up quickly. "That is an expensive song," she said, before she realized an error of taste. This time he was visibly disconcerted. "Yes, I borrowed the money," he said. She had a feeling that he was going to ask her a favor, and guessed what the favor would be. Leslie had the uncanny gift of reading people's minds and gathering their surface thoughts, and in those moments when Fabian Gilder dropped his mask he was rather easy. He opened his lips to speak, thought better of it, meeting, perhaps, the chill atmosphere of a refusal before it was given, and then, "I'll see if your brother is disengaged," he said, and went into the room to Arthur Gwynne, his head reeling with the vision which had emerged through the grey fog of his drab life. Day after day he had watched her, and she had never known. He had left his rod and line to steal behind trees that he might see her pass. She was romance in excelsis, the perfect realization of 30 years of dreaming. It took him a second to compose himself before he turned the handle and walked in, and then he stood stricken dumb by the words that came to him. "My sister," said Arthur quickly. He looked from Gilda to Mary Wenner. "Come and see me later," he said in a lower voice. "Gilda, show Miss Wenner out," flew off the side door. Gilda opened the private door and followed the girl into the corridor. "Where are you living?" he asked. There was such a note of authority in his voice that for the moment the girl was taken off her guard. 57 Cranston Mansions. "Why?" she asked, with a certain archness that indicated resentment but invited a further offence. "Because I want to see you," said Gilda. "Can I come round to your flat some evening?" Miss Wenner was shocked a little at this. There were moments when her sense of propriety was easily outraged. She was curious too, so far from resenting his commanding address, she rather liked it. "Yes, any evening you wish, if you will let me know that you are coming. I will ask a young lady friend to keep me company." Gilda's hard lips curled. "Unless you particularly want a chaperone, don't get one," he said. "I have much to say to you that I don't want anybody else to hear." He accompanied her to the elevator and on the way extracted a promise to receive him alone. Miss Wenner was almost as curious to know the object of that visit as Mr. Gilda was to discover what was behind the amazing statement he had heard. He passed the closed door of Arthur's room and heard voices. He would have given a lot for an excuse to interrupt brother and sister, but something told him that it would be wiser if he kept out of his employer's way until he was absolutely certain that the girl had not betrayed the very carefully hidden transaction which had made him the proprietor of Red Farm. "You're a little goose to come up to town without money," said Arthur, as he skinned 2 notes from his pocketbook. "Here is enough to keep you happy for the rest of your life." "Would £15 do that?" She laughed, and was going, when she remembered. Arthur listened in amazement to the news she had to give. "Gilda has bought a house at Chelfordbury?" "Impossible," he said. "He would have told me." "Why the dickens does he want a house? Besides, he has no money." "Hasn't he?" she asked, in surprise. Arthur scratched his chin irritably. "I suppose the beggar has, but a house at Chelfordbury, that is extraordinary. I wasn't even aware that he knew the place." "He is the man who has been staying at Ravensreel Cottage all the summer," she said. "The fisherman?" He whistled. "What a close bird he is. Of course," he went on quickly, "there is nothing wrong in a man wanting to live at Chelfordbury, and there's no reason in life why he shouldn't buy a house. But what a sly old fox." He was troubled. She saw that he was trying to hide it behind a flippancy that was transparent to her. "I knew, of course, that somebody had rented the fisherman's cottage, as they call it, and to think that he's been down all these months and never once given himself away. He has a car, if he's the same man who was living at the cottage." She nodded. "Dick Alford is furious." Arthur chuckled. "Poor old Dick," he said good-humouredly. "He loathes this residential idea, and when I put forward a scheme to cut up one of his northern estates into residential properties, he nearly bit my head off. Harry would have done it like a shot, and I hope, my dear, when you're married you'll persuade him." He waited expectantly. "Yes, when I am married," she said, and her tone made him glance at her keenly. But he was wise enough to skim over that subject. "Dick, of course, is a fool," he said, with good-natured contempt. "He has a blind faith in the future of agriculture in this country, and grudges every acre that's taken out of cultivation. And yet, if you were to put up a scheme to build huge blocks of cottages to relieve the slum congestion, or something equally quixotic and unprofitable, he would jump at the idea. I can well understand that the mere thought of a successful lawyer's clerk setting himself up as a country gentleman would make Dick foam at the mouth. He wasn't foaming when I left him, she said dryly. When you left him? He was quick to take a point. Yes, he came down to the station with me. And she could not account for her momentary feeling of embarrassment. He was still searching her face, and then, laying his hands on her shoulders, he shook her gently. Old girl, he said, keep your mind off the second son. He's a good-looking fellow, and side by side with his brother there's no question of choice. But he's a second son, which means that he's next door to being broke. And you can't live on good looks, or she raised her eyes slowly to his. What do you mean I can't live on good looks? She said deliberately. Why do you emphasize the fact that Dick Alford is poor? Heiress. He did not speak, and then, with a little laugh, dropped his hands. Why, of course, chick, he said lightly. Only, well, I want you to do something for yourself. Make a name in the country. It will be something to have the position which Harry can offer you. Dick is quite a good fellow, one of the best, although he doesn't get on well with me. But there's nothing to it with him, Leslie. You might as well marry some poverty-stricken gentleman farmer. He stopped under the steady gaze that met him. Poverty-stricken again, Arthur, without suggesting that I would rather marry Dick Alford. I wonder why the question of his poverty interests you so much. If you had called him a commoner and a nobody, I could have understood, but you insist upon the question of my possible fiancé's wealth, and that seems strange to me. He laughed long and loudly, but his merriment seemed, to her sensitive ear, lacking in sincerity. You ought to be a lawyer, Leslie. Upon my word, I've a good mind to have you coached for an examination. You'd look simply topping in a wig and gown. And now, my little girl, you must run away, because I've a tremendous lot of work. He put his arm round her shoulders and walked with her to the door, and breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the whine of the elevator carrying her down. Closing the door behind him, he rang the bell, and, to the clerk who came, asked Mr. Gilder to come in. Will you, please? When Gilder had this message, he knew that the girl had told her brother, and although he had his fair share of moral courage, it needed a conscious effort on his part to answer the summons. Gilder, what is this story of you buying Red Farm? Asked Arthur sharply. Why should I not buy Red Farm? Replied Gilder coolly. There is no reason in the world why you shouldn't, said Altuve, after a moment's thought, but it is rather curious you never told me. I thought you might object, said Gilder. Businessmen hate their workaday associates living anywhere near them. It was stupid of me not to tell you. I've been living in a cottage at Chelfordbury for 3 months. Was that in itself objectionable? You will forgive me for saying so, but although I have always regarded you with the respect that is due to an employer, I have never quite looked upon you as my feudal lord. Arthur grinned for a second. Once or twice I thought of coming over to see you, Gilder went on, but I've always had what I think to be a natural reluctance to intrude myself in a social capacity upon my chief. If you had ever invited me to come and stay a weekend at your place, I would have come, and you would have known all about my presence in the neighborhood. As it was, I felt very much in the position of a servant enjoying himself in his own independent way and feeling no need to consult his employer as to how he should employ his spare time, and money. And money, repeated Arthur. I didn't know you were so well off, Gilder. Mr. Gilder inclined his head. I have already hinted to you that I have made considerable sums. There, again, it has never seemed necessary that I should keep you acquainted with my bank balance. You have had a moderate salary, said Arthur significantly. Not a generous amount, I agree, certainly not an amount from which a man could save a sum sufficient to buy and rebuild Red Farm and maintain it. For answer, Gilder put his hand in his pocket and, taking out a little Russian leather note case, laid it on the table. The name in gold letters upon the cover was that of a bookmaker who carried one of his employer's biggest accounts. With this firm Arthur had lost his largest bets, for Mans had offered him facilities which other houses had denied to him. Truman. He frowned. What has that to do with it? Have you been backing horses? Gilda shook his head. No, he said simply. I am Tillman. Arthur Gwyn gaped at him. Tillman? The bookmaker to whom for weeks in succession he had been paying thousands upon thousands of pounds. Then the money you have is my money, he gasped. Your money, said the other quietly. If Truman's had not taken it, some other bookmaker would have done so. When you won you were paid. Have you any complaints? My money, muttered Arthur. Gilda replaced the book in his pocket. You remember 5 years ago complaining to me that you couldn't find bookmakers who would take big bets by telegram within a few minutes of the race? That little talk gave me an idea. I knew you lost steadily, that you were one of those unfortunate people, say fools, that was the word on your lips. Mug was the word, said Mr. Gilder, with great calmness. I knew you were one of those people who couldn't stop betting. So Truman's came into existence. Their book of rules was sent to you, featuring the important concession that you could wire big sums of money up to within a few minutes of a race. Do you know how much you've lost in the last 5 years? Arthur was pale with fury, but, mastering himself, shook his head. You have lost £63,000 to Truman alone, said the other slowly. And I have won it. The colour came and went in Arthur Gwyn's face. He knew all the time that his rage and resentment were unreasonable. Hitherto Tillman had been a name on a telegraph form, an address somewhere in the West End to which his unprofitable telegrams were sent. Who they were he neither knew nor cared. They might have been people infinitely more objectionable than Gilda. But there was a suggestion of duplicity in the man's confession. Arthur Gwyn felt that he had been tricked by a servant he trusted, and he was helpless in face of 63,000 facts, all of which balanced on the side of the hard-faced man before him. You are not Rathbone and Company, I suppose? He asked, mentioning another bookmaking firm that had drawn heavily upon his resources. To his amazement, Gilda nodded. I am Rathbone and Company. I am also Buffon and Smith. I am, in fact, the Tlue bookmakers to whom you have been losing money at the rate of 30,000 a year for the past 5 years. There is no sense in looking like that, Gwyn. I have been guilty of no crime. On the few occasions when you have won money, you have been paid. Your losses would not have been so distasteful if they had been made to an unknown man. I took the risk, my luck against yours. When I started, I staked my little fortune, £3,000, won Tlue off the years by scrimping and saving. If you had been lucky, I should have been mined. Instead of which you were lucky, and I am mine, said Arthur Gwyn huskily. He was shaken from his accustomed calm. You are quite right, though it is a little bewildering. He looked curiously at the inscrutable face of his managing clerk, striving to readjust his estimate of a man whom he had looked upon as little more than a superior servant. Then the humour of the position struck him and he laughed. If I'm not careful I shall be sorry for myself, and I should hate that, Gilda. So you're a rich man, eh? What are you going to do with your money? Gilda's eyes did not leave his face. I'm going to settle down in the country, he said, and I am going to splendid. There was a note of irony in Arthur Gwyn's tone. And who is the fortunate lady? It was a long time before the other replied. He stared open-eyed at his sometime master, and then, very deliberately and slowly, it is my desire and intention to marry Miss Leslie Gwyn, he said. Not a muscle of Arthur Gwyn's face moved, his colour did not change. But into his eyes came a glare which was malign and devilish. For a second the imperturbable Gilda was scared. Had he gone too far? Both men were learning something that day. Gilda had a momentary view of something that was very ugly and menacing, and then the curtains were drawn and the inner self of Arthur Gwyn vanished in an enigmatic smile. That is very interesting and very enterprising of you, Gilda. Unfortunately, I have other plans. He rose leisurely from his chair, walked round the desk and confronted the other, his hands thrust into his pockets. "What are you prepared to pay for the privilege of being my brother-in-law?" he bantered. Fabrian Gilder took up the challenge. "The return of half your betting losses for the past 5 years," he said. Arthur shook his head. "Not enough," he smiled. "The cancellation of 4 bills," said Gilder deliberately, "drawn and accepted by Lord Chelford, the acceptance in each case being forged by you." Arthur Gwynne staggered back to his desk, his face white and drawn, and Gilder pursued the advantage. "You didn't think it was an accident that I suggested you should get Chelford to back a bill for you, did you? £75,000 isn't enough for you, eh? I'll give you this alternative: 5 years in Dartmoor." Leslie had spent rather a boring afternoon, and not once but many times she regretted that she had promised to return to Arthur's office. He was driving her down to Willow House, and, but for this arrangement, she would have returned to Chelfordbury by an early train, for her shopping did not occupy more than an hour. She rang up her brother to suggest this plan, never doubting that he would agree, but, to her surprise, "I think you'd better return with me, girl. Come along to the office about 4:30 instead of 5. By the way, Gilder wants us to go home to his flat to tea. You don't mind, do you?" "Mr. Gilder," she said, in surprise, and he went on hastily, "we ought to be civil to him. He's going to be a neighbour of ours, and he's not a bad sort of fellow." Her inclination was to plead a headache and be excused, an experience which, to state the matter mildly, was not wholly to her taste. But Arthur seldom asked a favour of her, and it was apparent from his tone that he was anxious she should show this act of civility to his head clerk. Somewhat unwillingly she agreed. If he detected her reluctance, he made no comment upon it and seemed in a hurry to hang up. There was no reason in the world why the projected call should make her uneasy, and yet, for some obscure reason, this coming experience hung like a cloud over her for the rest of the afternoon. This time, when she returned to the office, she entered by Arthur's private door. He was alone, sitting at his desk in a familiar attitude, his head between his hands, his gloomy eyes fixed upon the blotting pad. She thought his face had less colour than usual, and in his eyes there was a haggard, hunted expression which was startling. He forced a smile to greet her, but she was not deceived. "Aren't you well, Arthur?" she asked anxiously. "Fit as a fiddle," he laughed, "only I have had a pretty heavy day. I suppose I look a little washed out." He did not seem very anxious to discuss himself, but plunged straight into the subject of the surprising call they were to make. "Gilder has a flat off Regent's Park," he said. "Be as nice to him as you can, Leslie. He's been a pretty useful man. By the way," he said awkwardly, "he is a bachelor." She smiled at this. In her wildest dreams she would not have imagined that this statement had any particular interest for herself. "I had no idea he was that he was so prosperous," she said. "No, I don't mean that bachelorhood is a sign of poverty, but his estate at Chelfordbury and his flat in Regent's Park are not exactly what one would have expected." "He isn't a bad fellow," repeated Arthur, as he rang the bell. "I think you'll like him. He is rather amusing." Amusing was not the word he would have used, in all truth, but it was the only word he could think of at the moment. As though he were waiting for this summons, Mr. Gilder came in answer to the bell. He carried a light coat over his arm and a spotless grey felt hat in his hand. Again she was uncomfortably conscious of the man's scrutiny. "You know Mr. Gilder, Leslie?" High uneasiness and apprehension were communicating themselves to her. Tiy as she did, she could not succeed in shaking off her sensation of disquietude. The atmosphere was electric. She would have been dull indeed if she had not responded to the strain. Throughout the journey Mr. Gilder talked almost without interruption. He had a deep but pleasant voice, and was an easy conversationalist. Arthur was beginning to know something about the man with whom he had worked side by side all these years, and to regard him in a new light. Hitherto, Gilda had been a cipher, a familiar figure that had appeared from heaven knew where in the morning and had disappeared at the end of a day's work into the blue. As though unconscious of his employer's wonder and speculation, Gilda chatted on. Often Leslie catalogued the subjects which were discussed so one-sidedly in that drive. He talked of aviation, of wireless, of books he had read, Dumas was his favourite, of the war, of Russia, of Italy's Renaissance, of American writers, of the weather, polo, of almost every subject that occupied public attention. She knew that he was trying to impress her, and saw in this no more than the natural desire of a man to look well in the eyes of a woman. The flat was bigger than she had expected, and was in one of many in the most exclusive apartment house on the outer circle. Arthur viewed its expensive appointments with a glum face. One black week of his at Ascot must have furnished such flats as this, he thought, and the little devil of resentment and loathing grew stronger in his heart. Tea was served by 2 trimly uniformed maids, and Mr. Gilder acted the part of host to perfection. He had a library of rare old books which she must see, and he took them to a room the walls of which were fitted with bookshelves and reminded Leslie, though there was no resemblance between the 2 apartments, of the hall wherein her fiancé spent most of his time. Gilder was showing the girl a rare first edition when a surprising thing happened. "Do you mind if I nun out for 5 minutes, Leslie? I want to see a fellow who lives on the other side of the park." Arthur Gwynne's voice was husky, his assumption of ease a miserable failure. The girl looked at him in astonishment, and then examined the face of the little watch on her wrist. "If you want to be back at Willow House in time for dinner," began. "I shan't be more than a quarter of an hour gone," he said desperately. "If you don't mind." Before she could utter a word he had vanished. It was all so unexpected, so strange, that she could not quite realize what had happened, and the last thought in the world she could have had was that Arthur was deliberately leaving her alone with this grey man. On one point her mind was made up: she did not like Mr. Gilder, and she was fairly certain that her antipathy was shared by her brother. His strange manner in the presence of the man, his awkwardness, and, most convincing proof of all, his silence, puzzled her. Arthur was intensely selfish, would not go a step out of his way either for courtesy's sake or to save the feelings of those whom he regarded as his dependents. And this sudden desire to oblige his head clerk was contradictory to her knowledge of him. Yet she felt neither alarm nor annoyance, finding herself in that little library, alone with this square-jawed clerk. As the door closed, her brother, Fabian Gilder, carefully replaced on the shelf the book he had been examining. "I shall be in my new home by the spring," he said, "and I hope I shall see more of you, Miss Gwynne." She made a conventionally polite reply. "My ambition has always been to settle in the country and to follow my 2 hobbies, which are fishing and reading," he went on. "Happily, I am in the position of being able to retire from my profession. Your brother has probably told you that I am a fairly wealthy man." Something in his tone focused her attention. Her heart beat a little faster, and for the first time she was conscious of being alone with him. "I am not an old man. 50 I regard as the prime of life, and I think I have the capacity for making any woman happy." She met his eyes steadily. "I hope we shall have the pleasure of meeting your wife," she said. He made no reply to this, and she grew hot and cold under the scrutiny of those merciless grey eyes. And then, before she realized what was happening, his 2 big hands had closed about her arms and he was holding her away from him, peering into her face. "There is one woman in the world for me," he said, and his voice was husky with emotion, "one face that fills my eyes day and night. Leslie, all these months you have not been out of my sight or mind." "Let me go," she cried, snuggling to free herself. "I want you. I've worked for you, I've schemed for you. Leslie, I love you as you will never be loved again. I want you, I want you." He was drawing her nearer and nearer. His eyes, like coals of fire, fascinated her to a queer listlessness that was almost quiescence. She found no reserve to combat him, and could only stare helplessly at the hard face. There was a knock at the door. He pushed her aside, his face convulsed with rage. "Who is that?" he asked harshly, and the voice of the maid replied, "Mr. Richard Alford to see you, sir." LHCK Alford, waiting in the pretty drawing-room and wondering exactly how he should introduce what promised to be a very unpleasant discussion, saw the door flung 01RN and a white-faced girl ran in. "Oh, Dick, Dick," she sobbed. In a moment she was in his arms, her face against his breast. "For God's sake, what has happened? How did you come here?" he asked, bewildered. Before she could reply, the big figure of Fabian Gilder filled the doorway. The man did not speak, but the smouldering rage in his eyes was eloquent. "Well, what do you want?" he boomed. Dick put the girl gently from him. "Why are you here, Leslie?" "Arthur brought me," she gasped. "I'm awfully sorry to make such a fool of myself," but Dick looked from the girl to the man in the doorway and began dimly to understand. "Arthur brought you here," he said slowly. "And left you alone, with this man?" She nodded. "Is he a friend of yours?" She shook her head. "I only met him today." Gradually the explanation of her distress was beginning to dawn upon him, and a cold rage filled his heart. An unfortunate moment for Arthur Gwyn to return. Dick heard the tinkle of a bell, quick footsteps in the hall, and saw the white face of the lawyer, made hideous by the smile he forced. "Hello, old girl. What's the trouble?" he asked. He did not look at his host, this Dick noticed with gathering fury. "I think you had better take Leslie home," he said. "I have a little business to do with Mr. Gilder." Gilder had recovered something of his command of himself and his feelings. The situation, awkward as it was, had brought him violently into the circle about which so far he had revolved. It were better to be considered as an undesirable suitor than to be denied consideration as a factor at all in Leslie Gwyn's life. "May I ask by what right you dispose of my guests?" he demanded, but Dick took no notice of him. "Look after your sister, Gwyn," he said, and there was a scarcely veiled menace in the words. "I will give myself the pleasure of calling on you this evening." He took the girl's hand in his, she was still white and shaking, but smiled into his face. "I've made myself rather ridiculous, haven't I?" she said, in a low tone that only he could hear. "Dickie, perhaps I'm getting a little jumpy, and I may have taken offence." He patted her hand gently and walked with her past Gilder into the hall, Arthur following. It was Dick who opened the and stood patiently until they had gone, then he turned to face the enraged owner of the flat. "I had some real business to do with you, Gilder, but that can wait. First of all, I would like to ask, what have you said to Miss Gwyn?" "That is entirely my business," said Gilder. His gaze was steady, again he was completely master of himself, if not of the situation. "My business also," said Dick, without heat. "You are aware that Miss Gwyn is engaged to my brother?" Gilder licked his dry lips. "That doesn't really interest me," he said. And then, after a second's thought, "I'm going to be frank with you, Alfred, we may as well clear the air. I have asked Miss Gwyn to be my wife." "Oh, indeed," said Dick softly. "And what had Miss Gwyn to say to that?" "You didn't give her an opportunity of replying," said the other, "but I rather think that there will be no difficulty in the matter." Dick did not conceal his smile. A shrewd judge of men, he had rightly understood the situation when he had seen Arthur's face on his return to the flat. "You mean there will be no difficulty so far as Mr. Gwyn is concerned? I admit you have an historical precedent. You are not the first lawyer who wished to marry into his master's family." If Dick had not been angry he would not have said this, immediately the words were out he was sorry. But Gilder took up the point quickly. "I'm not a Uriah Heep," he said, with a grim smile. "I am neither humble nor lowly. I'm sorry, but really I don't think that matters very much, Gilder. Whatever Mr. Gwyn's attitude may be, there will be a considerable difficulty in respect to Miss Gwyn, and to me." "To you?" Gilda's eyebrows went up and his lips curled. Are you the IS_? I am not engaged to Miss Gvyn, but my brother is, said Dick evenly. But that is not the point. I am a friend of Leslie Gwyn's, and even if she changed her mind about marrying into my family, that would not affect the issue. Gilda was about to speak, but Dick went on, I don't know what pull you have with Gwyn or what dire threats you are holding over his head. He saw the man stall, and laughed. That went very near the mark, he said. But whatever influence you have, Gilda, you are not going to marry Leslie Gwyn. Gilda's eyes narrowed. Is that a threat? He asked. You can take it as a tweet or as a pleasant compliment, or any old way you choose, said Dick, with that impish smile of his. And now, if you don't mind, we'll come to business. You've bought a property of ours, Red Farm. You've paid £3,500 to Leonard. I have come to ask you to call off your bargain and to take $500 profit. In other words, you want to buy it back, eh? Well, there's nothing doing, said Gilda harshly. I intend living at Red Farm, and there isn't a law in the land that can stop me. You may not like my presence, but that is neither here nor there. I am not living at Chelford Me for the pleasure of seeing you every day of my life. Dick nodded. I wondered why you wanted to live there at all, but now I think I understand, he said. The offer I have made to you is without prejudice to any action I may take. Unfortunately for you, Leonard has no to retransfer the property without my brother's consent, which means my consent, for I hold his of attorney. Leonard may hold the property, but you cannot. You're a lawyer and it is not necessary for me to explain the intricacies of a copyhold lease, and that was all Leonard was buying. If you decide to fight the case, I'll take you into court, and you know that I shall get a verdict against you. I am offering you a chance of settling the matter amicably. Which I refuse, said the other promptly. Dick inclined his head. Very good. You will probably, on considering the matter in a calmer atmosphere, take a different view. He walked from the room, swinging his hat. In the doorway he turned. As for Miss Leslie Gvyn, you will be well advised to reconsider that question also. And suppose I don't? Again that unfathomable smile. You are going to be sorry, said Dick cryptically. Not a word did Leslie say about her interview with Gilda, and her brother seemed just as anxious to avoid the topic as she. They drove down from town, and all the time he kept up a ceaseless flow of talk about affairs which he thought might interest her. He was nervous, and once, when she woke him from a reverie with a question, he started and turned red. Sony, he stammered. I was thinking of something. And something unpleasant, all sure, she said gently. He was staring straight ahead of him. Yes, something damnably unpleasant. They were nearing Chelfordbury now, and she put the question that had trembled on her lips throughout that long journey. Arthur, do you know what Mr. Gilder asked me? And, when he did not reply, he proposed to me, she said. Still he avoided her eyes. Did he asked awkwardly. Well, that's an extraordinary thing for him to do. Arthur, did you know he was going to propose to me when you left us alone? He isn't a bad fellow, said Arthur Gwyn lamely. Of course, the idea is preposterous. But, after all, it is no sin for a fellow to fall in love with a girl and want to marry her. I mean, one can see his point of view. Leslie was a little shocked, she was more than a little angry. But she kept a tight rein on her tongue. But, Arthur, you wouldn't agree to that. You know I am engaged to Rey, you told me that it was the dream of your life to see me wearing a coronet. Not that I want to wear the beastly thing, but that was what you said. Ordinarily, Arthur Gwyn was possessed of a ready tongue and a nimble wit. He had lied his way out of many an embarrassing situation with more worldly wise people than Leslie. But, somehow, in her presence his brain refused to function, and his witticisms were banal and vulgar even to himself. My dear little girl, he said, with an attempt at cheerfulness, "It really doesn't matter to me whom you marry so long as you're happy. Gilda is a very solid man, he has a considerable private fortune." This time she swung round on her seat and faced him. "Arthur, why do you insist upon the fortune? Where is my money?" The question came point blank and was not to be fenced with. He roused himself to meet a situation which had never before arisen. "Your money? Why, invested, of course." He tried very hard, but he could not produce that convincing note which was so necessary. "Your fortune is in all sorts of shares and bonds." "What a queer question to ask me, girlie." "How much money have I?" she demanded mirthlessly. "About $250,000, a little more or a little less." "For goodness sake don't talk about money, my dear." "But I will talk about it," she said. "Arthur, have I any at all?" His laughter did not carry conviction. And usually people accepted his word. Harry Chelford had asked him only a week before in what stocks was his late mother's fortune invested. And Arthur had replied glibly enough. It was the Miriam Chelford Trust that had occupied his mind through the journey. Something must be done there. Dick Alford had started to ask questions, and Dick had a memory like a recording machine. As for Leslie and her tiresome questions, "What a silly kid you are. Of course you've got money. I wish to heaven I had half your wad. You're a very rich little girl, and you ought to be a very happy little girl." She shook her head. "I don't think I have a penny," she said, and his heart sank. With a tremendous effort of will he met her questioning eyes. "Why do you say that?" She shook her head. "I don't know, in a way I hope I'm poor. I know I had money left me, because you showed me the will a long time ago. But you've been handling it, Arthur, and I've an idea that things haven't been going too well with you." "Do you mean I've stolen your fortune?" he asked loudly, and she smiled. "I wouldn't accuse you of that. I think it is possible you may have invested my fortune unwisely. And it is quite possible that that $250,000 has dwindled and dwindled until it has disappeared." "Is that so?" He did not answer. "Is that so?" "I wish to God you wouldn't ask such stupid questions," he said irritably. "Of course it isn't so." For one wild moment he had the impulse to tell her the TMTH, but vanity, a shrinking from the possible effects the news would have upon the one person in the world for whom he had a grain of affection, inhibited the confession. Back he came naturally to the one thought present in his mind, as he chatted and as he brooded. His last hope lay in the discovery of the Chelford treasure. If that were found, he could snap his fingers at Gilda, could restore the wasted fortune of his sister, and establish himself beyond assail. Gilda would never dare bring his story of the 4 bills to a court of law, and if he did, backed by the Chelford fortune, Arthur could face the storm, confident that, if he made restoration to the man he had robbed, no evil consequences would follow. He was grasping at a straw, and knew it. But Mary Wenner was a shrewd little devil, not the kind of girl who, for the sake of making a sensation, would come to him with a cock-and-bull story. She might have been mistaken. On the other hand, she was so brimful of confidence that he could not believe the story was altogether without foundation. The road to Willow House skirted the grounds of Fossaway Manor, and he saw the Cumberling Arch, red in the setting sun, standing like a fiery question mark that attuned with his mood of doubt and hope. Arrived at his home, he went up to his room to bathe and change before dinner, and it was with a positive sense of freedom that he found himself alone. He was a fool not to have told her the truth, he thought. After dinner he would get her in a softer mood and make a clean breast of it. And then, at the tail of this decision, came the recollection of his interview with Mary Wenner. Suppose she had told the TMTH? Suppose he found these millions of pounds that had lain for centuries in the ground? He formed yet another plan. To his unspeakable relief, Leslie was in her most cheerful mood throughout dinner, and the thought of Fabry and Gilda seemed to have been effectively banished. Leslie, he asked, after the coffee had been served, I want you to do me a great favor. She looked at him across the table, doubt in her eyes. Do you remember Mary Wenner, who used to be Harry's secretary? She nodded. Yes. Dick doesn't like her very much, he was telling me the other day. Never mind what Dick likes or dislikes, he said testily. Great heavens! Are our lives to be none according to his fancies? I'm sorry, he apologized with a laugh, but you'll have to forgive me, I'm rather nervous tonight. What about Mary Wenner? She asked. I was wondering whether you would like to ask her down here to stay a weekend. I shall have a lot of work to do, and she's a excellent stenographer. But I'll be perfectly frank with you and tell you that that is not the only reason I'd like you to invite her. She's been in some kind of scrape and I want to help her clew off. Leslie Gwynn was not curious, or she might have questioned him more about this mythical trouble. I don't know why she shouldn't come, she said. If you'll give me her address I will write to her. I rather fancy that Dick's main objection to her is that she had some sort of attachment for Harry. She's almost forgotten Harry, smiled her brother. To be perfectly candid, I like the girl. She's not a lady, of course, but lady nowadays is a vague and meaningless term. And there was really nothing in her affair with R.E. I mean, it was not serious. I've never thought so, said the girl, and thereupon the question of Mary Wenner was dismissed. He said, some work to do that night, and left her alone in the drawing room, and for once she did not find time hanging very heavily upon her hands. Ordinarily the prospect of an evening spent alone would have seemed intolerably dull, but she had so much to think about, so many perspectives to adjust, that she rather welcomed her solitude. Even at so short a distance of time, her experience with Fabry and Gilda seemed grotesquely unreal. Perhaps she was still numb from the shock of it, for, going over that unpleasant feature incident by incident, she could be neither angry nor amused. Perhaps she was a little afraid, she still felt the pressure of his strong hands upon her, still saw the grey fires that burnt in his eyes. And Dick, how natural it had been to go to him, how safe she had felt. Would it have been the same if Harry Chelford had providentially arrived? She was sure in her mind that she would not have to Haney, or found comfort in his encircling arms. She looked at the clock, it was 10 minutes after 9. Dick would be back at Fossaway Manor by now, and she went out into the hall and, taking off the receiver of the telephone, gave a number. Arthur's study door opened into the hall, and he came out. To whom are you telephoning? He asked suspiciously. I'm calling up Fossaway Manor, she said. You're not going to invite Dick Alford over, are you? He demanded resentfully. Before she could reply, he heard the ring of a bell in the servants' quarters and she ran to the door. Through the glass panel she saw the gleam of a white shirt front on the unlighted porch, and switched on the lights. It was Dick, and, with an oath, Arthur Gwynn flung back into his and slammed the door. He had hoped that Dick had forgotten his clue to call that night. Enter, Richard of Chelford, said the girl dramatically, as she opened the door. I was just phoning to you. I'm bored to extinction and I want amusing. Which was not TME. I don't feel at all amusing, said Dick, as he closed the door and hung up his cap on the hat rack. She took him by the arm and led him into the drawing room. Arthur is invisible tonight, he is working very hard. He doesn't approve of you, and you hardly approve of him, so we shan't be interrupted. Dick, it was lovely of you to arrive as you did this afternoon. Gilda proposed to you, I understand, said Dick quietly. Did he tell you? She fetched a long sigh. Yes, I was amazed. I suppose it was very complimentary, but why did he do it in such a great hurry, do you think? Dick took a cigarette from the box she offered him and lit it before he replied. That is exactly what I've come to discover, he said. I feel rather like a Grand Inquisitor, but I must know. And I can't tell you. She was acting. He knew that her one object was to turn him from an interview with her brother, and she in turn knew that her efforts would be in you had no hint of this precious proposal in advance. "Arthur told you nothing?" "No, Arthur couldn't possibly have known. He told me that Mr. Gilder wanted us to see his new flat, and although it was a great bore going out to tea with somebody one doesn't know, I went to oblige Arthur, of course." "No," she insisted, "you must credit me with a reasonable amount of feminine curiosity. Bachelor's establishments intrigue me. Your one drawback, from my point of view, is that you've only a poky little office and, I presume, a wretched little servant's bedroom." "For a second son I'm rather well off," said Dick with a quizzical smile. "You are sure Arthur didn't give you any forewarning of this proposal?" "Absolutely sure. He was as much astonished as I was." "Have you discussed it with him?" he asked quickly. She hesitated. "Yes, I spoke about it in the car on the way down, and Arthur was rather astonished." "Only astonished, not furious." "He may have been furious, too. Arthur doesn't carry his heart on his sleeve." "I should imagine not," said Dick dryly, and then, "Will you ask him if I can see him for 5 minutes?" She looked at him with troubled eyes. "You're not going to quarrel, are you, Dick?" He shook his head. "No, I'm going to ask him a question or two. You realize that I'm entitled to know." "Why are you entitled?" "Don't you think I am?" he asked gently. Her eyes went up to his for a second, and then dropped, as she read something there that thrilled and hurt her. Without a word she went out into the hall and knocked at Arthur's door. "What does he want?" "I can't be bothered tonight," said Arthur Gwynne fretfully. "What a fellow he is for interrupting people when they are busy." "I think you'd better see him, Arthur," she said, and added, "and get it over." He shot a quick glance at her. "What do you mean, get what over?" he asked. "Whatever there is to get over," said Leslie quietly. Arthur looked down at the picturesque confection of papers that covered his library table. "All right, shoot him in," he said ungraciously. He did not attempt to rise from his chair when Dick entered, closing the door behind him. "Sit down, will you, Alfred? Leslie tells me you want to see me." "Leslie need not have given you that message. I'd already told you this afternoon that I would come to you for an explanation." "Of what?" "Of the unpleasant happening at Gilder's flat. This man proposed to your sister, you know that." "Leslie told me," said the other, after a moment's silence. "And you were annoyed. One, you will dismiss this clerk of yours tomorrow." The other leaned back in his chair. "I don't see why I should," he said coolly. "After all, it's no crime for any man to propose to a pretty girl. Of course, he's not the sort of fellow I should choose for a brother-in-law, but if brothers had to choose husbands for their sisters, you know, Alfred, there would be some very queer marriages." "What is his pull?" asked Dick quietly. "I don't. What is his hold on you?" "What the devil do you mean?" "Just what I say. You would never tolerate a man like Gilder paying attentions to your sister, apart from the insult he offered to a prospective Countess of Chelford, unless he had such a grip on you that all your natural indignation was crushed by the fear of some consequence he held over your head." Arthur Gwyn found it difficult to control his voice. "My dear fellow, how very melodramatic," he scoffed. "Hold over me? You must have been studying the latest Drury Lane play. Naturally, I would rather see Leslie married to your brother, but I certainly would put no obstacle in her way if her heart was set elsewhere." "On Gilder, in fact." "On Gilder," nodded Arthur gravely, as though the matter had been the subject of deep thought and much self-communion. And then Dick Alford asked a question that brought the man to his feet, white and shaking. "Is it the question of the bills?" The what?" faltered the lawyer. "The 4 bills which were supposed to be backed by my brother, the signatures being forgeries. I thought you knew that I had seen them. They were shown to me at the bank, and fortunately I did not disclaim them. Fortunately for you, I mean. When I went to see them again they were taken up. I presume Mr. Fabian Gilder redeemed them. That would have cost him a little over £5,000, and I presume he did not do that out of sheer altruism. Arthur Gwyn's mouth was dry, he could scarcely articulate. I didn't know until today, he muttered. Harry was ill at the time. The money was due to me for legal costs. I went down to the bank to take them up and found they had been honoured. Was that the pull? He did not meet the steady gaze that was fixed on him. Yes, that was the pull, if you want to know. You don't suppose I'd allow Leslie to marry a swine like Gilder unless he had something on me, do you? Can't you understand my position, Alfred? I'm mind. That fellow could send me to jail, he still can. Dick shook his head. Fire him tomorrow, he said. If he produces the bills I will undertake that Harry will acknowledge the signatures. The pink came back to the colourless face of Elmvire. You'll do this, he said eagerly. My God! You don't know what a weight you've lifted off my mind. You're a brick, by Jove. I'll fire him tomorrow. He held out an eager hand and Dick took it with some hesitation. At the best of times Arthur Gwyn did not impress him. At this moment, almost incoherent with relief, he seemed a pitiful coward. I will pay Harry every penny. I have something on the stocks now that will bring me in a fortune, that will wipe out all my debts and put me on my feet again. There was humour in the situation, for the thing which was to rehabilitate his fortunes was no less than the barefaced robbed 1y of Harry Chelford's inheritance. But Arthur was not conscious of the irony of the position. He would deal with Gilder in the morning. Thank God he had not gone still deeper into the mire. The knowledge that in his pocket-book was another bill as yet unuttered, did not cool the glow of virtue he was experiencing. Henceforth he would walk the straight way. There's one thing you could do for me, Alfred, hurry along that marriage. Fix it for next month if you can. Leslie is just a foolish girl, she's trying to put off the inevitable, but that's natural, isn't it? Can't you buck up, Dick? Alfred looked at him steadily. The matter must be left entirely to Leslie, he said, and there was something very definite and final in those words. They came out of the library together. Leslie, waiting, a little fearful, saw the smile on her brother's face and breathed a sigh of thankfulness. You're not going? Dick was reaching for his cap. I have to get back to the house, he said, and, seeing her look of disappointment, he stood irresolutely. Come along in and play mahjong. I am in a mahjong mood, said Arthur, almost jovially. If there was one thing that Dick could not endure that night it was to sit vis-à-vis with Arthur Gwyn. He would have liked to stay with the girl, but for the moment her brother seemed an inevitable third. And he was terribly informative. Arthur was in his most expansive mood. Here is something that will interest you. He pointed to the wall. Hanging against a dark wooden shield was an iron dagger, black and sinister, the handle worn smooth, the long blade notched and jagged. Dick had seen it before. That should be at your place, Alfred. The veritable dagger of the veritable Black Abbot slayer, Hubert of Redruth. Look at his arms on the hilt. I have seen it, said Dick shortly. Put on your coat and come for a walk, Leslie, he suggested, and the obliging Arthur, who would have been agreeable to any scheme he propounded, seconded the suggestion. The night was cool and dark. There was a full moon, visible at intervals through off the drift of clouds. Leslie slipped her arm into his as they walked down the dark avenue toward the road. Did you quarrel? She asked. No, we didn't quarrel, said Dick. There was a little plain speaking, but I think it cleared the air, and, after all, that was what I came for. He is dismissing Gilder tomorrow. She was silent at this, and did not speak again until they were on the road. Is that wise? She asked. I'm a little afraid of the man. I feel he would be a very bad enemy. She heard his soft laugh and felt reassured. "Is that all right?" said Dick. "The worst enemy any man could have, I should imagine. But an enemy is only dangerous in ratio to his hurting power. I don't think Mr. Gilder will hurt anybody." "Not Arthur?" she asked. "Not Arthur, and certainly not you." She squeezed his arm in hers. "You'd be a wonderful brother," she said. He said curtly, and she smiled in the darkness. "Your handsome relative asked me to persuade you to marry next month, and I told him point blank that I would do nothing of the kind. Leslie, do you know that you never see Harry from one weekend to another?" She had realized that for a long time, and it was a constant subject for self-reproach that she had less and less desire for her fiancé's society. "He is really not interested in me, Dick," she said. "Harry is so absorbed in his treasure hunt and his queer chase after the elixir of life." "He's told you that, has he?" asked Dick quickly. "Why, of course," she scoffed. "Do you know, Dick, he has almost convinced me that there is something in his idea." She waited for him to reply. "Don't you think so? In the life water, perhaps there is." "And in the treasure?" she asked. "Maybe. Generations of Chelfords have hunted for that wretched gold, and I suppose in the past 400 years almost as much money has been spent in the search as the treasure is worth. I'm perfectly sure in my own mind that good Queen Bess of pious memory bagged every bar of it." "And I'm perfectly sure she didn't," was the surprising reply. "I've been reading Elizabethan history carefully, and the year that your ancestor hid his gold was the year that the Queen was so hard-pressed for money that she had to borrow from the Lombards." He stopped. "Is that so?" incredulously. "Absolutely. And if you weren't such a skeptic and would read a little more, you would know what any schoolchild could tell you, that in 1582 the Queen was broke. Do you object to that vulgar word?" "It is a familiar one at any rate," he laughed. They had reached the deep cutting, and he turned to the left, opened a gate, and they walked up a little path toward the ruins of Chelford Abbey. The moon was showing through a rift in the clouds. "You ought to see the Abbey by moonlight, if you've never seen it. It's rather beautiful," he said, as he gave her a hand to assist her up the steep path. As they came in sight of the broken walls and towers of this ancient place of peace, something of the solemnity of the scene entered her heart, and she stood still, looking spellbound upon the wreckage of a once great abbey. The abbey ruins stood on the broadest surface of what was locally known as the Mound, the high embankment which ran almost from Fossaway Abbey to the road, following the course of the Little Ravensreel. Here, if tradition spoke the truth, a place of sacrifice had stood, before the English church had risen in flint, before the Norman monks laid chisel to stone on their great abbey. The moon softened and idealized the broken stonework, and in her mind she went back through the years to those ancient times when the black-robed figures of the monks moved where she now stood. Below, to the left, she could see the fret of sparkling silver weather reflected in the Ravensreel. Here they had sat, these ancient men, with their fishing rods, discussing the little events of their narrow world. They had passed into dust, and this great abbey, the pride of their eyes and the work of their hands, was crumbling rapidly into like nothingness. "It is wonderful," she breathed. Were her eyes deceiving her? She could have sworn she saw something moving in the shadow of the old tower. He heard the quick intake of her breath. "What is it?" he asked. "I don't know, my imagination, I think. I thought I saw somebody moving there." He followed the direction of her eyes. "There would be nobody here at this time of the night, unless it is the Black Abbot," he said jocularly, "and we're not scared of him, are we?" "I'm not, for one," she said, with a firmness that she was far from feeling. At that moment she heard something that turned her blood to water. It was a low moan of anguish, a sobbing diminuendo of sound that began on a high note and wailed down the scale until it was inaudible. "What was that?" she asked, grasping his arm. He did not speak, he was straining his eyes toward the shadows. Again the sound, this time a wail that ended in a scream. He caught the girl by the shoulder. At that moment he had seen a figure moving away from the abbey toward the river. A tall, black figure that showed clearly in the moonlight. She saw it, too. "Don't leave me, Dick," she begged, as she felt him strain away from her. Then of a sudden she felt his tension relax. "Let him go," he said, half to himself. She clung to him desperately, frantically, as the figure stumbled and staggered toward the trees that would presently engulf him. The dreadful thing ran on, stopping now and again to turn and gibber and mouth at the man and the woman who stood motionless on the edge of the cutting. Waving wild arms, now howling in dreadful glee, now screaming in senseless fear, it vanished in the dark of the wood, an obscene, uncleanly thing, that belonged to bad dreams and the horrid imaginings of madness. Far away in the distance came the howl of him, and then the night swallowed him up. How dreadful! And then her knees gave under her and she remembered no more. Leslie opened her eyes and frowned up into the face that was bent over her. She was lying on the verge of the road, for Dick had carried her down into the cutting and 100 yards toward Willow House. Oh, how awful! She shuddered, and closed her eyes. It was the Black Abbot. Dick Alford did not reply for a while. His anxiety for the girl was such that all other interests had passed from his mind. "I'm all right now," she said, and, with his assistance, stood shakily on her feet. "I told you I was a fool. This is my crazy day." "Dick, what was it?" "He was too far away from me to see," said Dick, "probably one of our stupid villagers under the influence of drink." She shook her head. "No, it was not that, Dick." "It was," she shuddered again. "I think I'd better go home." "I think you'd be wise," he said gravely. "I wish I hadn't brought you out now." She laughed a little shakily and clung to him tighter. "In a way I'm glad you did," she said, as they walked slowly toward her home. "Dick, I had all sorts of queer dreams. Just before I woke up I felt somebody kiss me. It was so convincing that I can still feel the lips on my cheek." "I kissed you," he said, without shame. "I thought the shock would bring you to life." Her laughter was almost hysterical, for Leslie's nerves were jangled and on edge. "You might at least have denied that," she said. "Dick, you have no subtlety." As they walked slowly toward the house, she noticed that he looked back once or twice. "You're not expecting that thing to follow us, are you?" she asked, her teeth chattering. "No, I thought I heard a car, which was TME. I'll swear I saw a haze of light over the crest of the road, but I must have been mistaken." He was not mistaken, and knew it. A car had been following them, had been slowly ascending the hill to the cutting. He had seen the reflected rays from the lamps distinctly, and had heard the soft purr of engines. What was more certain than anything else, the car could not have turned in that narrow road, so that the only explanation was that the unknown driver had switched off his lights and stopped his machine. "Let me look at you." He turned her to the moonlight and lifted her face. "Don't know whether you're horribly pale or whether it's a trick of the moon," he said, "but you look mighty ill. You had better go straight to bed, preferably without seeing your brother." "Why?" she asked, in surprise. "I don't want this spook story to get around, for one thing," he said. "And for another, oh well, the other doesn't matter." Leslie realized that she was walking at a much slower pace than her physical weakness justified. She was still a little shaky, but in every sense had recovered from the shock. Too sane to believe in ghosts, she had, nevertheless, been shaken by the terrible experience. She leaned heavily on Dick's arm as they paced up the avenue to the house, turning onto the grass that Arthur should not hear their footsteps and come out to give them a boisterous welcome. Presently, with a sigh, she dropped his arm. "I'm glad I went out," she said, in a low voice. "And I'm rather glad," she did not finish the sentence. The silence that followed was a little disturbing for both of them. Suddenly she faced him. "Dick, do you want me to many your brother?" He did not answer. Do you, really? She heard his sigh in the dark. She could not see his face, for they stood in the shadow of a great cedar immediately before the house. I don't know, he said. There was a bleakness in his voice she had heard once before. It isn't a question of my liking. I can offer you no reason why you should not marry him. You must do what you want, Leslie. The decision must rest entirely with you, and if I were a praying man, I would spend the night praying that you did right. Do you wish me to marry him? She asked again. I cannot tell you. His voice was hard, and there swept over her a wave of unreasonable anger and resentment against his detachment. I won't ask you that question again, she said, her voice trembling. Good night, Dick. She ran into the hall and up to her room, and long after she had gone, he stood where she had left him, looking wistfully at the door which had closed upon her. With something like despair at his heart, Dick Alford walked quickly along the road toward Fontwell Cutting. He had something to distract his mind for the moment. There was no sign of the car, and, instead of passing through off the cutting gates, he continued over the brow of the hill. When he went out at night he invariably carried a small flash lamp. He kept a supply of them at the house, for his electric supply had a trick of failing at inconvenient moments, and this he took from his pocket, and, switching on, threw the light on the road, sweeping the beam from side to side. This was not a main thoroughfare, and, except his own and Gwyn's car, and an occasional tradesman's Ford, there was little traffic. He saw the diamond-shaped impress of Arthur Gwyn's rolls, could pick out his own little machine, and presently he saw a new track, the track of tires with an arrow-shaped tread. He could distinguish the exact spot at which it had stopped. Apparently the driver had made no attempt to turn, but had gone backward some distance. He followed the trail till it curved round, apparently into an open field. The wagon gate was closed, but on the loamy earth the mark of wheels was apparent. Red Farm, thought Dick, and, opening the gate, he went into the field. His search was a very short one, for the deserted car was parked close under the hedge parallel with the road. All the lights were out, but the radiator was still hot. He examined the machine carefully. It bore a London number and was new, an American touring car, replete with all the gadgets of its kind. He made a careful note of the number and, walking back to the gate, sat on the top rail and waited. His vigil was not a protracted one. From where he sat he could see over the swelling hill the top curve of the Abbey arch, and 5 minutes after he had taken up his position he saw a figure silhouetted against the skyline cross the brow and descend the hill toward him. Fossaway Park was enclosed in a large meshed wire net fence, which offered no obstacle to any person who wished to surmount it, but the stranger had evidently not reconnoitred the ground very thoroughly, for Dick heard the clang of the wire as some heavy object snuck against it, a curse, and presently he could discern a figure climbing over the wide mesh and drop into the road. For a few seconds it was out of sight, and then he saw it again, silhouetted against the white of the road. Nearer and nearer it came. "Good evening, Mr. Gilder," said Dick politely. "Are you seeing the sights of Chelfordbury?" Gilder started violently and almost dropped the heavy stick he was carrying. "Hello," he stammered. "Who the dickens are you?" A beam of light shot suddenly from his hand and focused the questioner. "Oh, you," said Gilder, taking a long breath. "Gosh. You scared me. I was just admiring your old ruins by moonlight. They are rather fine." "On behalf of the Minutes, I thank you," said Dick, with elaborate courtesy. "Any nice things that you can say about Chelford Abbey are deeply appreciated by its present owner." The man was disconcerted and obviously ill at ease. "I left my car in the field. I thought it might get in the way of traffic," he began. "The tramp around here between 10 and midnight is not very numerous," said Dick, "but if you have the illusion that Red Farm is your property, it is quite understandable that your car should be parked there. What is the game, Gilder?" He was conscious that the man's eyes were peering at him. "I don't know what you mean by game." Is it unlawful to admire a moonlight view? It is unlawful to trespass on my brother's property, said Dick. May I repeat my question, what is the game? I don't understand you. Do you mind letting me get through that gate? I am going home. Dick Alford descended from the gate slowly and pushed it open. You are a suspicious character, Gilda. The man snapped round at him. What the devil do you mean? Just what I say. You are a suspicious character. It is very suspicious to find you loafing around Fossaway Park at this hour of the night, particularly after certain things which have happened recently. Do you think I am the Black Abbot? Sneered the man, and Dick's chuckle came from the darkness. There are many interesting possibilities about you, Gilda. What did you expect to find in the Abbey? I tell you I was merely admiring the view by moonlight. If that is an offence you can bring me before a bench of magistrates. Dick, his hands in his pockets, stood watching the man as he switched on the lights of the car and started it. The place to admire the ruins is from the crest of the hill, not from the ruin itself, he said. If you had been a normal admirer you would never have been out of sight. May I also suggest that it wasn't necessary to switch off your lights or to hide your car. The best view of the Abbey is from the upper road. Gilda, you had better be careful. Is that a threat? It is a warning, said Dick. And a man as clever as you would not lightly despise such a warning. By the way, my solicitors are starting an action tomorrow to set aside your agreement with Farmer Leonard. I am hoping that you will not involve yourself in the expense of defending the action. That is a matter that I shall discuss with your lawyer, said Gilda, as he started the car. Dick watched the machine as it waddled over the furrows and turned onto the road, and followed it out, closing the gate behind it. Do you know anything about racing, Gilda? Gilda turned with a jerk. Was this man privy to his secrets? I know a little. Why? Do you know what a warning-off notice is? Gilda stared at him open-mouthed. Yes, it is a notice issued by the Jockey Club warning people off Newmarket Heath. Splendid, said Dick. Will you take a warning-off notice from me? I warn you off Willow House and all that is contained therein. And if I don't accept the warning? You'll be sorry, as I've remarked before, said Dick. Gilda jammed in his clutch and the car jerked von Var with a whine, and soon its tail lights had disappeared round the end of the road. The second son climbed the fence, though the gate was near enough, and, passing the Abbey Minutes, walked briskly toward Fossaway Manor. His way brought him past the wing of the house in which his brother's library was situated. One of the big leaded windows was 01RN, and he caught a glimpse of Harry at his desk, sitting in the half-light, his head on his hands, a book before him. Dick sighed and continued on his way. Thomas, the footman, answered the bell he rang. Get me some coffee and biscuits. I shall be working late, he said. When the man had gone, he went to his desk and unlocked the post bag that had come up from the station that night and shook out a heap of letters. He sorted them over carefully, and, selecting one, opened it. The letter bore the royal crest and the plain address New Scotland Yard, and was from an old school friend of his. Dear LHCK, thank you for your rather extraordinary letter, but I am afraid we can do nothing for you officially. Private detectives, of course, are punk for your purpose, and the best I can do for you is as follows. We have a detective sergeant at headquarters named Putler. You may have seen his name in connection with the Hatton Garden robbery. He's a very efficient man and marked for promotion, but rather a weird-looking bird. At the Yard we call him Monkey Puttier, though he is universally liked in spite of this unflattering sobriquet. Putler never takes any kind of holiday, and is generally supposed to spend his spare time in criminal investigation and to sleep in an odd corner of the yard. He is entitled to 6 weeks holiday leave. Of course, in ordinary circumstances he would never dream of taking 6 minutes, but I have had a talk with him, and with the complete approval of our chief, it was necessary to tell him what you wanted. Puttier will spend his holiday at Fossaway Manor. As I said before, He's rather a queer-looking creature, a rabbit teetotaler, a strong churchman, with violent views on church music. You can rely absolutely upon his discretion. I've told him that you will pay him £10 a week and all his expenses. I only wish I could let you have him permanently, but I ask that in 6 weeks your trouble will be cleared up." Dick put the letter carefully in his inside pocket, and, walking across the hall, went into the library. Lord Chelford heard the door close and looked up. "Hello, Dick," he said, quite amiably. "What is the news?" Before he answered, Dick Alford walked to the window off which he had seen his brother, pulled it close, and fastened the lock. "What is wrong?" growled Chelford. "Our monkish friend has been seen," he said, "and I think it advisable that your window should be kept closed." R.E. Chelford's hand went up to his lips. "Can't we do anything with that fellow?" he asked fretfully. "Where are the police? What do we pay them for? It's monstrous that the countryside should be terrified by—" "Really, Dick, couldn't you do something?" "The police are doing everything that can be done," Dick replied. He charged his pipe carefully and lit it with a match which he took from a silver container on Haney's table. "I've been over to see Leslie," he said. "Put away that infernal book and talk." With evident reluctance Lord Chelford closed the thick tome over which he had been poring and leaned back in his chair with an air of resignation. "Leslie? I don't see very much of her," he said. "She's a very intelligent girl and knows how busy I am. Not every woman would show so much understanding." "Did you see Arthur?" Dick nodded. "Had a phone message saying that he was coming over in the morning. He wants me to sign some documents in connection with Leslie's estate. Good fellow, Arthur." "Very," said Dick, without a trace of sarcasm in his voice. "Yes, I owe a lot to Arthur." Harry looked up through his horn-rimmed spectacles and nodded as he spoke. "I shouldn't have met Leslie, and certainly I shouldn't have had any idea of marrying," he went on naively. "But Arthur was very keen to get a husband for her who wasn't a fortune hunter. And of course, the money will be useful." Dick listened patiently to this disjointed explanation for the forthcoming marriage. He had heard it before in identically the same terms. "Why do you want to marry money at all?" he asked. "We're not paupers." Harry Chelford shmgged his thin shoulders. "I suppose we're not," he said indifferently. "I never bother about the money side. You're such a clever old bird, Dick, that I'm spared that. By heavens, I don't know where I should be if it wasn't for you. Do you get all you want yourself, Dickie?" Dick Alford nodded. "A nice girl," his brother went on, "and, as I say, a sensible girl. I wish you'd get her over to dinner one night. There are several things I want to talk about to Arthur. There's the Doncaster estate, for example. I had a letter from somebody the other day, saying that they were willing to pay a very big price for Crete Horpies. I don't see any reason in the world why we shouldn't sell." "But I do," said Dick, puffing slowly at his pipe. "I also have had the offer, and when I get one that approximates to my eyes as being near the Crete Horpies' value, we may sell. But the price that has been offered is ludicrous." £120,000, murmured Lord Chelford, shaking his head disparagingly. "I don't see how you can improve on that, Dick." "We can. Why?" said Dick. His eyes were roaming the desk, and after a while he saw a book which was seldom far away from his brother's hand, and, getting up, he reached over and took it, Chelford watching with a triumphant smile. "It's got you, has it, old man?" he asked. "I thought it would sooner or later. You're too sensible to dismiss the Chelford treasure as a myth." Dick turned the old pages covered with pale writing, the diary of that Lord of Chelford who had suffered for his disloyalty at the hands of the common headman. The idea had come to him in the middle of the previous night, and all that day the old diary had come in and out of his mind at odd and incongruous moments. Whilst it was not true that he had been won over to his brother's faith in the existence of the treasure, his curiosity had been piqued by a vague recollection of one line in the diary. He turned it up now and read, "These ingots he shall put away in the safe place if yet the weather be dry and the drought continue, though rain is near at hand." "I am only wondering," he said, as he handed back the book, "what effect the drought had upon the hiding place, why rain would have spoiled his plan, as apparently it would." "Ha ha," said his lordship, almost boisterously. "The poison is working, Richard. You will become as ardent a treasure hunter as I shall I tell you where the gold was hidden." He leaned forward, his elbows on the table, his eyes gleaming. "In a cave, or an underground chamber of some kind. There are 3 references in this diary to a Schsel." He turned the pages rapidly. "Listen, here is one," he said, "and read, 'This day Tom Goodman brought me the Schsel from Brighthelmstone.'" "Which is Brighton, I presume?" asked Dick. His brother nodded, turning the pages. "Here is another reference," he said. "The new Schsel has come. I have left it near the place and those dull wights who see it will know little of its value to me." Dick smiled. "It must have been something remarkable in the way of Schsels," he said. "It doesn't mention its size or its shape." "Nowhere, I have searched the diary for that." There came a tap at the door. It was Thomas. "Will you have your coffee here, sir?" "No, put it in my room." "Are you working tonight, Dick?" asked Chelford. "After you've gone to bed, Harry," said Dick, with a laugh, "and I think it is about time you went. One of these days you'll have a breakdown and I'll have to call in your pet abomination." "Ah," shivered Chelford. "Never bring a doctor into this house, I loathe them." He got up, stretched himself with a yawn, and Dick followed him out of the room. "I shall sleep well tonight," said his lordship, pushing back his long black hair with a characteristic gesture. "If I'd only known of that stuff before." "What stuff is this?" asked Dick good-humouredly. Never a day passed that some new patent medicine did not come into the house, some cure-all, accompanied by pages of closely printed literature. Lord Chelford's patent medicine habit was a vicious circle. The literature of one cure-all revealed symptoms of which he had never been conscious before. Nor had he settled a miraculous nostrum than it was superseded by one even more dazzling in its promises. Dick followed him up the stairs into the long where he spent the few hours he could tear himself away from his library. A 4-poster bed, an old dressing chest, a deep closet in which his scanty wardrobe hung, and a very long table, the surface of which was literally covered with bottles and small boxes, comprised the furniture of his room, with the exception of a battered armchair before the fireplace. There must have been more than 100 boxes and packages on the table. Some of these came in consequence of standing orders given years before and never countermanded. These had never been opened. There were cures for asthma, for bronchitis, for rheumatism, marvelous liniments, amazing sleep inducers, nerve tonics, every disease to which the human system is liable had its antidote in that collection. By the side of his bed on a small table was a jug of hot water and a glass. Chelford opened a tin chosen from the medley of bottles and boxes, took out 2 small white pellets and dropped them into a glass, covering them with water. He stirred them till they were dissolved, Dick watching, half amused, half pitiful. "Ah!" Chelford put down the glass. "That's the stuff. No drugs, Dick, just a mixture of natural elements that bring rest to the tired brain and sleep to weary eyes." "I guess you're quoting the label," said Dick, with a laugh. "Even cocaine is a natural element. And there's nothing nearer to nature than morphia. You're an old goop, Haney, and if I had my way I'd take all these infernal bottles and dump them into the round pond." "I should probably be dead in a month," said Harry with a smile, as he began to undress, "and you'd have to stand your trial for wilful murder." Dick closed the door behind him, waited till he heard the bolt shot home, then went downstairs to his own room. His coffee was waiting and he began his 3-hour task, the opening and answering of letters, the examination of leaflets and the inspection of bills. There were cheques to be signed, envelopes to be addressed, and it was nearly 2 o'clock before he rose stiffly, and, pushing open the door of the French windows, walked out upon the lawn. There was a sign of dawn in the sky. The air was sweet and pure, and he drew great breaths of nature's champagne before he lit his pipe and strolled noiselessly along the lawn, keeping parallel with the face of the house. He had never felt less sleepy, and he was debating in his mind whether he should take a cold bath and go on with some work that he had left unfinished on the previous day, when he saw, only for a second, a pinpoint of light in the distance. It was a white, star-like flicker that dawned and disappeared almost instantly. "If that isn't a flash lamp, I'm a Dutchman," he muttered, went back into his room, and, taking down a shotgun, slipped a handful of cartridges into the pocket of his dinner jacket. There had been a number of poaching affrays in the neighborhood, and the unknown poachers were a desperate gang who had never hesitated to shoot. Dick felt it best to be on the safe side, and, with the gun under his arm and 2 shells rammed home into the breech, he strolled across to where he had seen the light. It is a fact that Dick Alford had no constitutional objection to poachers. His views on the subject had shocked many a hoary-headed country justice, for Dick held to the line that it was pardonable for any man to shoot for the cooking, and to him poaching was a mild joke. The house and surrounding trees obstructed his view, but a 5 minutes' walk brought him to off a thin plantation to the priory fields. Now he saw, unless his judgment was at fault, that the light must have come from the direction of the Abbey ruins. He stood for 10 minutes in the shadow of it, but no light showed. And then, as his foot was raised to walk forward, he saw it again, just a momentary flicker, and this time there was no doubt that it came from the Abbey. No intelligent poacher would waste 5 minutes on that part of the estate, though there were trout in the Raven's Reel, and the burrows of a few hares in its banks. He moved von Var steadily up the slope of the mound, and he could distinguish the chaos of stone and crumbling walls. The intruder was no expert burglar, for again the light flickered. Was it Gilda, he wondered, as he followed the course of the little river? Had that sinister man returned to admire the view of the Abbey by moonlight? The east was turning grey, the cold morning wind had freshened, but though he wore only a thin dinner suit, Dick did not feel the cold. Stealthily he climbed to the top of the mound, pausing to take observation. Again the light, this time not 50 yards away, and he could make out the figure of a man moving slowly amidst the broken walls. He was searching the ground diligently. "Lost anything?" asked Dick. The visitor spun round with a startled cry. "Hello. Who are you?" he asked hoarsely, and Dick recognized the voice. It was Arthur Gwyn. A painful and embarrassing moment for Arthur Gwyn. "Hello," he said awkwardly. "I couldn't sleep." "Were you looking for an opiate?" asked Dick politely. "You should have come up to the house. My brother has a small drug store, and we might have been able to find you something for your insomnia." "Don't be amusing," growled Arthur, thrown off his balance. "What I meant was, I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk." "This place interests. I never knew you were an archaeologist before, and a midnight archaeologist at that." "The country simply swarms with them," said the ironical young man. "Or perhaps you're a moth hunter. Or did you come out to hear the nightingale? It's rather late in the season." "See here, Alfred, I don't want you to get funny at my expense. I tell you I came out for a walk. You're not going to suggest I'm trespassing, are you? If it comes to that, what are you doing here?" He heard Dick chuckle and went hot under the collar. "I am attached to the estate. I thought you knew that," said Dick at last, "and one of my jobs is to challenge suspicious-looking individuals at whatever hour they show themselves or their flash lamps." "Oh, you saw the light, did you? I thought somebody would." Arthur was himself again. "The truth is, Dick, I had a horrible dream that woke me up. I dreamt I saw that wretched black Abbot, and the dream was so vivid that I resolved to come along and have a look at the place. It was on the edge of the cutting that he was last seen." "Oh, a ghost hunter," murmured Dick. That of course explains everything. You came armed, I see. Very wise. Arthur had been praying that this objectionable man would not notice the steel crowbar he carried, but the eyes of the other were peculiarly sharp, and there was just enough dawn light to reveal the nature of the instrument he carried. "You didn't see the Black Abbot, I suppose," said Dick, in his polite conversational way. "No. I shouldn't imagine you would. It's rather late for him. Our family ghosts keep early hours. They are a respectable lot, and the abbot, as you probably know, was a highly respectable and even a religious man, though not, I believe, untouched by the horrid voice of scandal." He was walking by Arthur's side to the cut road as he spoke, and the light was not good enough for him to see the dull flush that came to that good-looking man's face, but he could guess it. "I don't want to quarrel with you, Alfred, but I have the greatest objection to your being sarcastic at my expense. I don't know why I should explain anything to you, but you've been a good friend of mine tonight and I'm telling you the TMTH. And really, it's hardly playing the game to doubt my word." Dick said nothing to this, but poised himself watchfully on the edge of the cut, until the ruffled man had disappeared from sight. What was the meaning of all this? He wondered. What attraction had the Abbey ruins for these strangely assorted people? First Mary Wenner, then Gilda, and now Arthur Gvyn. What was there about these ancient stones which would bring the fastidious lawyer from his bed to make an early morning search? He knew Arthur rather well, much better in fact than he guessed. He hated discomfort of all suns, but here he was, at 4 o'clock in the morning, absurdly but suitably attired in a golf suit of irreproachable pattern, a crowbar in one hand and an electric torch in the other, turning over the rubbish of the Abbey and seeking, what? The treasure. Not till that moment did the solution flash upon Dick Alford, and he was so overcome that he sat down on the nearest sandstone block and laughed till the tears came into his eyes. The treasure. Harry had infected these prosaic people with his obsession. But how? Obviously, Mary Wenner was the connecting link. There was a time, he remembered, when she was an enthusiastic seconder to Haney's efforts, and believed as implicitly in the existence of this mythical gold as did her employer. Arthur was a friend of hers, he had heard them Arthur and Mary each other, and, through Arthur, Gilda must have come into the knowledge. So that was the explanation. And the Chelford treasure was obviously the windfall that Arthur Gwyn expected. He was smiling to himself all the way back to the house, until a thought came into his mind that turned the joke of it. Suppose they were right and he was wrong? Suppose there was a treasure to be found? No sooner did the thought than he had laughed it out of his mind. These people merely reflected Harry's enthusiasm and faith. He fastened the door of his study and went up to the room that overlooked the gardens of Fossaway Manor. Immediately opposite his door was a narrow passageway ending in stairs, as narrow, that led to the servants' quarters. As his steps sounded on the grand stairway, a shadowy figure that had been prowling about the corridor slipped into the narrow entrance and crouched down. Thomas, the footman, saw Dick go into his room and close the door, and he breathed more freely. He waited, but he could hear no movement. Silence reigned in Fossaway Manor. No sound came from the world outside. In 5 minutes Dick was lying in a profound slumber. He had drawn down the blinds that the light should not break his rest, and the room was in almost complete darkness. Ordinarily he would have heard a sound, the sound of the floorboards creaking outside his door, and would have been awake instantly. Twice the planks creaked under a heavy weight, but he did not stir. And then the handle of his door turned slowly and the door itself moved the fraction of an inch. The thing outside listened, showing its white teeth in a grin. The sound of Dick Alford's regular breathing came out to him and he pushed the door open a little farther, and, crouching, moved stealthily toward the bed, feeling for the brass rail at the foot. Not a sound came from the intruder, and yet he was shaking with laughter. He fumbled in his pocket and took out a long-bladed clasp knife and opened it carefully, testing the edge with his thumb. Then, slowly, his long fingers went out to locate the position of the body. The angel of death hovered in that second above the sleeping man. From the hall below came a woman's voice, distraught, beside herself with fear. "Dick, Dick, for God's sake!" Dick turned uneasily in his sleep and half opened his eyes. 1HCK. It was a girl's voice, sharp with fear, that came from the hall below. "Dick." The thing with the knife dropped the weapon and, cringing back toward the hesitated a second, and slipped out. "Dick." Again the voice, and Dick woke. Was he dreaming? Slipping out of bed, he threw 01RN the door and walked on to the landing. "Who's calling?" he asked, husky with sleep. "It is I, Leslie." "Dick, I want you." He went back to his bedroom, pulled a dressing gown from a hook and raced down the stairs, dressing as he went. She was standing in the gloom of the hall, a slim figure. She had no hat, her bare feet were thrust into slippers, and she wore an overcoat over what was evidently a hastily assumed skirt. "What is the matter, dear?" He pushed open the door of his study and led her in. She was trembling from head to foot. "I don't know. Something dreadful has happened," she gasped. "I thought my car would wake you, didn't you hear it?" "Something dreadful has happened?" "What?" he asked quickly. "I don't know. I've got everything out of proportion. I saw Arthur fighting with a man on the lawn. It was dreadful. I thought I must have been mistaken and went to his room, but the bed was empty and had not been slept in. By the time I could get downstairs onto the lawn, they had disappeared." "Oh, Dick, what can have happened?" "Fighting?" He was incredulous. "I saw Arthur I don't know how long ago, it may have been an hour or two. I don't know how long I've been sleeping." It was daylight now, the clock over the mantelpiece showed it to be 5:15. "Just wait a moment. I'll be with you in a jiffy." He ran up the stairs and in 5 minutes rejoined her, dressed, and, lifting her into the car, he sent the little machine flying down the drive. "How did you get into the house?" "I came to off your study. I rang the bell at the door, but nobody answered me. And then I tried your French windows and they were open. I'm always forgetting to lock them." "I'm glad I did." "And they will never be locked in the future," said Dick. "Now, just tell me what happened." She told her story coherently. Her very association with this man had restored her failing courage. And as she grew calmer, she became penitent. "What a scare cat you will think I am," she said ruefully. "I don't know what time it was, about half an hour ago, I think, but I was sleeping when I heard voices. I went to the window and looked out. It was still rather dark, there are an awful lot of trees before the house, but I could see 2 men, and I wouldn't have known one of them was Arthur, only I heard him speaking angrily." "Did you hear anything he said?" "No, they were too far away. They were near the laurels that hide the house from the road. And then I saw Arthur strike the man, and they began to struggle, and that is all I saw. By the time I'd got downstairs they had disappeared." "But you say you saw him? How could you?" Dick gave a version of his encounter with the lawyer that was more flattering to Arthur than was deserved. "But that couldn't be TME, she said, in perplexity. "He hadn't been to bed at all." "What is the meaning of it, Dick?" "The Lord knows," said Dick piously. "I wish my friend Putler were here." The car ran through the cutting and took the long, straight road to Willow House. They were turning into the drive when Dick saw a man walking in front of him. "There's your Arthur," he said, and she uttered a little cry of thankfulness. It was Arthur with a difference. His nose had been bleeding, his eye was slightly discolored. In other circumstances Dick would have laughed, but the girl was so concerned with her brother's injuries that it would have been brutal even to find anything amusing in the discomfiture of this dandified young lawyer. "It was nothing," he said gruffly. "I met a poacher and had a slight argument with him. The knees of his new golfing knickers were soiled and torn, the knuckles of his hand were red and bleeding. Dick felt that it was not the moment to ask him questions, and followed the brother and sister into the house, an interested and cautious observer of events. The servants had been roused and one of them brought some coffee, and Dick, who had been half dead from sleepiness, accepted the steaming cup gratefully. "What do you think has happened, Dick?" she asked, when Arthur had gone up to his to treat his injuries, having refused all the assistance she offered. "I think he has told us what has happened. He had trouble with a poacher. In other words, he had a vulgar fight. It is one of those distressing happenings that the best of men cannot always avoid." She shot a suspicious glance at him. "You don't mean that, Dick? And it couldn't have been a poacher?" "I'm perfectly sure it was Mr. Gilder." Dick was not prepared to contest this point of view. The probability of Arthur's assailant being his head clerk was one that had occurred to him. But why should Gilder be in the vicinity of Willow House at that hour of the morning? At a suitable opportunity he would ask Arthur Gwyn for the TMTH. He was conscious that she was looking at him, and, meeting her eyes, he saw something that made him catch his breath. "What shall I ever do without you?" she asked, with a gesture of helplessness. "I am into you crying every time I am hurt, and you appear by magic whenever I'm in trouble. Dick, one of these days I'm going to be a disgrace to my sex." "I hope not, Leslie," he smiled. "What particularly outrageous thing have you in mind?" She nodded wisely. "You will see," she said. "I also can be mysterious." He declined the loan of her car and returned on foot to the house. Unless Harry's sleeping draught had taken effect, he would have heard the car, for it faced the drive. But no sound came from the King's chamber, as his sleeping apartment was magniloquently termed, and Dick went to his room and took off his clothes. He was getting into bed when his foot touched something hard and shiny, and, stooping, he picked it up. "Moses," said Dick under his breath, and switched on the light. The knife was a new one, its edge razor sharp. He turned it over and over in his hand and frowned. Then, walking to the door, he locked it, and Dick did not usually sleep behind a locked door. But he realized that the 24 hours to off which he was passing were pregnant with unpleasant possibilities. The office of Gwyn and Gwyn was thrown into some disorder the next morning by a most unexpected occurrence. Mr. Fabian Gilder, for the first time in his 25 years' association with the business, did not put in an appearance. Instead, came a note to the senior clerk, asking that a certain drawer in his desk should be opened and the contents thereof sent by special messenger to Mr. Gilder's house in Regent's Park. There was a postscript to the note. "It is unlikely that I shall return to the business. I have handed my resignation to Mr. Gwyn, and intend to devote my time to the development of my private affairs." A wire from Arthur Gwyn appointed the senior clerk to take the place of the retired Gilder, an arrangement not altogether to the satisfaction of the senior clerk, for there were unpleasant whisperings about Gwyn and Gwyn, hints of dire developments to come that made the older members of the staff quake in their shoes. Arthur did not appear that day, nor the next, and the mystery of Gilder's resignation remained unsolved, for the confidential messenger who carried his papers to his flat, and who expected to hear from him the reason for his sudden departure, was not admitted. Mr. Gilder was in bed. He had come up from the country early in the morning and had met with a slight accident whilst getting out of his car. Apparently he had remained awake long enough to write his letter to the office, but was now sleeping, so the servant said. And she spoke the truth, though he did not sleep as soundly as he might have done had his lips not been cut and his shoulders slightly strained. You cannot indulge in fisticuffs in the uncertain light of dawn without incurring a certain amount of damage. Curiosity was not the besetting vice of Dick Alford. Even if it had been, he would not have spared the time to make a call at Gwyn and Gwyn's to discover the extent of Nfr Gilder's damage. He had his bath and shaved just before lunch, and came downstairs to find that the train had brought him a visitor. Sergeant Putler he recognized, though he had never seen him before, from the description that his friend had sent him. He was a tall, gaunt man of 40. The tired-looking brown eyes that gazed with gentle melancholy from their deep sockets reminded him of a sick and sorrowful chimpanzee he had once seen. His forehead was low, his upper lip long, and his arms reached almost to his knees. These features, added to a constitutional stoop, contributed to his unprepossessing appearance. Poor Mr. Putteler was not unaware of the simian mould in which his frame was cast, and it was, apparently, a matter which alternately depressed and pleased him. "Well, sir, how do you like me?" he said without a smile, though there was a twinkle of malicious joy in his brown eyes. "I've known people to faint the first time they've seen me, especially romantical people." "I shan't faint," smiled Dick, "possibly because I'm not romantical." The footman came in at that moment, and evidently romance tinged his soul, for at the sight of the strange, long-armed man he visibly staggered and blinked. "Take Mr. Putteler up to his room. Afterward, Putteler, come and dine, and I have something to tell you." The dazed Thomas led the way up the stairs to a room next door to that occupied by Dick. The housekeeper had been warned of his coming and the room was ready. He deposited his suitcase and took stock of his rather handsome surroundings. "Is there anything further I can do, sir?" asked Thomas. Sergeant Putteler blinked at him. "Nothing, thank you." "And, as Thomas was going, what do you call yourself now?" "Me, sir, my name is Thomas Luck." Puttier shook his head sadly. "Thomas Bad Luck," he said, "William Hard Lines or Hemi Too Bad. Does your master know that your name is Slacer and that you've done a stretch in Dartmoor?" "No," said the man sullenly. "He will, Thomas, he will," said the detective gently, and with murder in his eyes the footman slunk out of the room. Mr. Putteler came downstairs purring with satisfaction. "Are you sure that is my room, Mr. Alford?" he asked. "Not expecting the Prince of Wales, are you? I've always been ambitious to sleep in a four-poster bed. Now, Mr. Alford, first of all, I must introduce you to my brother. By the way, he's rather of a nervous disposition, and I've told him that you're a member of an accountancy firm who has come down to help me with my books." Mr. Putteler expressed his agreement with this mild form of deception. He was taken to the big library and formally introduced. Harry Chelford was so used to the advent of Dick's extraordinary guests that he saw nothing unusual in the appearance of the simian Putteler. Happily, he was near-sighted, and though it was a startling experience to find himself shaking hands across a broad desk, which an ordinary man could not have spanned, he did not realize the cause of the phenomenon. Dick entertained accountants, land agents, an occasional bailiff or two, so that there was no novelty in the invitation. Learned-looking strangers came to his table from time to time and were introduced and passed out of his mind. "He will be staying 6 weeks," Dick had told him, "and you mustn't object to his prowling round the place, because I want to get a true valuation of the estate, and he has his own peculiar methods." "You might get him to price the black Abbot," said Haney, half dully, half amused. "What we want, Dick, is not so much a valuer as a good policeman." Dick Alford thought that the coming guest might fulfill both functions, but he did not say so. He ushered his visitor back to his own little office, carefully closed the door and sat down at his desk. "Now, make yourself comfortable. Do you smoke?" Mr. Putteler fumbled in his pocket and produced a black pipe. "It's not very aristocratic," he apologized, "but I prefer tobacco to cigars and cigarettes." "I'll join you," said Dick. His study had 2 doors, one that opened into the hall and one into a side corridor running back to the housekeeper's room. The 2 men had been talking for 10 minutes, though, as far as Mr. Putteler was concerned, his contribution to the discourse was limited to an occasional question, when Thomas came noiselessly down the side corridor, peeped into the hall, and walked back to the study door. There was a look of apprehension upon his lean and shapeless face which was not without cause. Stooping, he put his eye to the keyhole. He could just see the end of the settee and the head and shoulders of the strange visitor. He was holding something in his hand, a white-handled knife, and was examining it with curiosity. Thomas bent his head and pressed his ear against the hole. Dick's back was to the door and he was speaking in a lower tone than usual, and this reacted to the disadvantage of the eavesdropper, for only a few distinct and intelligible sentences came to him. Might have been somebody admitted to the house by one of the servants was the first thing he heard. A few minutes later, Mr. Putler, whose voice was distinct, asked, "Was the window in the library open?" And he heard Dick say, "Yes," and add something which he could not catch. The soles and heels of Thomas's boots were of rubber. He passed into the hall and made another reconnaissance, then returned to his listening post, in time to hear Dick say, "My brother hasn't an enemy in the world. I am afraid I can't say the same." Once the listener caught the word treasure and once he heard the name of Arthur Gwynn, but in what association he could not learn. Again Thomas visited the hall. He could not take the risk of being seen listening at the door. He was free from observation so far as he knew. The old Chelford butler was in the servants' hall. Dick and his brother did not lunch till 2, an unholy hour from the point of view of servants, but very suitable for Dick and his peculiar occupation. He squinted through the keyhole again. The detective still had the knife in his hand and was looking at it intently. He heard him say, "This is new," and then Dick entered a long and apparently explanatory statement, not a word of which came to the disgusted man who was listening. He was most anxious to hear some reference to himself, but, if it was made, he did not overhear his name. Soon after, however, a familiar phrase caught his ear. Dick Alford was talking about the Black Abbot, and he heard rather a sketchy description of that spook. Then his voice dropped again, and coincident with this Thomas heard the stately footsteps of the butler, slipped back to the housekeeper's room, and was busy in the pantry when the stout Mr. Glover found him. The luncheon was not a genial meal. Harry had acquired the disgraceful habit of bringing a book to his meals, and he was utterly absorbed in the volume and left Dick and his visitor to carry on a conversation as though he were not present. Mr. Puttier, who was a man of wide experience, was neither embarrassed by his magnificent surroundings, for Lord Chelford lived in a princely style, 3 footmen and a butler waiting upon them, nor did he feel it necessary to live up to the state in which he found himself. He was altogether unaffected, had a fund of anecdotes, and could tell funny stories without apparently enjoying them himself, which is the art of amusement. Only once did Dick interrupt his brother's reading. "Leslie is coming to tea," he said. "She phoned over just before lunch." Harry Chelford looked up and his face fell. "That is very unfortunate," he said. "I had promised myself an uninterrupted afternoon with Frau Hickler. I've just had a facsimile edition sent to me from Leipzig." Hickler, you remember, Dick, was a cloistered monk in the days of Elizabeth, our abbey being one of the few that was not interfered with by Henry VIII or by Elizabeth either, partly, I think, because our particular order of monks were antagonistic to the Jesuits. Dick listened patiently, and when his brother had exhausted the history of the Black Fathers of Chelfordbury, "You'll have to be civil and come to tea, and after that I've no doubt Leslie will not object to your going back to Frau Hickler, who was a German, I presume." "He was a German," said Haney gravely. "And the circumstances which brought him to Chelfordbury were rather peculiar." "The best German I ever read about it was Mr. Putler, who intimated was Robinson Crusoe." Dick thought it was a crude jest on the part of his guest, but, if it was so, Mr. Putler was unconscious of his humour. Haney stared at the accountant. He took such statements as these very seriously indeed. "I am not well acquainted with Robinson Crusoe," he said, "but surely you are wrong in saying that he was a German? I have always regarded such characters as typically English." "He was a German," said Mr. Putler firmly, "though few people are aware of the fact. If you look at the first page of the story you'll see these words, 'My father was a merchant of Bremen and Brabants in Germany,' or 'I'm a Dutchman.' And if his father was a German, he was a German, because there was no such thing as naturalization in those days." Having dropped his literary thunderbolt, Puttier was prepared to take up the subject which Dick had interrupted by his question. "The trouble with church music, Mr. Alford, is that it's a little too sugary. It appeals to the senses. I've had many an argument with my brother churchwardens. Are you a churchwarden?" asked Dick, in surprise. Again the gleam of laughter in the man's deep-set eyes. "It's hard to believe," he said modestly, "but I am." Soon after this, Haney left the table, and was gone 5 minutes when he returned with a fat volume under his arm. "You're right," Mr. Puttier suggested Dick. "You're right about Robinson Crusoe. What an extraordinary fact, to think that one has lived all one's life under such a mistaken impression." This evidence of literary skill on the part of the visitor brought a remarkable change in Harry's attitude. Before, Puttier might have had no existence. He was one with the milkman, and the village postman. He took Puttier affectionately by the arm and led him into the library, and there Dick left them, knowing exactly the course of instruction that Mr. Puttier would receive, for Harry's first act was to unlock his desk and take out the diary. He was relieved to have Puttier off his hands for an hour or two. Dick that day was experiencing a sense of unbelievable relief. A great burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and one of his more pressing and secret troubles had been half dissipated. He ran halfway down the drive to meet Leslie's car, and leapt on the running board while the car was moving. "Practicing for a tram conductor," he said cheerily. "I've decided on my profession when you arrive at Fossaway Manor, mistress of all Thesedems." "When will that be, Dick?" she asked, looking steadily ahead. "Never, I hope." In his lightness of heart he had not kept that usual guard on his tongue, and the words were out before he could stop them. Twice he had been taken off his guard, and he would have given anything to unsay his words. Apparently she did not attach any great significance to them, for she did not turn her head, sending the car spinning to the broad gravelled place before the old porch. He jumped down when she stopped the machine and helped her alight. "I have to prepare you for a curious bird," he said, and described Mr. Puttier with more tmth than flattery. "What is he, Dick?" "He's an accountant," said Dick glibly. "He's also quite an amusing fellow and full of weird information. I'm going to try a little on you. Do you know that Robinson Crusoe was a German?" "Why, of course, his father lived in Bremen," she said, and he was still laughing when he took her into the library. In the presence of his fiancée Lord Chelford exhibited a nervousness and a gaucherie which might have been understandable if he were meeting her for the first time. He had never quite overcome the novelty of his engagement, and his attitude toward her was one of awe rather than of reverence. "How do you do, Leslie?" He had never kissed her in his life. Now he held her hand for a fraction of a second and dropped it as though it burned him. "Do you know Mr. Tutier?" "Puttier," said the other, and Leslie looked into the melancholy eyes and read something in them that Dick had missed, and possibly Mr. Puttier's closest associate had not seen. She did not pay him the poor compliment of feeling sorry for him, though she read in those quick lighting deeps a craving for woman's sympathy which nature, by her cruel handiwork, had repelled in advance. "Glad to know you, Miss Gwynne. I know your brother Mr. Arthur Gwynne, the solicitor, isn't it?" "I thought so." "Has Arthur come?" asked Harry. "No," said Dick. "We're going to have tea in the drawing room. Will you come along, Harry?" Surely," he said hastily. "You'll excuse me, dear," effort to employ even so banal an expression of affection. It was when they reached the beautiful drawing-room, with its windows 01 to the terrace, and a riot of gorgeous sulphur chrysanthemums showing above the stone balustrade, they found they were alone. Mr. Puttier had melted away as they were passing through off the hall. He explained, afterward, that he wanted to stroll through the gardens, but the girl knew that the man's uncanny instinct had told him that, of all the people in the world, these two were satisfied best with each other's company. "Did you sleep?" she asked. He nodded. "I didn't get up till lunchtime," he said. "And you?" She shook her head. No, I couldn't sleep. Poor Arthur. Did you try beefsteak? He asked brutally. Really, the most incongruous company I can imagine is a black eye and Arthur Gwynn. He is awfully shaken, she said seriously. I have never known him to be so upset. It was Mr. Gilder. I knew, said Dick, or, at least, I guessed. Did you find out the cause of the quarrel? She hesitated. I don't know, I think it was something to do with me. What was Gilder doing at your house? Arthur didn't tell me, she replied. From what he said I gather that Mr. Gilder had been watching Arthur and had followed him somewhere. To the Abbey Nynse, yes, that is quite possible. And of course your brother objected to that, naturally. Why are they watching each other? Is Arthur watching Gilder? She asked in surprise. It almost looks like it. Leslie, I want to tell you something that nobody else knows, not even Harry. It may bring a little ease to your mind in the dark hours of the night. Butler is a detective, a Scotland Yard man. She stared at him. A detective? Why on earth? Things have been happening that I don't very much like, said Dick. I've been worried nearly sick about them, and though I'm quite capable of dealing with most contingencies, the Lord has ordained that I should take 7 hours rest in every 24, and there must be somebody awake when I'm asleep. The Black Abbot, is that what is worrying you? He bit his lip thoughtfully. Yes and no. Some aspects of the Black Abbot's activities trouble me more than I should like to confess. Leslie, do you believe in the treasure? The Chelford treasure? She asked, in surprise. And what do you mean by believing in it? It is true that the gold was brought to Fossaway Manor in olden times, isn't it? Perfectly true, said Dick, and perfectly true, I should imagine, that it was taken away. But do you believe that it has any existence, that it can be found? One dug up every square inch of the park, pulled down this old house of ours, probed into the bowels of the earth. Do you think it is possible that the gold could be found? Because, if you don't, there are other people who do besides Haney. Do you believe? She challenged. He heaved a deep sigh. Heaven knows, I'm ready to believe anything. And I thought I should never drag down my lofty intelligence to such deeps. But, Leslie, my dear, I am getting. He paused for a word. Convinced. Not exactly convinced, but shaken in my obstinacy. I've become a doubter of my own skepticism, and that's the worst mental condition a man can reach, or almost the worst, he added. Does Harry know you are a convert? Her fine eyes twinkled with mischief. He suspects me, said Dick gloomily. If I thought the money was here, she regarded him steadily. Would it make a big difference to you, Dick? She asked. Me personally? He shook his head. Lord, no. It would make a difference to he paused. To Haney. I was going to say the estate. The estate, to me, is something distinct from any personality. It stands for the agglomeration of dead men's efforts, the cumulative sum of all their strivings. She looked at him for a long time in wonder. She loved him in this serious mood of his. You've made rather a fetish of Fossaway Manor and the Chelford estates, haven't you? He was genuinely surprised. I wonder. And then he have one? Laughed. It isn't a bad line for a second son to exalt the estates to which he will never succeed, above the personality of the man who will get it. It makes him rather superior to the real heir. Put my fetish worship down to vanity, for the Lord knows I have my share of that. I doubt it, she said quietly. Come out onto the terrace. Your flowers are lovely. Everything in the garden, he began, but she checked him with a warning finger. If you get banal, I shall go in and find Butler. She leaned on the grey stone balustrade and looked down upon the wind-stirred tresses of great golden chrysanthemums, each as big as a large-sized saucer. They were not all gold, There were deep red blooms and snowy white and flaming orange, and beyond them a huge bed of late flowering roses. Even from this distance, she could catch the delicate fragrance of them. "It's a beautiful old place," she said in a hushed voice. "I don't wonder that you love it. How long has your family owned this estate, Dick?" 800 years, he said. The first of the Chelfords sliced off the head of the original owner and stole the property. Successive generations of Chelfords, whose own heads were cut off with monotonous regularity, enclosed a few thousand acres of common land belonging to the people, and there you are." She laughed softly. "You have very few illusions, have you?" "None," was his curt reply, and somehow the answer hurt her. They had to send twice for Harry before he put in an appearance, and he seemed disappointed to find that Putteler was not there. "That is quite an intelligent fellow, Dick," he said, delicately spearing a cucumber sandwich. "He has an extraordinary knowledge of history, particularly English history. Unfortunately, he doesn't read German." Harry read German as well as he read English, French, or Italian, but I have persuaded him to take up the study. "Have you everything you want, Leslie?" He had helped her to nothing, and was happy to find that her requirements had been supplied. Only twice he spoke to her, once to ask about Arthur, and the other time when he made an oblique reference to his forthcoming marriage ceremonies, and the pomp of them are a little indelicate, I think. It is a barbarous custom, these veils and bridesmaids and barbaric orange blossoms. Now in America I am told that it is quite the usual thing to be married in a drawing room. I'm sure that could be arranged, couldn't it, Dick? The bishop is quite an obliging old gentleman. Turn Putteler on him, he's an authority on church ritual, said Dick. The man is an authority on most things, said Harry, with unaccustomed enthusiasm. He was telling me that possibly there was some cryptogram in existence which would give a direct clue as to the treasure. And then, seeing the half-smile on the girl's face, he gave one of his rare boyish laughs. "We are still chasing shadows, Leslie, but it is a very substantial shadow, believe me." Now, Putteler thinks they listened without comment to Putteler's views, which in this case were neither informative nor particularly brilliant. Putteler's mind apparently NMS to dungeons, and there are dungeons to this place, said Haney vigorously. "I am going to have a look round tomorrow. There are probably secret places under the floor which might be profitably examined." "The dungeons, as you call them, are wine cellars," said Dick ominously, "and if Putteler gaze fooling around my port there will be trouble. Besides which, Harry, I don't suppose there has been a single ancestor of ours who hasn't dug up the floor of that unfortunate dungeon. One of them in the days of the Regency had the walls stripped, and the beggar never replaced the stone. It cost our father the best part of £1,000 to repair the damage done by this old gold hound." Dick noticed that whilst Harry was present the girl's manner was just a little strained and unreal, and she was nervous, started when she was addressed, and was content to listen without including herself in the conversation. It was not until Harry had gone, with a lame apology, back to the library that she became her real self again, and the old Leslie crept forth from its hiding place. Once, whilst he and his brother were discussing the affair of the dungeons, she had walked on to the terrace, and out of the corner of his eye he saw her in profile, a slim, frail-looking girl, with her delicate face and her glorious hair, and in the setting she looked almost ethereal. It was as though some old masterpiece of Botticelli had come to life. When the door had closed on Harry she came back and sat down with a little grimace. "Was it very NDE of me to go out? Dickie, I can't work up any interest in the things that really fascinate Harry. Whatever will he talk about when the treasure is found?" "The treasure? Oh, you mean the gold? He will probably talk about you." She made a little moo. "I'm too young to be interesting to Haney, 300 years too young," she said. "Now tell me about your detective. I liked what I saw of him. He is to be your little guardian angel? And, Dick, will he have a beat, is that the word?" Because, if he has, I do hope he'll take in Willow House. I'll even lend him my car. Are you really frightened? She thought for a while before she replied. I think I am, she said. When I was a child the first air raids fascinated me, the second were interesting, but after the third or fourth they became just air raids. And the Black Abbot, well, he's very picturesque, Dick, but he's rather terrifying. Didn't you tell me that Harry feared him? He does a little. Why, I wonder? Harry is naturally of a nervous temperament, said Dick. People are born that way, and it is absurd to talk of cowardice where they are concerned. Now I was born without the knowledge of nerves, and I dare say if you saw me chasing the Black Abbot you would think I was terribly brave. As a matter of fact, it is simply because I've no imagination. That isn't true, she said. Why do you always belittle yourself? Because I am by nature excessively modest, he said gravely, and at that moment they caught sight of Mr. Puttler strolling through the long lines of rose trees that ran parallel with the eastern wing. Together they went down the terrace steps and intercepted him. It is a lovely place, said Mr. Puttler, shaking his head in admiration. I've never seen so many roses together in my life, except at Covent Garden Market, and they are not roses, they are just merchandise. I've told Miss Gwyn that you're a detective, Puttler. Puttler frowned at this. You know Miss Gwyn better than I do, he said good-humouredly. Speaking for myself, I find that life is much easier to live if you keep your mouth shut. Not, he added hastily, that I want to be offensive. That's only my way of reasoning and my way of talking. There used to be an officer in our division who rose from the rank of plain police constable to superintendent by the simple process of never saying anything to anybody. If he was asked for his opinion on a matter he used to shake his head and say there was much to be said on both sides, but he had his own private opinion, and even when he was called into a case he'd say nothing, but listen to what everybody else said and smile. That smile was worth 1,000 a year to him. They crossed the rose garden and were strolling across the lawn. Under a huge elm Mr. Puttler stopped to continue a story which was fated never to be finished. One day the superintendent said to this man, whose name was Carter, Carter, he said, I can't understand crack a bullet snicked past the detective's face, snuck the bole of the tree, and sent the bark splintering. From a clump of rhododendron bushes 200 yards away floated a pale blue cloud. Down on your face, said Dick hoarsely, and dragged the girl to the ground, only just in time. Crack. The second bullet snuck a little lower. A splinter of bark hummed past the girl's ear. There's someone in those bushes who doesn't like me, said Mr. Puttler. Pulling a long-barreled Browning from his pocket and bending low, he sprinted toward the bushes, zigzagging as he ran. A third shot rang out and the running man pitched forward on his face and lay still. LHCK flew forward to the prostrate figure, and, kneeling by his side, turned him on his back. His eyelids were working spasmodically, but there was no sign of injury, except a bruise on the side of his face which had been caused by his coming violently into contact with the ground. And then Dick saw the man's right boot. The sole had been ripped off and there was a patch of blood showing on the toe of the sock. At the sound of Umsling's skirt Dick turned his head. The girl was coming toward them. Go back behind that tree and don't move, he shouted authoritatively, but for once she did not obey him. She was rather pale, but there was no other evidence of fear, as she knelt by his side and began to unfasten the collar of the stricken man. He's stunned. I don't think it's anything worse than that, said Dick. I thought at first he was finished. Look at his boot. He was pulling it off gingerly and the operation must have hurt a little, because the detective winced and opened his eyes. Hello. What has happened? He asked, looking round. Did that bird shoot me? I don't think he's hurt you very much. Dick was looking at the foot. The bullet had ricocheted, cutting a shallow gash on the man's instep, but there was no other injury. Do you feel fit enough to look after Miss Gwyn? Said Dick. The detective reached round for the gun he had dropped and humped himself to his feet. Without another word, Dick raced across the grassland to the bushes, and the girl watched him in terror, expecting every second to hear the fourth and the fatal shot. After 5 minutes he emerged from the bushes, holding something in his hand which he was examining curiously as he walked toward them. "A Lee Enfield rifle, army pattern," he said. "I found these shells." He put them into the detective's hand. Putler examined the exploded cartridges carefully. "You didn't see him, of course," he said. "No, I think he must have got round to the back of the house." The bushes ran practically from the west wing of Fossaway Manor to the end of the mound. "He might of course be still hidden in the bushes, but the probability is that he made his getaway as soon as he saw you fall," said Dick. "I think we'd better go inside and I will find you a pair of chaise, unless you have a spare supply." They were halfway to the house when they met Lord Chelford. "Who was that shooting?" he asked irritably. "Dick, I told you that I did not want rabbit shooting or any other kind of shooting within half a mile of the house. It gets on my nerves terribly. Really, I think you must show a little more consideration." The girl had opened her lips to explain when Dick caught her eye, and with splendid mendacity she invented a hurried but effective excuse. "My fault, Harry. I saw a stoat, and I hate stoats." The fact that none of them carried a rifle was unnoticed by Harry. "Well, of course." He was obviously taken back by her championship. "If that's the case it can't be helped. Only in future, Dick, old boy." He walked rapidly back to the house. "Why shouldn't he be told?" asked Leslie. Then, realizing the foolishness of the question, she was all penitence. "There is no reason why he should be, of course. I was silly to suggest it. But, Dick, who did such a terrible thing? It couldn't have been an accident." "It wasn't an accident, of that I can assure you," said Mr. Putler, nursing his injury. "The first 2 shots that were fired hit the tree within 3 inches of each other. Are you going to notify for the local police, Mr. Alford?" Dick thought for a moment, then decided against that course, and to Leslie's surprise the detective approved. "I think you're right," said Putler. "Where is the nearest rifle range?" "About 15 miles away," said Dick sardonically. "You needn't follow that line of thought." "I'm not following any line of thought," said the detective. "I'm only foreseeing possible alibis. I spend my life standing in front of alibis and waving a red flag." Through the tan, Dick's face was grey. He seemed suddenly to have gone old, and Leslie looked at him anxiously. "Dick, at whom were they shooting?" "I don't know that they were shooting at anybody," he said wearily. "They just loosed off a few rounds to scare us." And then he laughed. It was a fierce, hard little laugh, and she winced at the sound of it. "I am thinking of Harry and his nerves, and the stoat and every damned ridiculous. I beg your pardon, Leslie, I'm afraid I'm getting rattled." She smiled at this. "Dick, will you say goodbye to Harry for me? I promised my brother I would come home early." "No, really, you need not take me. I'm not at all afraid of being held up by armed desperadoes." "Neither am I," said Dick, "but I don't fancy you overmuch as a driver." And in her annoyance at this false accusation she forgot to resist his escort. By the time he had returned to the house, Putler had secured a dressing for his foot. The injury was so slight that he could resume his shoes, and pooh-poohed the suggestion that he had better lie up that night. "It was a narrow escape," he said, "but I'm rather glad I got that bullet, and that it didn't go where it was intended." Dick looked at him steadily. "For whom was it intended?" he asked. Without hesitation came the reply, "For Miss Leslie Gwynn. I thought you knew that." Dick could find no answer, but in his heart of hearts he knew that Putler was speaking the truth. Mr. Fabian Gilder, sometime head clerk to the firm of Gwynn and Gwynn, and now a gentleman of leisure, was in one sense a hard man. He did not forgive even slight injuries, and in the past had gone a long way out of his path to get even with those who had the misfortune to affront him. And Arthur Gwyn had offended beyond hope of forgiveness. A few days before, Gilda would have thought it a simple matter to be revenged upon his enemy, but now the simple process of laying an information and of preferring a charge of forged 1y was contingent upon 4 bills which were in his possession being repudiated by the man who was alleged to have backed them. He could do no more than present those interesting documents, and this he did through his bank. Dick had already made arrangements for their redemption. It was not entirely an act of philanthropy on his part, for he was a businessman, and took over from the frankly reluctant Mr. Gwyn the choice of a number of unsellable shares which Dick regarded as having a certain value. The bills, which had been renewed from time to time, were met, and that ended Mr. Gilda's chance of carrying his threat into execution. He was the type of man who thrived on opposition. Though it would be TME to say that he had fallen in love with Leslie Gwyn the first time he had seen her, which was months before that unpleasant scene at his flat, his desire for her grew as his chance of winning her receded farther and farther into the background. On the night that Dick had found him examining the ruins of the Abbey, Mr. Gilda had returned to the cut road when he thought the coast was clear and had discovered yet another in quest of the treasure. He had witnessed the interview between the two men and had followed Arthur back to Willow House with no other intention than to offer his help, for a consideration, in discovering this mythical fortune. For Mr. Gilda had heard quite enough that day he surprised his employer with Mary Wenner, to know that somewhere under the Abbey lay either the fortune or its key. He had overtaken Arthur on the drive, and Arthur was in an unpleasant mood, hot with the man at the interruption of his search, smarting under the sting of Dick Alford's sarcasm. At first, startled by the unexpected apparition of his head clerk, Arthur had snarled round on him, and there and then discharged him from his service and defied him to do his worst. It was Gilda who had struck the first blow. When Arthur was in his more unpleasant moods he said things that no self-respecting man could endure, and the black eye which the lawyer nursed was an advertisement of his indiscretion. Gilda might be but he was not a thief. At least, thief was rather an extravagant description of his duplicity. He went back to London half crazy with rage, but a day in bed restored his mental equilibrium and he sat down to plan how best he could frustrate any plans which his late employer had formed for gaining possession of the treasure. By this time Gilda, too, was convinced, his last doubts removed. He had been sceptical as to the treasure's existence, but he knew such things had happened, and he had a natural desire to be in any scheme which produced immediately and without great labour a vast, undreamed of sum. His cut lip healed in a few hours, though it was still swollen, and toward the evening of the second day after his retirement from the firm of Gwyn and Gwyn, he dressed himself with great care, and, calling a taxi, drove to an address he had once scribbled on his white shirt cuff. Mary Wenner occupied a tiny flat, every compartment of which might have been contained in one large-sized room. It was perched on the top floor of an apartment house near Baker Street 37, Cranston Mansions. She enjoyed an uninterrupted view of the Metropolitan Railway and such shunting operations as are carried out in that busy centre, and she was as a rule free from callers, for there were no elevators in the house, and to climb up 4 steep flights of stairs was something of an undertaking. Mr. Gilda was not strong for physical exertion and cursed the parsimonious builder who had neglected to put in this easy method of transportation. Nevertheless, he climbed, and presently was ringing at the polished bell of number 135. Mary had a daily servant, who was a charwoman in the morning, a parlour-maid in the afternoon, and her own natural self after 6, at which hour she left for the night. This aged woman, with her dingy white cape askew, opened the door and took the card into her mistress, leaving Mr. Gilda on the mat. She came back with an ingratiating smile, and pointed to the room where Mary was to be found. "This is an unexpected pleasure," Mr. Gilda said Miss Wenner conventionally. "I'm sure I never thought that you would be as good as your word. Sit down, won't you?" She really was pretty, he observed. In her plain house dress she was prettier than in a more elaborate attire. The flat, though small, was well but not expensively furnished. It left him with the impression that she had bought everything with her own money, and he had rather a nice feeling toward her in consequence. For Fabian Gilder was a queer mixture of Puritan and adventurer. Later, Mary had her flat to thank for certain pleasant developments. There was only one chair on which he could sit, and this he took. "You'd like a cup of tea?" "I'm just going to have mine," said Miss Wenner. "I've been out all day shopping and everything." "Are you, working?" asked Gilder delicately. "No, I'm not in business," replied Miss Wenner, more correctly. "Only common people work, the gentility go to business." She went out, disappearing into a mysterious cupboard, which had just enough room for a tiny kitchen table and a gas stove, and he heard the rattle of cup against saucer, the plomp of a gas ring being lighted, and after a while she came back, a little flushed and apologetic. "Maids are so stupid, aren't they?" she asked. "You can never trust these common daily people. I had an awfully nice maid, but she went away and got married, the stupid child. She received very few visitors," she told him. "Her sewing woman came twice a week. She had a very dear friend, a girl," she hastened to assure him, "who spent Tuesday evenings with her and sometimes slept in the flat. But a male visitor was the rarest of phenomena." "You can't be too careful," said Miss Wenner primly. "A girl's character is her principal asset, don't you agree, Mr. Gilder?" Mr. Gilder agreed. "That is what I have always said about my work with Harry, excuse me, I mean Lord Chelford, only we were such awfully good friends that I've never dreamt of calling him anything but by his Christian name." "And did you call Richard Alford by his Christian name?" asked Mr. Gilder, not without malice. Her nose went up in the air. "Him," she said contemptuously. "I don't take any more notice of him than I do of any of the other upper servants. He's educated and all that, went to Eton and Harrow." Even Mr. Gilder winced at this. "But you judge a man by his manners and not by his education. There's no doubt at all that Dick Alford has the manners of a pig." She said this with feeling and no little vehemence. Mr. Gilder, who knew something of the circumstances, understood and almost sympathized. "I was going to say that down at Fossaway I often felt that it wasn't right to be in that big house with no lady there except the housekeeper, who of course is a servant, and, oh, here you are, Gladys." She rose as Gladys brought in the tea tray and laid it carefully on the table. Gladys was 60, and more or less chinless. She wore most of her hair in a bun, which overflowed, drooping over her neck in picturesque confusion. Gladys had the smile of one who enjoyed the privilege of entertaining a visitor. She smiled at the girl, smiled at Mr. Gilder, and smiled herself out of the room. Fabian Gilder thought he had never seen a more ghastly exhibition. "You're a good friend of Gwyn's, aren't you?" he asked, as he sipped his tea. She dropped her eyes in maidenly embarrassment. "We are rather good friends, but no more. We may be something closer, who knows? He has always behaved like a perfect gentleman and treated me like a lady. I must say that for Arthur. But he's a little trying, don't you find him so?" she asked, with a girlish naivete that was a little overdone. "I have left him," said Mr. Gilder briefly. "He and I disagreed over a question of policy and I retired. In fact, we had a bad row and came to blows. I tell you this because you'll probably learn the facts from him sooner or later." Mary was shocked, and when Mary was shocked she covered her rather generous mouth with her two small white hands. "You don't tell me," she said in a hushed voice. "Blows. Is that it?" She nodded her head to his lip. "That's it," said Gilder shortly. "Blows," repeated Mary Wenner. "How perfectly disgusting and vulgar. Wanted to talk to you about Arthur Gwyn." Gilder broke in her horrified wonder. "We're not good friends, but that doesn't mean I bear him any malice. But, naturally, as we are parted, I don't feel called to protect him and stand between him and his dupes." He emphasized the last word, "as I have done in the past." You know him as well as I do, he went on, as she was about to speak. You know his vanity, you know how perfectly unreliable and insincere he is, you know, too, that he'd get out of any promise he ever made, even if it was in black and white. He was watching her narrowly all the time he spoke, and now he saw her eyebrows arch. Indeed, she said coldly. I don't know anything about the law, but I can't see how a gentleman, or a common man for the matter of that, could get out of, what is the expression, legal obligations. Then you don't know Arthur Gwynne as well as I do, he said. But that is beside the point. I haven't come here to blackguard him or to make him look smaller in your eyes. Not that I could, he said, anticipating her protest a little ambiguously. But I believe in a girl having a square deal, especially a working girl who may have nobody in the world to look after her interests. And I tell you that that fellow couldn't go straight if he was fired from a gun. Now, what about the Chelford treasure? At the words she sat bolt upright, and a look of blank astonishment came to her face. Do you know? She gasped. Of course I know. You're going to help him find the gold, and in return he paused. That was exactly what he had come to find out. What obligation had Arthur undertaken in return for the information she would give him? And he was pretty sure of his ground. He knew the girl, had had some dealings with her when she was with Chelford, and since he lived on his knowledge of human beings, he had analysed her with more or less accuracy. He knew her vanity, her ambition, had heard something of her summary discharge from Fossaway Manor. There was only one reward that Arthur Gwynne could offer. He has promised to marry you, he said, and he was not altogether drawing a bow at a venture. Did he tell you that? She said, with a little catch in her voice. I hope you don't think, Mr. Gilder, that I've thrown myself at his head. That I wouldn't do for the best man in the world. She looked at him thoughtfully, and added, old or young. I trust Arthur as a gentleman to fulfill any promise he has made. I am going to do something for him that will make all the difference in the world. When is he going to marry you? After the treasure is discovered, I suppose. She nodded. He will have to marry me then, she said. I realize that. You're a girl that has to make her way in the world without influence, and possibly without friends. Mr. Gilder knew he was on the right tack here. He can offer you a position and you can offer him money. After all, that is exactly what his sister is doing, and nobody thinks any worse of her for that. Exactly, murmured Miss Wenner, who had never seen the matter in that light before. The point I want to make is this, he went on. What bond has he given you? His word of honour, said Miss Wenner dramatically. I dare say. But what valuable bond has he given you? I'll show you. She went into the next room, which was evidently her bedroom, and, returning with her bag, placed it on her knee, opened the flap, and took out, amongst other things, a slip of paper, which she passed across to Mr. Gilder. He read it at a glance, noted the careful emendation which Arthur had made, and passed it back. That is valueless, he said, and her face fell. What is to prevent his going to Chelford and striking a bargain with him? Where do you come in then? Besides, this is what is known in law as a promise under duress, that is to say, under compulsion. If he is acting in the interests of his client, he can plead that he had to make this promise in order to secure information which you were illegally withholding. She stared at him. It's not illegal to know and not to tell. He nodded. To know of the existence of hidden treasure and to withhold your information is a crime in some countries, and I dare say it is in England. But that's beside the point. Where do you come in, Miss Wenner? She bit her lip thoughtfully. I never saw it in that way, she confessed. What can I do, Mr. Gilder? He felt inclined to offer the obvious solution, get him to marry you first, but changed his mind. Mary Wenner married would be a useless ally. At the back of his mind he was certain that this rather vulgar girl, for he had a nice and finicking taste in the matter of women, had discovered the Chelford millions. If he had not had this belief he would not have made his call. He believed that by some accident, or by reason of her close association with Harry Chelford, she had unveiled the mystery of the lost gold, and his object now was to discover how far his theory was justified by facts. "Is there no way of making that agreement more binding, Mr. Gilder?" she asked. "You're a lawyer, couldn't you draw up something he wouldn't wriggle out of?" "Naturally, I'm too much of a lady to want any man to marry me, if he doesn't want to marry me. If he just hinted as much I should tell him to go. I should simply say, 'Oh, very well, I'm not at all anxious to marry, thank you very much.' I think a girl who twows herself at a man's head is despicable, don't you, Mr. Gilder?" He did not answer this query. "I could draw you up an agreement that would be legally binding, but I doubt if even that would help you." "Why trust him at all?" he asked bluntly. She dropped her eyes at this. "Who, or rather whom, could I trust?" she asked, and took an invisible crumb off her dress. "This is such an awful world, and men are so very deceitful, Mr. Gilder. The young ones are the worst, of course, but they haven't experience. I do think that a man isn't in the prime of life till he's about 45. She waited. Or 50. He's sort of settled down and sowed his wild oats, and he doesn't want to go out at nights and all that. And I'll admit that Arthur is flighty. I wouldn't tell it to anybody but you, but he tried to kiss me any number of times, and he once said the most terrible thing to me at Fossaway Manor. I said to him, 'Arthur, you seem to forget that you're speaking to a lady,' and he just curled up and died, if you understand me." "I don't mean that he actually perished, I understand what you mean," said Gilder, and went on to make his most startling revelation. "Now, listen, Miss Wenner. You're a sensible girl and I can talk to you as I could talk to very few people." This cliché of intensive flattery, which so seldom fails even when employed upon intelligent people, produced in Miss Wenner the strained attentiveness which was called for. "Suppose I tell you," said Fabian Gilder darkly, "that Gvyn is already telling to anticipate your discovery." "I beg your pardon." Mary Wenner was not very strong on the more flowerier expressions of speech. "Suppose he's trying to get ahead of you, trying to find the gold without your assistance." "He wouldn't dare," she gasped. Mr. Gilder nodded very slowly, very deliberately. "He has already tried," he said. "2 nights ago I was watching him, suspecting his plan. He went at 3 o'clock in the morning to the ruins of Chelford Abbey, and he took with him a crowbar." Whilst he was speaking, the red in her face deepened and the wide-opened eyes grew brighter. "The hound," she breathed. "The twisting, double-faced monkey." It was not a ladylike expression, but for the moment she was superior to shame. "The dirty, thieving, twisting sneak. To the Abbey with a crowbar. I'll take my oath on a Bible that I never breathed a word of where it was hid, I mean hidden. Let him go with his crowbar, ha ha." She laughed shrilly, but gave no other evidence of supreme amusement. "I'll crowbar him. Let him search and scroll and dig and see what he can find." He tried to soothe her, but for the moment her soul was breaking in tumultuous waves upon the muddy flats of Arthur's duplicity. "He has deceived me. I don't mean in an unladylike way, I mean, you know what I mean, Mr. Gilder. I'm still that man. I gave him all my heart." The sob came naturally, but it was largely due to intensified annoyance. "I gave him all that a woman could give a man, information I mean, Mr. Gilder. I don't want you to get any wrong ideas about me, because I've always behaved like a lady, and nobody can point their fingers of scorn at." She grew calm after a while. "Who can you trust?" she asked bitterly. "You can hust me." Fabian Gilder's voice was very gentle, almost pleading. He was rather a good-looking man, she observed, his grey hair gave him distinction. "You wouldn't he want a legal document from me?" "Yes, I would," she said obstinately. "I don't trust men." You shall have any document you wish. I will even go as far as compromising myself hopelessly. She coughed. I don't think I should go quite as far as that, she said, misunderstanding. I mean that I would take the risk of detection without safeguarding myself as Arthur Gwyn has done. She dabbed her eyes with her pocket handkerchief. Of course, Mr. Gilder, I don't know you very well, but I'm not going to say that I don't like you. I've always said to Agatha, my Tuesday friend, as I call her, Mr. Gilder's a perfect gentleman. In fact, I'm Mr. Gilder. What is your Christian name? Fabian, he said. She lingered tenderly over the word and smiled, a wistful sideways smile. I should call you Fabe. It's a perfectly lovely name. As I was saying, I don't want to tour myself at any man's head. Let us go down tonight. Her face changed. To the Abbey, tonight. He nodded. My car will get us down in an hour and a half, and we can wait till it's dark, and unless there's a lot of digging to be done, there is no digging, she said. But tonight. Why not? He demanded. My cottage is less than a mile from the Abbey. If the gold is there and reachable, we could get away with enough to make us rich for life. She pondered this, and then, no, you'll think it horrid of me, Mr. Gilder Fabe, that does sound familiar, doesn't it, but I would like something in black and white. There and then Mr. Fabian Gilder produced a document that was enough, as he observed jocularly, to hang him, and, reading it, even Mary Wenner, with her keen instinct for safeguards, was impressed. He wrote the agreement with his own fountain pen, on paper which he provided, and he had brought along that pen in his pocket with a view to such a contingency. It was a new pen, filled with an ink that he had purchased at a novelty store in Wardour Street, and which was guaranteed to fade within 6 hours of writing. Miss Wenner read it off, folded it, and put it into her bag, and disappeared into her bedroom. She came back with the bag, but he guessed that the agreement was disposed in some safe place. Now, Fabe, what time do you want to start? At 9:30, he suggested, and she nodded. And don't trouble to bring a crowbar, she said a little viciously, as she remembered Arthur Gwyn's rank treachery. I'll carry all the tools we want in my bag. The weather had changed that afternoon. Big black clouds had come up from the west, a steady drizzle of rain had set in when Fabian Gilder brought his car to the rendezvous in Millbone Road. He had pulled up the hood, and, as a matter of precaution, he had cleared out every portable thing from the tonneau. If there was gold he must find room for it, and he made a careful calculation as to the weight he could carry on each journey. He was surprised at himself that he had accepted as a fact so readily that there was gold to be taken. From the girl he learned for the first time the extent of the treasure. He had inquired casually of his garage man the amount of strain the back axle would stand. That was unnecessary, for he had once driven 4 fairly heavy men a considerable journey. Supposing they weighted 170 pounds, that would be the equivalent of 20 bars of gold. It was nearly 10 before the girl appeared. She was wearing a long raincoat and stepped into the seat by his side with a voluble apology. I nearly didn't come, she said. I only just remembered after you'd gone that awful black Abbot. He was a little amused. You don't believe in that kind of hokum, do you? He asked, as the car went swiftly down Baker Street. I don't know. She was dubious. He did appear once or twice when I was at the manor, but we used to believe that these were villagers' stories. According to the newspapers, they've seen more of him lately. She shivered. He tapped his pocket significantly with his hand. I've got something here that's mighty bad for Abbott's black or white, he said. Don't you want any, little girl? No, Fabe, she said meekly. Very delicately he suggested that she might call him by the Christian name his parents had given him. There was no diminutive, he explained, and excused his correction by telling her that there was a possibility that she might address him and he would not know to whom she was speaking. I don't believe in long engagements, do you? She went off at a tangent. No, I don't. They should be short and sweet. They both laughed together, and were in excellent humour by the time they reached the deserted streets of Dorking. I only have one anxiety, he told her. Mr. Richard Alford has got a habit of prowling round at odd hours. On a night like this he'll hardly leave his comfortable apartment. Comfortable apartment, she scoffed. Why, he's only got a tiny little office, and his bedroom's not much bigger than mine. I simply detest the man. He gives himself more airs in a day than dear Harry gives himself in 10 years. You don't mind me saying, dear Harry? You're not jealous, are you? He assured her he was not at all jealous. I should have married Harry if it hadn't been for him. Harry was simply crazy about me, but Dick hated me. How that man hated me! Mind you, I've always snubbed him when he got a little too fresh. I don't say that he was chasing me. I hate girls who think every man is after them, but he was certainly very attentive once or twice. After lunch or dinner he'd get up and open the door for me, and that's a thing that Harry never did. But of course I saw through of it. It was all deceit and artfulness. She chatted at rare intervals, except during the 5 miles of driving rain that forced its way under the cover and lashed her face. It's a horrible night, she complained. On the contrary, it's one of the best nights I could have chosen even if I had the ordering of the weather, said Mr. Gilder. When they reached the secondary road that led to Chelfordbury, he proceeded with greater caution, extinguishing the flaming headlamps and relaying the 2 small lights that were placed on the front mudguard. He knew the road so well that there was no danger of mishap. His chief anxiety was that he should not, by the reflected rays of the bigger headlights, be recognised. A mile from Fossaway Manor he switched out the remaining 2 lights, for he had a shrewd idea that this section of the road was visible from Lord Chelford's house. To the nervous girl riding at his side, it seemed that they were in imminent danger every minute of colliding with one of the telegraph posts which ran along the side of the road. Happily she was not aware that the smaller lamps had been extinguished. Don't worry, he assured her. I know every inch of this road. I've driven up it 100 times. My cottage lies just beyond Willow House. The car, which had been moving silently and smoothly, began to slow as it went up the hill that led to Fontwell Cutting. He switched off the engine, and, jamming on the brakes, got out and opened the gate into Red Farm Field. Then, walking alongside the car, he released the brakes and guided it to the place where Dick had found the machine a few nights before. Here we are, he said. He took her arm. She was shivering, and when she spoke he heard the chatter of her teeth. I wish I hadn't come, she said, started, and pointed into the dark. What is that over there? She whispered fearfully. A pollard willow, he said. Really, there's nothing to be afraid of, Mao. I don't know about that, she quavered. Don't let go of my arm, will you? Have you got a pistol? He assured her that he had. Through the little gate, which he knew was up the steep and slippery slope, and immediately ahead of them in the darkness were the solemn ruins. I'd rather not show a light, he said in a low voice. That was how Gwyn was discovered. Do you know your way? If I can see the tower, she suggested. Stooping down to get an artificial skyline, he saw the bulk of the mine tower and guided her forward. Once she stumbled over a heap of stones and would have screamed if his hand had not covered her mouth. For God's sake, be careful, he urged. Now, how do we get to the vault? Wait. She released his arm and went toward the wall of the tower. He saw her once more, when she was groping her way round. Presently she whispered, "Come along." He followed her and reaching out her hand she took his. "There's a step down," she whispered. They were going into the tower, although he did not remember having seen any opening. He heard a rusty squeak. "It's very narrow, you'll have to squeeze through." The opening, he judged, was about a foot wide, and he had some trouble to pass the obstacle. "It's a big cornerstone," she said, in a low voice. "It swings round and opens like a door." It's the way the old abbot used to go out when he carried on with Lady Chelford. You've heard that bit of scandal, I suppose. The bit of scandal was some 800 years old and was news to if you've got a lamp you can put it on. He pulled out his torch and turned the switch. They were in a tiny stone chamber at the top of a circular flight of moss-grown stairs. Above was a vaulted roof, which seemed to be cut out of one piece of stone, as it might well be, for the interior measurements of the tower could not have been much more than 4 by 5. The thickness of the walls he could judge. They had been built in the days when walls had other functions than to support a roof. Come along. She led the way, stepping gingerly on the slithery moss. He counted 25 steps, and then they were in a large stone chamber, so weather-worn that it seemed to be a natural cave. Walls and roof had lost their symmetry, and only the square of it told him that it was the work of man's hands. "Have you got the key?" He nodded. Many years before, Gwyn and Gwyn had defended a famous burglar and had secured his acquittal on a technical error in the indictment. In reward he had presented to his lawyer a key which he claimed would open any big or small. It was a curious contrivance, consisting of a steel rod into the end of which strangely shaped projections could be screwed. Arthur had given it to his head clerk as a souvenir, having no interest in such matters himself, and rather scandalized that the firm was engaged in so discreditable a business as defending a burglar. This souvenir had now become an instrument of Providence. "Here is the place." She still spoke in a whisper, though it was hardly likely they could be overheard. In each corner of the room, facing them as they turned from the foot of the stairs, was a small, narrow door, deeply recessed. They reminded Mr. Gilder of the cell doors in Dartmoor, and there was a further likeness in another respect. Near the top of the left-hand door was a tiny iron grille, consisting of 3 rusted bars. "Look," she whispered. He flashed the light of the lamp inside, where a deep, narrow cavern showed, along 2 sides of which ran a stone bench, and on the bench were innumerable cylinders of significant shape. He inspected the nearest. There was a curious seal at one end. Fabian Gilder's heart beat faster. The girl's hand that held his arm tightly was trembling. "I'm so frightened," she whimpered. "What are you frightened about?" "I'm so afraid of that awful black abbot." She was on the verge of hysterical breakdown. He must work quickly. He was fitting one of the accessories to the rod, and he pushed it in the big keyhole and turned. There was a grind and a click, but when he pulled the door it was fast. Again he tried, fitting another steel accessory, and on the 3rd attempt the key turned with a horrible squeak, and he pulled the door open. As he did so, the girl gripped his arm frenziedly. "Look! Oh, my God! Look!" she screamed, and he turned. Standing at the foot of the stairs was a figure in black, his face hidden under a long cowl. 2 eyes they saw, gleaming feverishly upon them. Terrible, menacing, the black abbot was coldly surveying them. With an oath, Gilder whipped a pistol from his pocket, but in doing so the beam of his lamp fell for a second. When he brought it up again, pistol extended, the figure had vanished. Don't go," she shrieked, gripping his arm. "Oh, Mr. Gilder! Oh, Fabian, don't leave me!" He thrust her aside and ran to the foot of the winding stairs and went cautiously up. He heard the sobbing breath of the girl coming behind him. "Don't leave me! Don't leave me in the dark," she sobbed. Higher, higher, cautious, watchful, but no sign of a black habit. The little room above was as they had left it. The tiny slit of a door was open. Brushing past him, the girl stumbled and staggered into the open air and collapsed onto her knees. "Take me away! Take me away!" she raved. "I wish I had never come." Gilder turned with a curse and swung the stone door close, then, half carrying, half dragging her, beside himself with fury, in which was mingled no little fear, he brought her to the road and to the car. The rain was pouring down. He pushed back the hood of the car savagely, so that the full force of the storm should beat upon her. He dare not allow himself to be burdened with a fainting girl. He would take her back to her flat and leave her. There would be plenty of time for him to return and investigate those cylinders. As for the Black Abbot, he breathed a little more quickly when he thought of that terrifying appearance. Whoever it was, and that it was human he did not doubt, would live to regret this night's interference. By the time they reached Horsham, the girl, drenched to the skin, cold and shivering, had got back a little of her balance. Her teeth were chattering, but not with fear. She was inclined to be garrulous, but he answered in monosyllables or not at all. "I wonder I didn't die," she said. "I've never seen anything so perfectly horribly ghastly. Did you see the way his eyes glared? They looked as if they were alight, didn't they, Fabe?" "Fabian," he snapped. "I never saw anything like it, not even in the pictures," said Miss Wenner. "Couldn't we have the hood up, Fabe, Fabian?" He stopped the car with a jerk, pulled up the hood and fastened it. "What are you going to do?" "I'm taking you home. We'll make another attempt tomorrow night. By the way, how did you get that stone corner piece to turn?" "I can't tell you that, Fabian," she said firmly and tmly. "That's my only hold over you. Don't be stupid. You used a bodkin or something, didn't you?" "I noticed there was a space between two stones which looked to be artificial." "A pair of scissors," she said. "There's an iron catch inside that slit. I only found it by accident." He knew all he wanted to know now, could dispense with her for the rest of the night, forever, as it happened. He declined her invitation to come upstairs for a drink, and no sooner was she out of sight than he was flying back into Sussex. Halfway between Dorking and Leatherhead, his gasoline gave out, and he had to wait on the charity of a passing motorist, and it was not a night when trunk was very thick. At last he found a good Samaritan who gave him enough to take the machine to the nearest filling station, and at Dorking, with his tank replenished and a few extra tins against emergency, he went on confidently. 2 o'clock showed on the illuminated dial of his watch when he backed the car into the field and mounted the slope to the minutes. From here onward he moved noiselessly, one step at a time, stopping every few paces to listen. But there was no sign or sound of the cowled figure. He found the corner of the tower, with his penknife pressed back the catch, and, pulling at the rough stone, the edges of which crumbled in his hand, he opened the door. Stopping only to examine the upper chamber, he went slowly down the stairs, his pistol in one hand, his lamp in the other. There was no sign of the intruder, but the door of the treasure house was closed. He pulled, and it svmng open. Flashing his lamp into the long, narrow cell, he saw something that sent the blood from his face. The ingots had disappeared, every one of them. Neither the bench to the left nor right held a single cylinder. Beads of perspiration were running down his face as he turned, and it would have been death to any human spook who opposed him, for his heart was bitter against whosoever it was had checked his enterprise. He made another inspection of the underground chamber. Unlike its fellow, the second door in the opposite corner of the room was solid. Neither peephole nor grating gave a view into the it guarded. He guessed that behind the nail-studded portal was a room similar to that in which the cylinders had been stored. Trying his key on the lock, he could produce no result. He put his shoulder to the oaken face, but the door did not budge by so much as a fraction of an inch. Before this the flooring consisted of a long slab of stone that ran without a break to the center of the apartment, and was the exact width of the narrow doorway. Had this any significance? Kneeling, he examined the stone carefully. It was different from the rest of the paving. The broken stones that formed the floor of the were worn smooth by the passage of generations of men. This oblong strip was rough-dressed, more like the underside of a paving stone than its chiseled surface. He stamped on one end and felt it give ever so slightly, stamped on the other end and had a like experience. In the middle ran a staple, balancing the stone, and beneath there was a hollow space. Some day or night he would come along and conduct a more careful inspection. He came into the upper to confront a more urgent problem. Just as he was about to extinguish his lamp preparatory to passing through off the opening, he saw the stone move. Before he could spring forward, it had thudded into its place. From somewhere outside he heard an unearthly chuckle of laughter. Trapped. He pushed at the door, but it was inflexible. Inch by inch he examined its surface. There must be an opening somewhere, he thought. He remembered the story of the amorous Abbot and his clandestine excursions. It was certain that a means existed for opening the door from the inside. He searched the wall, nothing appeared. And then it occurred to him to send his light slowly along the floor, which was made up of broken flagstones. One, smaller than the others, attracted his attention, because it lay at a truer level than the rest, and he tugged at its end, and, with great effort, pulled it up. Beneath he saw a great iron ring, so rusted that it was almost razor-thin. With his handkerchief he gripped it and pulled. It gave a little, and, as it did, he saw the door move. Again he strained at the handle and slowly it came up. Although the door had moved only an inch, he knew it was clear of the invisible catch which held it. Running to the stone, he pressed with all his might. It swung open and he came staggering out into the eerie light of dawn. The storm had passed. Overhead, the stars were shining in the paling sky. Far away to his left a wisp of smoke curled up from the twisted chimneys of Fossaway Manor. Fabian Gilder wiped his hot face and strove to overcome the bitterness of his defeat. And then, at his feet, he saw something and, stooping with a cry, picked it up. It was one of the cylinders, heavy and laden, that had been dropped by those who had cleared the vault. It was not heavy enough for gold. He knew that at once. The cover was of lead. He tore away the seal, expecting to find an opening, but the cylinder had been sealed at both ends. He carried it quickly down the slope, and in the shelter of the cut road he took out his knife and slit the thin lead end, and pulled out a tightly rolled sheet of parchment. He opened it and stared. It was an ancient missal, beautifully painted and, as a work of art, priceless, but a poor substitute for 35 pounds weight of solid gold. And that was all the other cylinders contained, he thought, with a gleam of satisfaction. Whoever had watched him, and he suspected Arthur Gwynne naturally had had the same disappointment. It was in this room that the old monks had stored their ancient music. There was a certain grim humour in the thought of how he had spent his night and the reward for it. He crossed the road, opened the gate, and went into the field where he had left his car, and stood stock still, petrified with amazement. The car had disappeared. The tracks were plainly visible. They led through off the cutting, along the road toward Willow House. There was nothing to do but to tramp after them. A mile beyond Arthur Gwynne's residence was Ravensreel Cottage, his own property, he thought with some satisfaction, and a snug retreat where a man could get a hot bath in an hour and a steaming cup of tea in a quarter. The prospect was cheering, for he was wet through off, weary and footsore. The tracks passed the entrance of Willow House and continued on the way to the cottage, and when at last he turned the bend of the road that brought his little country home into view, he saw the car standing before the door. There was no sign of any living creature. He went round the house, searched the tiny plantation to the left, and even descended to the banks of the stream, before he opened the door of his cottage and went in. He put the key in the lock and, to his surprise, on the pressure of his hand, the door opened. The door which opened into his little dining room yielded to his pressure before he could turn the key. He gazed, stricken dumb with amazement. A small fire was burning in the grate, on which a kettle was steaming. An open teapot was on the hearth, and somebody had broken open a tin of biscuits. He heard a footstep in the next room and SVMNG round to meet the intruder, and at the sight of him, he dropped the point of his levelled Browning. "Thomas," he said, unable to believe his eyes. "What the devil are you doing here?" "Fired this morning," said the ex-footman curtly. This morning? Why, it's hardly daylight. Thomas nodded. Alfred found me wandering about the house when I ought to have been in bed and asleep, he said, and he hoofed me out. But why? The man was uncomfortable. How do I know why? He demanded. That dog never liked me. I think he suspected me of writing to you. Gilda knew that this story was a lie, designed to show him under an obligation to this ex-servant. Thomas had been a useful correspondent of his, all that went on at Fossaway Manor had been faithfully recorded for his information. You are in trouble. What have you been doing? The man pursed his lips. Well. He hesitated. I may as well tell you the truth. Have you ever heard of Monkey Putler? Wait a minute, I'll make the tea. He picked up the steaming kettle and filled the pot, and not till he had put it back on the hob did he continue his narrative. Monkey Putler's a busy. Every crook in London knows him, and I know him as well as anybody because he got me 2 years for a job I did at the Westinghouse Hotel. Burglary? Asked the other, to whom this was news. An inside job, said the other tersely. You can call it burglary if it gives you any pleasure. Anyway, Monkey caught me and pushed me over the Alps for 3 long and weary ones. When I came out I got this job. There were pickings to it, too. Chelford isn't a man who counts his change, and Alfred doesn't dare ask him what he's done with his money when he comes for more. An ex-convict, eh? Gilda was slightly shocked and regarded the man from a new angle. I didn't know that, or I should never have employed you. Had to kid a bit, confessed Thomas, with a grin. You kidded me all right, replied Gilda. Well, I didn't exactly kid you, said the other, amused. But that day when I went to your office and you started cross-examining me about how things were at the manor with Gwyn, I didn't see why I shouldn't earn a few honest dollars. Well? Go on about your friend Monkey. What is his name? Putler. He came yesterday. To Chelford's house? Asked Gilda in surprise. Yes, nodded Thomas. Alfred pretended he is an accountant, but he's a busy all right. I knew him the moment I saw him, and, what's worse, he knew me. I'd come to Chelford's service on a false character and I knew my number was up as I saw his ugly phiz. Sure enough, last night Alfred gave me notice, told me to clear out today. I'll catch that bird one of these days, he said, with an ugly look in his face. But why this morning? Asked Gilda. Was going to tell you, said the other impatiently. Chelford keeps a cash box in his library, it's in the second left-hand drawer, and he's generally got a wad of stuff there. He's childish in the matter of money. I knew if I could get my hooks into the stuff I could lift enough to be happy, and leave enough behind so that Chelford couldn't swear whether I'd had it or not. I got into the library about 4 this morning, and was going upstairs when Alfred spotted me, told me to go up and dress and clear, which I did. He's got something on his mind, that fellow, he never sleeps. He caught you with the money? Asked Gilda in disgust. Not he, I shoved that out of the library window as soon as I got it. I picked it up later. What was Mr. Alfred doing, wandering about the house at that hour? The man made a grimace. You never know when that bird is around, he said. He's not human, I tell you, he doesn't want sleep. Though Gilda was certain he was telling the truth, he was equally sure that the man was concealing something. There seemed to him to be gaps in his story, which he bridged readily enough. Wisely he decided that it was not the moment to cross-examine him. On one point he made up his mind. This man and he must part company. And why did you come here? Thought you were in London, said the other coolly. I've been here before to see you, and I didn't think you'd mind my using your house for a day or two, maybe a week or two, he added, his eyes fixed on the other's face. Gilda scratched his chin thoughtfully. I don't know that it will do me much good if it's known that you're an ex-convict. They needn't know, why should they, said the other. Did you bring my car here? Thomas nodded. I was going over to Red Farm first, there's a groom there who's a friend of mine. Then I saw your car and thought something had happened to you. I waited for a time, and when you didn't turn up I brought it along. Did anybody see you? Nobody. It was nearly dark. What was the man concealing? The impression that Gilda had, and he was a skillful reader of minds, was that Thomas was bursting with some vital information. Once or twice it had been at the end of his tongue, and he had inhibited the sensation. You can stay here if you like, I'm going to town. If I get a letter from the local police saying you're living in the house, I shall write saying that you have no authority. You understand that I must protect myself, can understand that, Governor. Again his lips moved to speak, and again he checked himself. What do you want to tell me? It's too big to tell. I am going to keep it. Maybe if you come down later I'll spin you a story that's worth $1 million. Thomas had once spent 12 months in a Canadian penitentiary, and it was his favorite pose that he was an American crook. $1 million, yep. Gilda poured out the tea, helped himself to biscuits, and, his hunger relieved, went into his room, and from a bureau took a complete change of clothes. The water was too cold for a bath, and he had a 111B down with a rough towel as a substitute. He felt another man when shaved and clean and warm. He came back to Thomas, who was smoking a short briar pipe, peering into the fire. When you've decided to talk, you had better send me a wire, not from Chelfordbury but from Horsham. He wrote his address on a page of his notebook, tore it out and gave it to the man, then, cranking up his car, he went back through the dull morning to London. At 10 o'clock he was roused from a heavy sleep to answer the telephone. It was Mary Wenner, and he cursed her under his breath. Is that you, Fabe? I've been so worried about you all night, my dear. You didn't go back to that awful place. I'll come and see you this afternoon, he interrupted. Don't talk on the telephone, people can hear. Fabe, dear, there was a real note of anxiety in her voice, you didn't go back and get any of that gold, did you? I know you're awfully brave, but I wouldn't have you risk your life for the world. No, I didn't get any gold, he said. Oh, she replied, and in that oh, was disappointment and annoyance. It wasn't so bad for you, a man, she said, with some asperity in her tone. Here I've been laying in bed all night thinking of you, and worrying about I will see you this afternoon, he rasped, and hung up on her. He had no intention of seeing her that afternoon or any other afternoon, but in this matter his will was not the determining factor. After tea, when he was preparing to go out, she walked into his dining room unannounced. What she had told his servants, he shuddered to think. She passed swiftly across to him, stooped and kissed him chastely on the brow, and then seated herself by his side. Dear, she said, and he closed his eyes patiently, do you mind if I do something that seems a teeny-weeny bit deceitful? I don't mind, he began. But this is something which affects your honor, dear. Her sober eyes were fixed on his. You must never think I'm not faithful to you and all that sort of thing, but he's written to me such a pleading letter. Who has written? He asked, suddenly interested. Arthur. I've also had a letter from his sister, she wants me to go down and spend the weekend with them, and of course I'd much rather stay up here with you. But I feel I ought to have it out with Arthur and let him know that my affections are no longer his. After all, even if we didn't get the fortune, I know that I'm dealing with a gentleman who doesn't want me for my money alone. And you're not exactly a pauper, are you, dear? I went and asked a young gentleman I know at Stubbs' agency, and they told me that you were worth at least £100,000. Gilda groaned. And I have your promise, in writing? Yes, you've got everything, my dear Mary, he said wearily. And, Fabe, dear, such a curious thing happened about that paper. When I took it from under my pillow this morning, what do you think? All the writing had disappeared. You could have knocked me down with a feather. He stirred uneasily in his chair. "That is most extraordinary," he found words to say. "I was so upset about it that I took it to a gentleman friend of mine, who's in the conjuring business. You've probably seen him. He takes rabbits out of paper bags, and he says that you must have used invisible ink, and he showed me how to bring the writing back and make it permanent." "And did you?" asked Gilda hollowly. "Why, of course I did, dear. You just squeeze a lemon, 111b it over the paper and hold it in front of the fire." Gilda's head reeled. All he could say was "oh." This was awkward, very awkward, but it was a difficulty that might easily be surmounted. At the worst he could buy her off for 1,000, and the promise of marriage was contingent. Still, it was a very unpleasant document to be produced even in a breach of promise case, for, strong in the faith of the invisible quality of his ink, he had made an agreement which was very damaging to himself. "Are you going to stay with the Gwynns?" "Think so, dear." The hesitation was assumed. He knew she had already made up her mind. "I really think that I ought to go. Arthur, of course, is a very old friend, and although he's nothing to me, any more than the dirt beneath my feet, and I should no more think of throwing myself at his head than I should of flying to the I feel I ought to go." "Then, for heaven's sake, go," he said curtly, and she murmured her thanks, and would have lingered on, but he accompanied her to the door and opened it very pointedly. He gathered that, whilst she held him to his promise, she had not altogether lost hope of bringing Arthur Gwynn to heel. She had hardly left the place before a telegraph boy arrived. Gilda was expecting a wire from one of his bookmaking businesses, now in of liquidation, since their only client had passed from active operations. The telegram was addressed from a village 5 miles from Chelfordbury, and "Get down here as fast as you can. Big news for you." It was signed T. Would Thomas talk? And what had he to say? The who brought Dick Alford's horse to the door had a report to that fellow was seen last night, sir. "Which fellow is this?" asked Dick, as he sunk into the saddle. "The Black Abbot, sir. Gil, the gamekeeper up at Long Meadow Cottage, saw him at 4 o'clock this morning walking through the Long Meadow. By the time Gil got his gun he'd vanished." "And what was the Black Abbot doing in the Long Meadow?" asked Dick sardonically. "Picking buttercups." "It's rather late for buttercups, sir," said the unimaginative, "but Gil says that if he'd had his gun he'd have taken a pot at him. And there would have been an inquest, and the best Gil could hope for would be a verdict of justifiable homicide. You can tell Gil from me that the Black Abbot is to be tackled, by hand. A live ghost will tell us a lot, but a dead ghost is practically useless as an information bureau." He cantered through the home meadows, behind the house, and, avoiding the abbey ruins, rejoined the winding Ravensreel. Setting his horse at a walk, he followed the bank of the stream, his mind so completely occupied by the events of the past 24 hours that he would have passed unnoticed the girl who was lying face downward on the opposite bank. It was a glorious morning, warm and sunny. The sky was an unblemished blue, the world was bathed in yellow radiance. Overhead, a flight of migratory birds were moving southward, and the faint chatter of them came down to him. "Good morning, Sir Galahad." He reined up his horse and looked round in bewilderment. Presently he saw her. "Good morning, Guinevere," he said, and, turning his horse's head to the stream, he came gingerly down the slope and sent the reluctant horse into the water. "Be careful. There's a ford here," he said. In fact, as he emerged with his horse's girth dripping, "this is the original Chelford. Knights in armour, and probably Britons in feathers and woad, have crossed Ravensreel at this spot. What on earth are you doing?" He slipped to the ground, dropping the reins, and allowed his mount to forage at will. She was lying now at heel length, but resting on her elbows. Immediately beneath her face was a slab of rock, in the centre of which a hole some 18 inches in diameter had been worn. When he saw this he laughed softly. "Leslie, what questions have you to ask the wishing well?" Why it was called the wishing well he had never learnt. No water had ever risen from that deep cavity which, by some freak of nature, extended to unplumbed depths. Yet here, generations of country swains had come to prostrate themselves and bellow into the cavity the burden of their heart's desire. And tradition had it that the well answered them clearly and intelligibly. "I'm asking about me." Her face was pink, probably from her unusual posture. "And what said the well?" he mocked. She scrambled to her knees and pushed back the hair from her forehead. "I'll not tell you." "Ask something." With a growl and a groan he stretched himself on the warm grass and, hollowing his hands, roared into the crevice, "What is going to happen to Leslie?" They waited, and then the echo came back, queerly distorted yet distinct. "Marry her." They laughed together. It was the trick of some hollow place below that Tlu of the ages had sent back the same reply to every question. He got up to his feet. "I wish you wouldn't wander around without my escort," he said seriously, and she laughed. Never had he seen her looking more beautiful than that morning. She was a thing of air and sunlight, a baffling unreality that did not belong to the sordid world in which he was living. "I got up early and was bored, so I went walking, and then I thought of the well and wondered whether it had learnt any new tricks. Arthur's very conscious of his eye and he won't go out until his face is normal." "Poor Arthur." She hesitated, looking at him. "You haven't found not finish the sentence." "She did the gentleman who did the shooting?" "No, but we have a pretty shrewd idea. By the way, I have fired Thomas. You remember that hangdog footman who was always near at hand when he shouldn't he have been?" "What has he done?" she asked. "Nothing particular. He is an ex-convict. Putler recognized him as soon as he arrived, and I found him at 3 o'clock this morning coming out of the library and made him turn out his pockets. He had no very considerable sum of money in his possession, but the chances are that he had cashed it. Poor old Harry is such a slacker in the matter of keeping accounts that it will be almost impossible to secure a conviction. Of course, Thomas swore the money we found, not a large amount, was his, and as it meant a fuss in waking up Harry, who I am perfectly sure could have given us no information, we allowed the BMTE to get away with it." "Where is he now?" "Thomas? I expect he caught the first train for London. I don't suppose he'll be applying for a job in the neighbourhood, but to be on the safe side you had better tell your brother." There was a moment of silence, then she asked, "Did you find the rifle?" He shook his head. "It was an army rifle, but there isn't such a thing at Fossaway Manor, though there are plenty in the village. In fact, nearly a dozen of our people working on the estate are territorials. Putler says that a poacher's gang was responsible." Dick was a poor liar, but Leslie suspected nothing and did not question this theory. If she had, she might have pointed out that poachers use shotguns and snares, and that the rifle as an instrument for the destruction of game was about as valuable as a steam hammer for tacking down carpets. They walked across the field toward Willow House, Dick leading his horse. "I want you to make me a promise, Leslie," he said. "What is it?" she asked, knowing before he spoke what it would be. "I want you to promise me not to take these early morning walks, to use your car and to keep to the roads." Her eyebrows rose. "Why? Surely there is no danger? You're not afraid of the Black Abbot?" But he did not answer her smile. "No," he said. "I'm not afraid especially of the Black Abbot, but I'm very much afraid of the something that is behind the Black Abbot." She knew that he did not wish to be questioned further, and changed the subject. She had a visitor coming, she told him, and only when she told him who it was, did his eyes twinkle. "Good Lord! That lady? You realize you're harboring a dangerous rival. Don't be horrid, Dick." "The poor girl was very fond of Harry, and in the letter she wrote to me she told me that she hoped I wouldn't be embarrassed by her coming." "She would say that," said Dick grimly. "And that she had almost forgotten Haney's stupid infatuation." Dick stopped to laugh. "Can you beat that?" he asked, with tears in his eyes. "Jumping snakes. Haney's stupid infatuation. Well, I won't be ungenerous. Don't," she warned him. "I'm rather sorry for the girl." "Don't," he mimicked. "You need never be sorry for Maya. If you keep her off the subject of me, you'll have a very pleasant weekend. But in the matter of Richard Alford, she is a fanatic. I won't tell you the horrid things she says of me, because it would prejudice you against her." "How do you know?" she challenged. "Quite a number of people say horrid things about Richard Alford." "Not to you," he said quietly, and she flushed and again changed the subject. "I don't know why I'm up so early. I didn't go to bed till 2. "It was 10 minutes past 2 when your light went out," he said promptly, and she stared at him. "How do you know?" "I happened to be passing your house." He was in such a hurry to explain that she was suspicious. "The Black Abbot was about last night. Putler and I did a little ghost hunting." "Did you see him?" He shook his head. "Nobody saw him except a terrified gamekeeper." Suddenly she turned to him with a little gasp of surprise. "It was you," she accused. "What was me?" "I am sure I saw somebody at the lower end of the drive. You were smoking a cigar, I could see the little red glow, and at first I thought it was R.E., and this morning I found the end of the cigar near the lodge gates. Richard Alford, do you ever sleep?" "Frequently," he said, with a smile, and put his arm round her shoulder. "I'm being brotherly, take no alarm," he mocked her. "Leslie, dear, will you promise?" "What?" she asked. "Not to wander too off the fields at odd hours. I don't want to alarm you, I feel a BNLTE as it is, but there may be real danger for the next day or 2. Please don't ask me what it is, because I can't tell you, I'm not so sure that I know." She turned this over in her mind for a long time. "Has it to do with the Chelford treasure?" she asked, and, to her surprise, he nodded. In sight of her house he left her, and, remounting his horse, cantered away. She watched him until a bend of the road hid him from view, and then with a little sigh she walked slowly toward her home. What was the mystery? She had never taken the Black Abbot very seriously, believing that the apparition had its origin in a stupid practical joke carried out by a villager with a histrionic bent. The legend she knew, Dick had told her, and Haney, who kept alive all the legends of the family, had described in detail the 800-year-old murder. But how was the Black Abbot affecting her? And what was the meaning of this close guard that Dick Alford was keeping on her? She had no doubt that it was he who was watching the house in the early hours of the morning. In the night she had reached a momentous decision. It had been made after long thought and heart-searching, and she would have given everything to have had the courage to tell Dick that morning. But in that bright, sunlit world she was averse to hurting him. But would he be hurt? Her life's future hung on that question. She had been dimly conscious that a man was standing before the gate of Willow House. She had seen him when she was some distance away, and now, as she drew near, she had a feeling that he was waiting to speak to her. He was tall and wearing an ill-fitting grey suit and a golf cap. From his lips drooped a limp cigarette. He took his hands out of his pockets as she came near and touched his cap, and then she recognized the ill-favored Thomas, the ex-footman. "Good morning, miss," he said. "Good morning, Thomas." She viewed with more interest than she had done heretofore the lank, awkwardly made man. "I wonder if I can have a word with you, miss." She hesitated. "I am afraid I can do nothing for you, Thomas," she said. "Tells me he has discharged you." "Mr. Alford," he forced a grin. "Mr. Alford never did like me, miss," he said. "I've been falsely accused, and I'm going to see my lawyer when I get to town." "1 minute, miss," he said hastily, as she was opening the gate. "I could tell you something that would be worth a lot to you." Her grey eyes fixed him in a steady stare. "You can tell me nothing that would be of the slightest value, Thomas," she began. "Oh, couldn't I?" His head went up and down in a succession of nods. He was ludicrously like a nodding mandarin she had on her writing table. "You don't know what I know. I could tell you something, and I could tell Mr. Gwyn something that nobody don't know. People talk about the Chelford treasure ___. I don't want to hear any more," she said, and, turning, walked up the drive. For a moment he glared after her as though he contemplated following, but thought better of it, and, lighting the cigarette which had gone out, he slouched back to his borrowed home. And then an idea occurred to him. Beyond the low wooden fence was a thick belt of laurels. If one of his plans were carried out and he had to make a quick exit from Chelford, it might be worthwhile to reconnoitre this house. He jumped over the fence and made a cautious progress through the bushes. "Who's that you were speaking to, Leslie?" Arthur Gwyn was lying in a deck chair on the lawn, his eye covered with a piece of white lint. "Thomas," she said. "The footman from Fossaway? What did he bring, a message?" "No, he's been discharged," she said as she passed him. "Dick suspects him of stealing, and he sent him about his business this morning." "Have you seen Dick, then?" he asked in surprise. "Yes, I met him, he was riding over to see the miller." She lingered at the back of the chair. "You always seem to be meeting that fellow," he mused, with a frown. "It Dick this and Dick that. Do you think it's wise, Leslie, playing with fire and all that sort of thing? You never tell me you meet Harry. Harry never comes out of his library," she said with a smile, "and it's difficult to miss Dick if you're out of doors." "Not that I've ever tried to miss." He took out his cigarette and looked at it thoughtfully, his lips pursed. "Dick's a good fellow," he said again, "and it is unnecessary for me to remind you that he is a second son, and as poor as a church mouse. Yes, Leslie, I'm going to insist on that poverty. After all, you're not Marimga pauper in Harry. And I tell you frankly that it is necessary that you should marry a rich man." The Nuth was coming. She braced herself to meet it. "Who will also take my fortune on TMST," she said quietly. "If I married Dick, who is a businessman, he might ask to see my bonds and shares." A tense moment of silence, then, "There are no bonds or shares." He had to set his teeth to make his confession. He could not see her face, he dared not look round or meet her eyes. "There are no bonds or shares," she repeated slowly. "Then what I said in the car was right. I am penniless." The truth was out. Leslie stood rigidly behind her brother, looking down on "I am penniless," she repeated. He had to wet his dry lips before he could speak. "I've been trying to work up courage to tell you this for a long time," he said. "I'm a coward, a cur. You have a few £1,000 that I couldn't handle, but every other penny of your fortune I have spent." His voice was hoarse, scarcely recognizable. "You'll have to know this sooner or later, you might as well know it now. I don't know what you'll think of me. I'd like to say that I didn't care, but that wouldn't be the truth. I've gambled away $250,000, and I'm as near to bankruptcy and ruin as makes no difference." He pulled the lint bandage from his eye and got up and faced her. Save for the discoloration of his cheek, he was white as chalk. "I'd no intention of telling you," he said in a low voice, "but you piqued me into it, and I'm glad it's over." Raising his eyes to hers, he did not see the look of condemnation he expected. There was neither contempt nor consternation in her face. The red lips were curved in a half-smile, and in her eyes was nothing but kindliness and pity. "Thank God," she said in a low voice, and he could not understand her. "This means, of course, that Chelford will have to take you without a fortune," he said. She shook her head. "I have already written to Haney, breaking off my engagement," she answered him. And then her arm slipped into his. "Let us go into breakfast," she said. "This is one of the happiest days of my life." The letter came to Harry Alford, Earl of Chelford, with 2 or 3 other personal letters. His main correspondence was with London booksellers, for he was a restless collector of ancient tomes. He looked at the letter, recognizing the handwriting, frowned, and turned it over. Then, with some evidence of annoyance, he slit the flap. Dear Harry, I have thought for a long time that we have so little in common that a marriage between us could not possibly lead to happiness for either of us. I suppose the correct thing to do would be to send back my engagement ring, but fortunately or unfortunately, you forgot to present me with this token. I wish you every happiness, and I hope that we shall still be good friends. Harry read the letter, rubbed his forehead in perplexity, then, rising from his chair, almost ran from the library. Dick was on the lawn, playing with his dog, when his brother burst into the little study. Say, look at this. What do you think of it? Dick read the letter with a troubled face. I'm sorry, he said. Sony, said Harry shrilly. It's disgraceful. I shall look a perfect fool. Leslie's treated me very badly indeed, but that reference to the engagement ring is in shocking bad taste. I thought you'd given her one, said the patient Dick. Didn't you? It is a barbarous and stupid practice. I never dreamt of giving her a ring. Why should I? She had a ring, a beautiful one. You must have seen it, a diamond that she always wears. What is the sense of it? The reference is in very bad taste, shocking. And yet, in spite of his agitation and anger, Dick thought he detected relief in his brother's voice. But his vanity had been hurt, and that is a sore place with many men of greater calibre than Lord Chelford. Without any warning. She was here yesterday, but said not a word about it. You hardly gave her a chance, said Dick. You scarcely spoke to her, and really, Harry, you took no trouble to entertain her. Be reasonable. Harry fondled his chin and glared through off the thick lenses of his horn-rimmed spectacles. I suppose not, he said, with sudden mildness. But, really, I'm not a ma-rimmed man. I want no more than my books and my mission. But I'm going to look a fool over this business, Dick. His anger was rising again. Everybody in the county knows we're engaged, and they'll come prying around to discover what is wrong. We shall have those beastly newspaper men sitting on the front step, and that is more than I can endure. Then let them come to me, said Dick. I'll give them all the explanation they need, and they'll be sorry they asked. As for newspaper men, I eat 'em alive. Still his brother was not wholly mollified. What made her do it? Do you think she's found somebody else she likes better? He peered at Dick in his short-sighted way. That would make it even worse. I'm very annoyed with Arthur Gwynn. He threw you this girl at me. Don't let us talk about it, said Dick sharply. It isn't a very dignified attitude to take. His brother looked at the letter dubiously. What am I to do? Write a charming letter, freeing her, said Dick. You can do no less. But do you think she's got another man in her eye? Demanded Haney. She has probably a dozen, said the other brutally. Do as I tell you, and Harry Chelford went grumbling back to the library. So she had done it. Dick hardly knew whether to be elated or depressed. A week ago he would have been the happiest man in England. Today, he shrugged his broad shoulders, pulled his pipe from his pocket, and savagely stuffed tobacco into the bowl. This would mean a break, for a time, at any rate, between the Gwynns and Haney, and there arose an alarming thought. Suppose Harry transferred his legal business to another firm? That would mean ruin for Arthur Gwynn. Dick had so far been able to cover up the defalcations of Leslie Gwynn's brother, and in a few months he could have obliterated all trace without hurt to the estate. But at this stage, if Harry insisted, his lordship would like to see you, sir. The second footman had come up unnoticed behind him. Dick steeled himself for the interview and went in. His brother was sitting at his desk, his head in his hands, his hair rumpled, and an angry frown puckering the white skin of his forehead. Dick, I'm going to cut out these Gwynns, he said. I want you to ask your lawyers to take over from Altua, and tell them to be juiced careful and check every item. That fellow handles my mother's estate, and roughly I think he must have nearly £50,000 in securities. If there's a penny missing, Dick, I'll jail the fellow, I will, by God. He's made a fool of me before all the county, and if I get half a chance I'm going to get back on him. Dick's heart sank. What lawyers do you suggest? Sampson and Howard. They are good people and they are not too friendly with Arthur. Will you take that in hand, Dick? Dick Alford nodded. As soon as he could escape from his brother's presence, he went round to the garage and, taking out his car, drove to Willow House. Arthur was still on the lawn, walking up and down, and from his attitude of depression Dick gathered that something unusual had happened. Possibly he had been told about the breaking off of the engagement. But here he attributed the wrong cause. I want to see you, Gwyn. Arthur Gwyn started and turned at the sound of the voice. Hello, he said awkwardly. Does Harry know? Dick nodded. And he's very angry, I suppose. He's rather furious. That's what I've come to see you about. Where is Leslie? She's in the house. Do you want her? No, said Dick quietly. I want to talk with you. Come for a walk with. They strolled out of all possibility of earshot from the house, and then, Harry has decided to take the legal management of the estate out of your hands, Gwyn, he said. He spoke to me this morning of some funds that you're rehandling, about £50,000 worth of stock from the late Lady Chelford's estate. Is that money intact? Arthur did not answer. Is that money intact? Asked Dick again. No, said the other huskily, not a penny of it. Dick stared at the man in horror. You mean the money is lost? Arthur nodded. Yes, I was persuaded to put it into an oil field in Texas. The shares are not worth 2 cents a thousand. Dick groaned. Oh, you fool, you cussed fool, he muttered. Don't you realize what this means? I can't cover you up now, not even for Leslie's sake. You madman. Arthur Gwyn passed his hand wearily over his eyes. What is the use of ragging me? He asked plaintively. I've been expecting this trouble, and have lived under the shadow of it for years. I'll have to take my medicine. And Leslie? Asked Dick sternly. What of her? Has she to take your medicine, too? The man's pallid face was distorted painfully. Don't talk about Leslie, for God's sake, he said. That's the worst of it. I'm not scared of Dartmoor or bankruptcy or anything. Leslie's the only fear I have. Can you raise the money? Arthur gave a harsh little laugh. Raise it? How do you think I can raise 50,000? You have no friends. The lawyer's lips curled. Not £50,000 one, he said curtly. No, I'm afraid, Alfred, I've got to go through with it. I've been a blackguard, a vain, stupid fool, I've asked for all that is coming to me and I shall not squeal. Dick was silent, going over the problem that this horrible situation presented. Arthur could go to prison and stay there for the rest of his life, for all he cared, but Leslie, this would break her heart. There is one thing I want you to promise me, he began, as he foresaw one possible solution which might present itself to Arthur's mind. The lawyer smiled and nodded. You can TMST me, he said. I've got some sort of religion tucked away inside my system. Self-destruction is not my idea of a gentleman's solution. I tell you I'll stand up to anything that comes, and I'm not going to blow my brains out and leave a coroner's jury of yokels and carpenters to discuss my private affairs and probe into my iniquities. When will the transfer take place? We've got a week yet, said Dick. I can hold it up for that long, but once the papers are in the hands of the other lawyers, nothing can save you. A week. Arthur Gwynne pinched his lower lip in meditation. 7 days. So far as he was concerned, if he had 7 years to make reparation he could not see daylight. "And get out of your mind that you're going to find the Chelford treasure," said Dick, and the shock made the man jump. "Why, how do you know?" he stammered. "I know all about that. I tell you that you can cut it out. That isn't a solution. It's only robbing Peter to pay Peter, for if there is any gold, and heaven knows I doubt it, it belongs to Haney and must go to Harry. What about Leslie's fortune? Of course that is non-existent. Does she know? I told her this morning," said the man, and now Dick understood his depression. She took it like a brick, in fact, she seemed almost happy about it. "And why, I can't for the life of me understand. Women are queer things." "No one woman who is the most wonderful thing in the world," said Dick softly. He did not wait to see Leslie, but left as hurriedly as he came, and the man who had been lying at full length beneath the laurel bushes waited till the 2 men had disappeared, and then crawled painfully and carefully back to the road, mounted the wall, and stepped out for the nearest telegraph office to send his news. Mr. Gilder arrived at his cottage in the evening and found his tenant sitting on the doorstep smoking a pipe. Fortunately, the cottage was in the middle of a thin plantation of trees, and the river at the back made an approach from that direction impossible. Nevertheless, Mr. Gilder was alarmed at the lack of precaution the man showed. "If you're going to stay here you've got to keep inside the house. I tell you I don't want people to know that you're living here. Now, what is the big news?" "Come inside," said Thomas, with a grin, and his host felt that the invitation into his own house was a little superfluous. Thomas was not a good storyteller, and it was with many "you see what I means" and at inordinate length that he unravelled his tangled narrative. "I'd been hanging round the house all the morning. I wanted to have a talk with the young lady." "What about?" demanded the other. "About a certain thing, now, see here, Thomas, you're not to speak to Miss Gwynne, do you understand? You're not to approach her and you're not to go anywhere near the house." "Well, it's not a bad thing that I was there this morning," grinned Thomas. "Because I heard something that will make you jump." It took half an hour for him to repeat, with more or less accuracy, the conversation he had heard on the lawn. When he came to the vital point, Mr. Gilder whistled. Arthur Gwynne had managed the Chelford estate without his assistance, and Gilder was as ignorant of the particulars of the property as if it were in some other office. 50,000, eh? He mused. "Well, that's more than Arthur Gwynne will collect in a honey." "That's what he said himself," said Thomas. "He said to Alfred, friends. Well, I haven't got £50,000 worth, those were his very words. He said, I'll go to Dartmoor, and that doesn't worry me. What worries me is Leslie. Did you hear when the transfer was to be completed? I mean, when the stocks were to be handed over to the other lawyers?" "In a week," said Thomas. Mr. Alford said, "I can hold it up for a week but I can't keep it any longer. And once those paws are in the other bloke's hands, your name is mud." £50,000. Gilder paced up and down the narrow room, his hands behind him. "You say that the engagement with his lordship is broken off?" "He didn't say so," said the man, "but that's how I took it. He said was very annoyed." "That's his lordship?" And Alfred said yes, and he's going to change his lawyers. And he said, what about Leslie's fortune? "Call her Miss Gwynne, will you?" interrupted Gilder roughly. "He didn't say Miss Gwynne, he said Leslie." "But to oblige you I'll say Miss Gwynne," said Thomas. "He said, what about Miss Gwynne's fortune? Is that gone?" And Gwynne said, yes, every penny. This was no news to Gilder, Arthur had told him as much. "And here, Mr. Gilder, the Black Abbot was around last night. I've got an idea about him. His lordship's scared to death of the Black Abbot. Did you know that?" "Don't talk to me about the Black Abbot," snapped the man. He wanted to work this thing out, and the chatter of his guest disturbed him. "You keep inside and out of sight. I think you'd better go to London tonight. You've got money. I've got a bit of money. I was a fool. There's an old-fashioned diary in that library that his lordship would give a couple of £1,000 to get back, and I had it in my hand. That is the thing I ought to have pinched. And if it was found on you, you'd have been in prison. As it was, you had taken money and you got away with it." This point of view had not struck the ex-convict before. "That's TME," he agreed. "Lord! What a headpiece you've got, Mr. Gilder. If I had your brains," but Mr. Gilder was not in a mood for flattery. "I've got an idea," Thomas went on, unconscious of the distraction he was causing. "Let me go up to London tonight and come down tomorrow." But Gilder did not hear him. £50,000? And for that price he could buy Leslie Gwynn? His pulse quickened at the thought. There were no ifs or buts. She would gladly make that sacrifice for her brother's sake. This time he had them all in the hollow of his hand: Leslie, Arthur Gwynn, and last, but not least in dislike, Dick Alford. Mentally he reviewed his financial position. He had considerably more than £100,000 in gilt-edged securities, which were easily realisable, or transferable. He had house property in the north of London, and a fairly large fluid balance at the bank. And he was 50. There were 15 years of life ahead of him, 15 happy years. How could he better use his money than in buying happiness? The life companionship of that fragrant thing, and afterward all whereby she lost all interest in his property if she married again. Mr. Gilder thought a long way ahead. And his marriage would be a knife in the heart of the second son, for he guessed Dick Alford's secret. He saw his way now. The plan was foolproof and invincible. Nothing stood between him and the realization of what had once been a wild and foolish hope. A week? You're sure of that? Thomas nodded. His cunning eyes had not left Gilder's face. Unconscious of the curious scrutiny, Fabian asked, "Why do you think this news is interesting to me?" The man grinned and closed his right eye in a significant wink. "Didn't you ask me to tell you how often the young lady went to Fossaway Manor? Didn't you tell me to write everything that happened between her and his lordship?" Gilder was silent. It was not a comfortable thought that he had employed such a man as this to watch the girl he loved. "You'd better keep close here," he said. "I don't want you to be seen by the villagers or by the people from Fossaway Manor." Anybody know you're here?" "No, sir." "Not even Miss Gwynn?" "She never asked." Gilder interrupted him brusquely. "If you're going to town, go by night, and come back by night. I'm not so sure that it won't be a good idea to stay here after all." He got back to London late in the evening and spent the night in a strict examination of his finances. He had dismissed from his mind all thoughts of the Chelford treasure. Maile Wenner had certainly justification for her confidence. He himself had been deceived when he had looked through off the grating and seen those cylinders neatly arranged on the stone bench. Who had moved them? The Black Abbot. There must be some explanation for him. But he had his own ideas on the subject, and the moment had not yet arrived when he could test his theory. The next morning he spent in the city and at Somerset House, examined the will of the late Lady Chelford. Her legacies were set forth in detail, and the character of the shares and stocks with which Arthur Gwynn had been entrusted were particularized, and John Henry Gwynn, Arthur's uncle, named as trustee. A search of the court files failed to reveal any successor to Arthur's uncle, and apparently no trustee had been appointed, the stocks being left in Arthur's care. He would of course have authority to sell and reinvest, and there would be no trouble if shares of a corresponding value were handed over to Harry Chelford's new solicitors. Arthur Gwynn had spent a very busy day in the seclusion of his study. His task was not a pleasant one. He was putting in order the chaos of his affairs, and as the list of his liabilities grew, he himself seemed to grow older. He had interrupted his work only to lunch with his sister, and Leslie, who thought that the cause of his distress was her vanished fortune, did her best to cheer him. His first act had been to gather on paper the remnants of her vanished £250,000, and the remnant was pitiably small, amounting to less than £2,000. He told her this at lunch. "But that's really a much larger amount than I expected, Arthur," she smiled. "We shall be able to live for 2 years on that." It was in his mind to say that he would possibly be living for 5 years on less, but he wanted to avert that news until it was inevitable that she should know. At 5 o'clock she was having tea in solitary state when the maid brought her card. She had not heard the arrival of the visitor's motor car, for the drawing-room was at the back of the house. She took the card and read it. "I don't think I want to see this gentleman," she said. "Will you ask Mr. Gwyn?" And then she remembered the snuggle on the lawn and Arthur's damaged eye. "Yes, I'll see him," she said. "Ask him to come in." Gilda was dressed as for an official visit. He carried a glossy silk hat, an incongruous sight in the country, in his gloved hand. His morning coat sported a large yellow rose, his patent shoes shone violently. Before he came to Willow House he had called at his own cottage to refresh his memory on 1 or 2 points, but the house was empty. Thomas had evidently gone up to town, as he had said he would. At first he was annoyed, but later he was glad that the man was not there. After all, he knew enough, more than enough for the comfort of Leslie Gwyn. She met him with a distant little bow. "I'm afraid you will not regard me as a welcome visitor, Miss Gwyn," he said, "but I have a little business to discuss with you, and I should be grateful if you would give me a few minutes of your time." "Will you sit down, please?" she said coldly. He was gazing at her with that queer, hungry look she had seen in his face before. "I understand your engagement with Lord Chelford is broken off." And, when she did not answer, "It was partly that which brought me here, and partly something much more serious, something," he said, with distinct deliberation, "which affects you very closely, Miss Gwyn." He paused, expecting a reply, but received none. She sat bolt upright in one of the deep chairs that abounded in the room, her hands folded lightly on her lap, her gaze fixed on his. "I was, as you probably know, for many years your brother's right-hand man. In consequence, I have a very intimate knowledge of his affairs, and not only his affairs but the affairs of his clients. I know, for example, that your large fortune is mythical." If he had expected to shock her he was disappointed. She nodded slightly. "I know that also, Mr. Gilder," she said. "I hope you haven't made this long journey to tell me this." For a second he was staggered. He had expected his announcement to be the first of 2 tremendous sensations. She saw the disappointment in his face and could have smiled. "There is another matter," he said, recovering himself, "which does not directly affect you. Your brother administered the estate of the late Lady Chelford, in the sense that he had in his charge stocks and bonds to the value of £51,000. That is quite usual in an old-fashioned lawyer's business, but today of course the stocks would be in the hands of the bank, and the dividends automatically credited." Her heart nearly stopped beating. He saw the colour fade from her face and was very sure of himself. "My brother has that money," she said. "He had it." He emphasized the word. "I understand that the present Lord Chelford is changing his lawyers, and in a week's time those stocks are to be handed over to another firm." She was speechless, knowing that he was telling the TMTH, understanding only too well just all that this narrative implied. £50,000 is a lot of money, Gilda went on suavely, "a very difficult sum to raise in a week. And in a week that money must be in your brother's hands." She raised her eyes, and, seeing the pain in them, he was almost sorry for her. "You mean, that the money that Arthur hasn't those stocks to transfer?" He nodded. "Are you sure of this?" "Absolutely sure." A long silence, when the ticking of the little French clock came so loudly to their ears that instinctively both glanced at the mantelpiece together. "Why do you tell me all this?" He cleared his voice. "A few days ago I told you, rather uncouthly, I am afraid, that I loved you," he said. "You may not credit me with the affectionate reverence I have for you, but I love you. There is nothing in the world I would not do for you, no price that I would not pay." Her eyes did not waver, she seemed to be reading his very soul. "Even to the extent of providing £50,000 in a week," she said in a low voice. "Even to that extent," he answered. She rose slowly to her feet. "Will you write down your address?" So calm was her voice that she might have been discussing an ordinary matter of business. "I know where you live, but I have forgotten the name of the building and the number." He wrote it down with an unsteady hand and left the paper where she had placed it. "I must know tomorrow," he said, "yes or no?" She dropped her head. "You shall know tomorrow," she said. "If I tell you I will marry you, you can make the arrangement about the money. I will not fail you." Without another word, he walked to the door, turned, and favoured her with a deep bow, and went out into the hall. She heard the whir of his car grow fainter and fainter. But still she did not move. The door opened. It was Arthur. "Was that Gilda who came?" he asked, and, when she nodded, "The brute! Why didn't you send for me?" He saw her face, and, quickly, "Is anything wrong, Leslie?" "Yes," she said, and marvelled herself at the evenness of her tone. "Came about some money that was in your care, a part of the estate of Lady Chelford." She saw from the quick change in his face that all that Gilda had said was TME, but then, she had never doubted that. "Does Dick know?" she asked. "Yes, he knows." "I wonder what you think of me?" he asked huskily. She shook her head. "Does it matter, Arthur, what I think? What will happen if the money isn't found?" "I've got a week yet," he said. "How did he come to know? Can you get the money?" It was a useless question. "Dick said he will do his best." "Nothing can be done with Harry, I suppose?" she asked. "No, that's too impossible to think about." "What will happen when the truth comes out?" He drew a deep breath. "I don't know, imprisonment, I suppose." "It's horribly rough on you, Leslie. I've said that before, but words mean very little, and I am at the end of words." His voice broke for a second, but he caught hold of his weakness in time, and, seeing the fight he was making, there came a look of admiration to her eyes. "You im soul," she said softly. Another long pause. "What did Gilda want, just to tell you that?" "Partly that. And to make you an offer." There was just a hint of eagerness in his tone. The drowning man was gripping hard on a straw. It made her heart ache to think that, even at that moment, when he knew he deserved nothing but her loathing, he could contemplate yet another sacrifice upon her part without protest. "He made me an offer, yes," she said. "And I don't know what I shall do. I'm going to see Dick." "Is that necessary?" he asked anxiously. She nodded. "I'm going to see Dick," she said. "I will phone him." She moved to the instrument and lifted the receiver from the hook, when he caught her arm. "I shouldn't be guided too much by Dick," he said breathlessly. "Gilda's a brute, but you might be happier with him than with Harry." She shook off his arm and gave a number. The servant who replied told her that Dick was out, that he had gone to London that afternoon, and would not be back until late at night. She hung up the instrument, went back to the drawing-room, and took up the pall on which Gilda had written his address. "You have 6 days, Arthur," she said. "I have less than 24 hours. I don't know whose case is the worse, but I rather fancy it is mine." He heard her go up to her room, and after a while followed and tried the door. It was locked. "Leslie," he called anxiously, but she did not hear him. With her face buried in the pillow, she was saying goodbye to Dick Alford, and her heart was breaking. Passing down Water Street that afternoon, Dick Alford had seen a familiar face. A man came out of a shop with a bundle under his arm, and, recognizing the young man, turned on his tracks and walked rapidly away. Dick grinned. There was no mistaking Thomas, and he wondered what was the nature of his purchase. He glanced at the window of the store and was puzzled, for Thomas did not seem the kind of man who would indulge in the frivolities which were exhibited behind the plate glass. He was not in any very good spirits. He had made 2 calls, and on each occasion had suffered a gentle rebuff. He was going now to see his last hope. The big city bank was closed when he arrived, but a porter admitted him to the presence of the old man who had been his father's best friend. The war had turned plain Mr. Jarvis, a country banker of the 80s, into Lord Clanfield, the head of the greatest banking corporation in Europe. He gave Dick a hearty welcome, for the boy had been a favourite of his. "Sit ye down, Dick. What has brought you to this square mile of trouble?" Plainly and briefly Dick stated his business, and Lord Clanfield frowned. £50,000, my dear boy. Do you want it for yourself? No, I want it for a very dear friend of mine. It required an effort to describe Arthur in these flattering terms. He has got into a scrape. His lordship shook his head. It couldn't be done, Dick. If it was for you, to get you out of a scrape, but then, you're not the kind of lad who'd ever get into one, I'd give it to you out of my own pocket. You couldn't lend it to me on my personal security. The banker smiled. Lending it to you, Dick, would be giving it to you. What chance have you of repaying £50,000? A second son. Harry is marrying this year, and there will be an heir to the estate next year. No, no, old boy, it would be impossible. Then, in his desperation, Dick Alford told the story, suppressing only the names. The old man listened with a grave face. He has got to go through with it, Dick, he said. If you get him out of this trouble he'll probably get into worse. The poor little girl, I'm sorry for her. Of course, you're speaking about Gwyn? No, no, you needn't be afraid, I shan't say a word. But I've had my suspicions for a long time. Let him take his medicine, Dick, and do what you can for the girl. Once that fellow is behind bars and the whole wretched trouble is at an end, come to me for any money you want for the girl. I knew her father and her uncle, and the great-uncle who left her a lot of money, which I suppose has gone up in smoke with the rest, and I'm willing to go a long way to help her. But you mustn't pledge your credit, Dick, for that worthless man. Dick came away from the city, whemmy and sick at heart, too dispirited even to interview the 4th man he had intended to see. His only hope now was his brother, and he knew Haney's obstinacy too well to expect help from that quarter, which could not even be asked for except by betraying as the borrower the man for whom he had conceived an unreasoning hatred. Monkey Butler met him at the station and had a piece of news to impart. That bird Thomas is still in the neighbourhood, he said. He's been living in Gilda's cottage. Indeed, said Dick. He was really not concerned with Thomas or Gilda or anything in the wide world except the heartbreak that awaited Leslie Gwyn. Gilda's been down today. Ascot's all over, isn't it? Anyway, he was dressed like a doctor in new clothes, top hat and everything. Where has he been? Asked Dick, with sudden interest. I don't know. I guess he went to call on Mr. Gwyn. I saw his car coming out of the drive, and he looked very pleased with himself. And I've found the rifle. Where did you find it? Asked Dick quickly. Up against the river. Someone must have thrown it in, but didn't throw hard enough. There were 2 or 4 cartridges still in the magazine, a sporting Lee Enfield. They've tried the knife and they've tried the gun, I wonder what new one they'll put out on us. Have you seen Haney? Saw him this afternoon, said the cheerful Butler. He worked that sh'll gag on me, but I didn't give him my views. In spite of his anxiety, Dick smiled. Have you any views on sh'ls? Yes, sir, said the other confidently. He thinks sh'l is an instrument. He doesn't seem to realize that in Elizabethan times sh'l meant gravel or shingle. Dick stopped and stared at him. Is that so? He asked. Ever heard of a place called Chelsea? Said the informative Mr. Putler. Do you know what Chelsea means? It means Ey or Shingle Island. Why, the word isn't even obsolete, you'll find it in any dictionary. The new sh'l that is spoken of in the diary is a load of shingle he got from Brighthelmstone. That's Brighton. Now, why did the old bird want shingle? Obviously to put in some kind of concrete or mortar. For heaven's sake don't start on the treasure, or I shall go mad, groaned Dick. At any rate, you don't believe in its existence, thank goodness. I do, said the surprising man emphatically. I'm as sure that those 1,000 bars of gold are in existence as I'm certain you and I are walking up this road. Your brother's got a book down that shows all Queen Elizabeth's private accounts. There's the million she stole from the Spanish ships that put into an English port when they were on their way to Holland, there's the money she got from Drake and the other sea-going burglars, but there's not a hint of the Chelford gold. Then where is it? Asked Dick in exasperation. Ask me before I go, replied the other cryptically. A dozen letters were written and burnt in the fireplace of her bedroom before Leslie composed the one that was eventually placed in an envelope and addressed to Fabian Gilder, Esquire, 35, Regency Mansions, London. She had written, Dear Mr. Gilder, I agree to your terms. The money or equivalent shares must be deposited in the Horsham branch of the Southern and Midland Bank, in the name of Leslie Gilder, so that I may have control of the account from the moment I am married. I do not expect you to TMST the word of one of my family, and I presume that you will wish the marriage to take place in the next few days. Will you please make arrangements for the ceremony, and tell me when and where I am to meet you? I expect it to be at a registrar's office by special license. I can only say that, although this marriage is not of my seeking, you may trust me to be a loyal wife. Very sincerely, Leslie Gwynn. The last post was collected by a motorcyclist postman at 10 o'clock from a little wall box not 100 yards from the house. There was an earlier collection, but somehow she could not bring herself to post the letter until the Belvoir last moment. 10 o'clock was an unusually late hour for a country collection, but it was the last box on the postman's route and was an especially convenient arrangement, not only for the inhabitants of Fossaway Manor, but for the tenant farmers who wished to notify their daily consignments. She saw Arthur at dinner after the letter was written, but beyond the exchange of a few commonplaces they did not speak. He went back to his study, carrying his coffee with him, and she was left alone to the contemplation of the dark future. She wished she had seen Dick before she wrote, but it was too late now. Gilder had asked her to give him his answer that night, and she had promised. What would Dick say? She screwed up her eyes tightly as though to hide the vision of him, and her lips trembled. No weakness, Danton. It was a favourite quotation of her childhood, and had been the slogan at all moments when tears were near at hand. She took the letter from her bag and looked at it. Stamped, addressed, she had but to drop this into the little letter box, and thereafter the angle of life was twisted to a new prospect, the bleakest, dreariest prospect that any woman had faced. And it had to be done. The hands of the clock moved slowly and inexorably round. 9 o'clock, a quarter after, 20 minutes before 10, she set her teeth and got up from the little table where she had been trying in vain to concentrate her mind upon a game of patience, went upstairs and put on her hat and coat, and, with the letter tightly gripped in her hand, stole down across the hall, opened the and went out. It was very dark, she could scarcely see her way down the drive. Clear of the overhanging trees, her eyes, grown accustomed to the darkness, made out the road. She thought that she saw somebody on the road ahead and heard footsteps, but she was nervous, she told herself. Nevertheless, she stopped and listened. She heard nothing and went on. A few minutes' walk brought her to the pillar box, and here she waited. A big spot of rain fell her hand, she heard the sough of the wind through the trees, and then, far away, she saw a tiny star of light and heard the faint clank of the postman's cycle. She thrust the letter into the box and turned to retrace her steps. Then it occurred to her that the postman would pass her, and she did not wish to see him. Which way should she go? Her heart and inclinations beckoned to Fossaway Manor. Dick, she must see Dick. She fought against the madness, the postman's light grew brighter. Then she ran down toward the cut road, flew off the gate and up the slope to the Abbey. There she sat down to recover her breath, and presently she saw the reflection of a lamp, heard the thunder of the postman's motorcycle as it passed. There went Fate, on that dark road, noisily, bumpily. The red light faded from sight, and she got up, walked leisurely past the Abbey minutes, without one thought of ghosts or haunting spirits, and took the lower and shorter path to the manor. She was half-way across the long meadow when she stopped. Fear was clutching at her heart, she could feel the flesh creep on her neck, and, turning, looked back. Somebody was following her. Consciously she had heard no sound, but to her heart flashed a warning signal that set it racing. She could see nobody. It must be her imagination, she told herself, yet here, reason and instinct were at variance, and instinct won. She knew there was somebody immediately behind her, less than 20 yards away. She could intercept the long drive to Fossaway Manor before she could reach the house. She decided to make the longer journey, and, turning abruptly, walked with quick strides across the velvety grassland in the direction of the elms which flanked the drive. Once she looked back, and thought she saw a moving shape. She quickened her steps, broke into a gentle run. She must not allow blind panic to overcome her, she told herself. Again she looked back but saw nothing, and, ashamed of her fear, she slowed to a walk and reached the elms and the drive with heartfelt thankfulness. Exactly how she should break in upon Dick she did not know. She hoped he would be in his study, and that she could call him out from the lawn. Nearer and nearer she came to the house, and then, of a sudden, she whipped round. Somebody was behind her, she was sure of it now. She heard the sound of feet the gravelled road. "Who is there?" she called. There was no answer, but the footsteps stopped. They might be walking on the grassy verge, she thought, and, turning, ran up the drive. Whoever followed was running, too. She heard a sibilant whisper and her blood turned cold. Then, as she emerged from the trees, she saw a figure against the grey sheen of the round pound, saw the shape of it, the long habit and the heavy cowl. With a scream she flew. The drive continuing past the window would bring her to Dick's study. She saw with a gasp of relief that the door was open and a light shining inside. Over her shoulder she saw the queer shape again, and screamed. In an instant Dick was out of the study and had caught her in his arms. He listened to her breathless story, then, almost caning her to his room, he put her in a chair and ran out into the night. In a few minutes he came back. "I saw nothing," he said. "It was the Black Abbot, you say?" "I don't know, something in a cowl and habit, I'm sure of that." It was a bad introduction to the story she had to tell, indeed, in her terror, she almost forgot the object of her visit. "Did Arthur come with you?" She shook her head. "Dick, I know," were the first words she said when she had recovered her breath. "You know what?" "About Lady Chelford's money." She saw his face change. "Did he tell you?" he asked, the red coming into his face. "Not Arthur, no. It was Gilder." "Mr. Gilder told you?" "I knew he had been and I knew he had called." "Was that why he came?" She nodded. "For nothing else?" "Yes, he came to offer me the money." She saw his eyes narrow. "He did? At a price, of course. She nodded. And you, what did you say? She found a difficulty in breathing, speech for the moment was impossible without making a fool of herself. You agreed. She nodded again. I have just posted the letter to him, she said. She saw him bite his lip and a red spot of blood showed. If he had stormed at her, cursed her, she could have borne it, but he did no more than look at her. There was nothing in his gaze that was uncharitable. Oh, Dick, Dick. She was sobbing on his breast and his arms were about her, comforting her. You can't do it, my dear. Anything is better than that. She shook her head, incapable of speech. I tell you, anything is better than that. His voice was hard, uncompromising. Better Arthur go down for 5 years than that you should live in hell all your life. I know that man, I know his kind, it isn't his years, it's his mind and his evil heart. If he were 20 I would say, no, you can't do it, Leslie. She pushed herself gently away from him and dried her eyes. I must, Dick, I have given my word. I cannot trick him. The last thing I said to him was, if I tell you I will marry you, you can make the arrangements about the money, I will not fail you. I cannot fail him, I cannot fail myself. His face was drawn and haggard. This can't be, he said. Something will happen. I don't know what. He stopped. What's that? She gasped, terrified. From somewhere in the grounds came a shrill shriek that was hardly human. Again it came, a sobbing, blubbering shriek that turned her heart to stay here, said Dick, as he made for the 01RN window, but she flung herself him. You shan't go. You mustn't go, she cried wildly. Dick, something dreadful is happening. Oh, God. Listen, Dick. This time the shriek was shriller, and died away into a thin wail of sound. He pushed her aside and ran out onto the lawn. From which way did it come, do you think? Over there. She pointed ahead to the drive. Let me come with you, do, please do, she begged. I dare not be left alone. He hesitated. Come, he said roughly, and took her arm with a grip that made her ass. Together they ran toward Elm Drive, and then he stopped. Go back and get my hand lamp. It's on my writing table, he said. I will wait here for you. She fled back to the room, took up the lamp with fingers that trembled so violently that she could scarcely hold it, and rejoined him. It was over there. I heard something a second ago. If I hadn't promised to wait. He turned on the light, swinging its rays over the ground before him, and going ahead of her. Presently she saw him stop and a circle of light focus on something black that lay huddled on the grass. Stay where you are, he commanded, and turn your back. A voice hailed him in the distance. It was Butler, and, guided by the lamp, he came on the scene. Who is it? He asked. I don't know, said Dick in a low voice. At his feet was the huddled figure of a man. He was lying on his face, and was attired from head to foot in a long black habit around which a rope was girdled. The Black Abbot, said Butler incredulously. Is he dead? Look, said Dick, and pointed to the wet shoulder and the horror of the tluote. Butler knelt down, and, putting his arms under the figure, turned it on its back. The face was covered by a black cowl, and this he gently raised. Merciful God, said Dick, in a hushed voice. He was looking into the grey face of Thomas, the footman. Th0 Mars, the Black Abbot. Dick looked at the pitiable thing, bewildered, and then he remembered the girl and, with a low word of instruction to Butler, went back to her. Is he dead? She asked fearfully. Yes, I'm afraid he is. Who is it? One of the servants, he said evasively. Not Thomas. Why she should think it was Thomas she could not for the life of her tell. Yes, Thomas. She made no inquiries, and they walked back without a word to his room. He rang the bell, and, to the footman who answered, "Ask Mr. Glover to come to me," he said. The old butler came apprehensively. All the servants had heard the scream in the park. "Where is his lordship?" "He went up to bed about 5 minutes ago, Mr. Alford." "Had he heard anything?" "No, sir." "He's so particular about our talking of the Black Abbot." "How do you know it was the Black Abbot?" asked Dick sharply, and the butler explained that somebody had seen the figure in the grounds. He was trying to open a window. One of the maids looking out of her window saw him walking on the paved path below, and raised an alarm. "Has he hurt anybody, Mr. Richard?" "No, he has hurt nobody," said Dick. He drew the butler out into the hall and closed the door behind him. "A man has been found in the grounds in the dress of a Black Abbot, and he is dead, murdered." "Good Lord, sir," said the startled servant. "Is it anybody we know?" "Thomas," said Dick laconically, and the old man staggered back against the panelled wall. "Not our Thomas?" "Thomas Luck, the man who was dismissed." Dick nodded. "Get the servants to bed. Tell them that the scream came from somebody who was skylarking and that we caught him, anything you like." Then, catching a glimpse of the man's ashen face, "First of all you'd better go down into the dining room and help yourself to a good stiff glass of brandy and water, you look a corpse, man." "Thomas," muttered the old man. "It's terrible." "Do you think?" Dick cut short his question. "Do as I tell you, get the servants to bed. The police will be up here soon enough, but I'll arrange that your staff are not questioned till the morning." He went back to the girl. "As for you, young lady," he said, with a grim smile, "I seem to spend my life taking you back to your home." "Couldn't I stay?" she asked timidly. Dick shook his head. "We shall have to call in the police, and I want to keep your name out of the business." "Arthur is at home?" "Yes, Arthur is at home," she said listlessly. At that moment the telephone bell rang and he took up the instrument. "Is that Lord Chelford's house?" said an unfamiliar voice. "Yes," said Dick shortly. "I'm speaking from the sub-post office." "That isn't Lord Chelford speaking." "No, it's Mr. Alford," said Dick. "Well, listen, Mr. Alford. Have you sent anything VO important from the local post box?" "Why?" asked Dick quickly. "Because our roundsman reported that the box had been tampered with. He couldn't get in his key, so the letters that had been posted between 6 and 10 have not yet been collected." Dick uttered an exclamation. "Right. When it's cleared, will you ask the postman to bring the letters up to the hall? There are 1 or 2 that I want to withdraw." The man at the other end of the wire hesitated. "Why, in the special circumstances, yes," he said, and Dick hung up the receiver and turned slowly to the girl. "The letter box hasn't been cleared." Slowly the significance of the words dawned upon her. "What shall I do?" she whispered. "Give me authority to withdraw your letter to Gilda. There are 6 more days." She held her breath. For a second a vision of her brother in convict's garb came to her eyes, and then she looked at the man before her. Something of his vitality, his confidence, passed to her soul. "I will do as you tell me," she said, in a voice little above a whisper. "But, Dick, what will happen?" "I am going to do my duty," said Dick. And all that sleepless night, as she tossed from side to side in her bed, she pondered those words but could find no solution to their mystery. Butler, unshaven and weary-eyed, dragged himself to the study and poured out a large cup of tea that the butler had brought in, and drank it at a gulp. "Scotland Yard has given me charge of this case, for which you may thank your stars," he said. "Considering we've had to do all our work between 11 and 4, I think I've set up a record in investigation." Thomas's monkish attire was hired, as you thought, from a theatrical costumier's in Wardour Street. I saw him coming out with a bundle under his arm and wondered what use he could find for fancy dress, intimated Dick. "That is fact," Noel countered Butler. Fact number 2 is that he was making ready for a getaway. He even tried to open your local letterbox, probably earlier in the evening. Do you send money by post? My brother does, frequently. It's a habit I've tried to cure, without success. That is fact number 2, said Putler. He couldn't open the box, but we found the key on him. He had moved everything of value from Gilda's house. I found his portmanteau packed and cached in the field where you say Gilda parks his car. And obviously he was coming to relieve your brother of any loose cash he might find in the library. I found his tools scattered on the flower bed under one of the library windows. How was he killed? Asked Dick. Puttier scratched his head. By a regiment of soldiers, to judge from the appearance of him. They talked till the sleepy-eyed Mr. Glover staggered in and asked permission to go to bed, and then they walked out into the cold morning and joined the party of police that were searching the grounds. The best thing we can do is to go to bed also, said Dick, and at that instant Putler stooped and picked something from the long grass. It was a long dagger, its steel hilt black with age, the blade coated with something that was still wet. They looked at one another. Do you know this? Dick nodded mutely. What is it? Asked Putler. It is the dagger that once belonged to the Black Abbot's slayer, said Dick. The man's jaw dropped. Where does it come from? Dick shook his head. The last time I saw it, he said slowly, Arthur Gwyn's house. It was hanging in the hall of. Curiouser and curiouser, said Putler, who had literary leanings. Dick heard his name shouted in an agitated voice, and, looking round, saw the butler running toward him, no longer sleepy-eyed, but alert and white. What is the matter, Clover? The maid, foolish girl, only just told me, frightened, gasped the old man, and pointed to the open study windows. Dick walked quickly back, followed by Putler. Drooping in his study chair was a plain-looking girl, wearing over her coarse night-dress a man's overcoat, her lank hair falling over her shoulders. She presented a sight which at any other time would have moved Dick Alford to laughter. Now, Alice, tell Mr. Alford what you told me, said the old butler, beside himself with anxiety. It was some time before she could speak coherently, and then she told her amazing story. She had gone to bed in the servants' quarters soon after 11, with a sick headache. She had heard nothing of the scream, but at some time, which she placed with accuracy, having an alarm clock with a phosphorescent dial by her bedside, at 1:45, she heard a terrible commotion downstairs. Her room was immediately above Lord Chelford's. She heard shouts and screams, the smashing of glass and the sounds of a struggle. Hurry, hurry, woman, said Dick, frantic with anxiety. Downstairs, in his lordship's room, are you sure? Yes, sir, whimpered the girl. I simply dared not get up for fear I was murdered. I simply laid there and fainted and come to again. Before she had finished, Dick was across the hall and running up the stairs 2 at a time. He tried the door of Harry's, but it was bolted. He called him by name, and hammered on the panels, but there was no answer. We'd better break in the door, said Putler. Have you got an axe? Mr. Glover went downstairs in search of the tool and returned with an axe and a case opener. In a second the panel of the door was smashed and Dick peered in. All the blinds save one were drawn, and the exception afforded sufficient light to enable him to examine the room. He gave one glance and his heart sank. The room was in hopeless confusion. The bedclothes were thrown on the floor, 2 mirrors, one a cheval glass, had been smashed, the uncurtained window was 01 RN. Dick put his hand through the hole in the panel and unbolted the door, and the 2 men ran in. There were signs as of a terrible struggle. The wreckage of 2 chairs lay scattered about the floor. The table which had held the medicines was overturned and the floor was littered with broken glass and wet with the spilt medicines. Puttier walked over to the bed. The mattress had been half dragged to the floor, but the pillows were still in their place, and one of these and a part of the undersheet were smothered with blood. Dick examined the 01RN window. 3 or 4 of the leaded panes were broken, and the steel rod that kept the windows open was bent as though a heavy weight had rested upon it. The ground was about 15 feet below, and immediately under the window a large rhododendron bush had been broken as though by some heavy weight thrown upon it. Without hesitation, Dick threw his legs across the window sill, poised himself a moment, and dropped to the ground. There was blood on the leaves of the bush. He could find no footprints. Searching the ground, he came a smudge of blood against one of the buttresses of the wall. By this time Putler, who had chosen a more sedate method of descent, had joined him, and the two men went on, keeping to the paved path, and searched the ground for a further trail. "This happened when we were in the grounds with the local police," said Puttier. He had been full of self-reproaches all night, and now Dick silenced him. "It can't be helped," he said. "The fault is as much mine as yours. I ought to have expected this, after the killing of Thomas. Knowing what I know, I should have gone up to his room and stayed there with him, or at least outside. Poor old Harry. Poor old boy." His voice broke, and for a second there were tears in his eyes. "What is this?" The paving ended abruptly and was continued with a rolled gravel path, and there were marks here of something heavy being dragged along. Theseus asked as suddenly as the paving. "Wait," said Dick, as the solution dawned upon him. He ran back along the wall of the wing, turned the corner, and stopped before the first of the library windows. It was open, and, drawing himself up, he dropped into the darkened room and pulled back the curtains. So far he had not examined the library. His practiced eye, familiar with almost every book on the shelves, told him that somebody had been here. One section of the shelves had been almost cleared. A drawer in Harry's desk had been broken open, and on the floor he found an empty cash box. He made a brief and hurried survey, and, returning to the open by the window, he rejoined the detective and told him of his discovery. Beyond the gravelled path and the dragging marks, all trace of Harry was lost. Ahead of them, at a distance of 400 or 500 yards, was the river. To the left, and at this point out of sight, the Abbey ruins. An hour's search brought them no nearer to discovery, and Dick went back to his room to find the first of the dishevelled reporters stepping from his hired car. Mr. Gilder rose at 6 o'clock that morning. He had spent a restless night and welcomed the dawn. The first post did not arrive until 8 o'clock, and he met the postman at the door. There were half a dozen letters for him, and he carried them into his room and examined them eagerly. Only one bore a familiar postmark, and that was in a hand which he recognized. He tore it open and found a few scrawled lines. "If I don't see you again, thank you for your kindness, and don't think too badly of your old friend." So Thomas had gone. With a curse he threw the letter into the fireplace and went back, accosting the postman as he descended from the upper floors of the apartments. "No, sir, there's no other letter." The man went through his bundle carefully. "There is another post at 9:30. The country post doesn't usually get into town in time for the first delivery." Gilder slammed the door and went back to sulk in his room. By this time his servants were about. At 9 o'clock they called him to breakfast, but a glance at the contents of the dishes did not tempt him. His newspapers were placed folded at his hand. He opened the first, and on the centre page a paragraph arrested his eye. "Strange happening at haunted manor house by telephone, Chelford Me, 2 a.m. There has been a tragic sequel to the appearance of the Black Abbot in the grounds of Fossaway Manor. At 11 o'clock last night, Mr. Richard Alford, hearing screams, ran out from the house and discovered the dead body of a man in the habit of a monk. He had been terribly injured, there being no less than 9 wounds. The man has been identified as Thomas Luck, a former footman in the employ of the Earl of Chelford." Gilder uttered an exclamation and put down the paper. "Thomas! His first thought was for himself. Suppose it were known that this man had been staying at his cottage, he would be dragged into the affair, inquiries would be made, and he would figure at a coroner's inquest, if not in a murder trial. Cold-bloodedly he cursed the dead man for his folly. Gilder had no doubt in his mind what had occurred. Thomas had gone back to Fossaway Manor to get the remainder of the cash out of the box in Chelford's room. And then, was Thomas the Black Abbot, after all? It was quite possible that he had used this disguise on other occasions, and he was in a position very favourable to such a masquerade. It was 9 o'clock, the next editions would be out in an hour. He could, if he wished, have called up a tradesman he knew in Chelfordbury, but that would associate his name with the crime, and these villagers gossiped. For the time being, all thought of the expected letter went out of his mind. But as the tragedy became familiar to him, his thoughts came back to Leslie Gwynn. The country post would bring the letter, and he would act generously, munificently. There should be no higgling, no bargaining, no balancing of accounts to the last penny. Her word would be sufficient. Overnight he had written his letter, prepared the grand gesture which should break down the last barrier of mental resistance, and, with his knowledge of women, he did not doubt what form the reaction would take. He went into the little library where he did his work, opened a combination wall safe and took out the letter. He had read it again and again after it had been written, and with every reading he had the warm glow of complacency which men derive from the contemplation of their own generosity. My dear Leslie, thank you for your letter. I did not doubt that you would keep your word. My answer you will find enclosed herewith, a blank cheque. I make no stipulations, I extract no conditions. Draw the cheque for as much money as your brother requires to clear himself from his dreadful situation. I have given intimations to the bank that the cheque is to be honoured without question. Fabian. It was characteristic of the man, who kept true banking accounts, that the cheque was drawn on a branch where his balance was exactly the amount required to liquidate Arthur Gwyn's liability. It would have been a simple matter to fill in the form for the amount required, but there was a certain nobility, a magnificence, in the blank cheque. It was a carte blanche upon his fortune. He replaced the letter in the envelope, put it back in the safe and pushed the door close, as the telephone bell rang. The caller was the man who had taken his place at the office. Had he heard anything about Gwyn? We haven't seen anything of him since you left, and the letters we have sent down for him to sign haven't been returned. Gilder comforted the anxious man with the assurance that Arthur would put in an appearance some day that week. At the back of his mind there was still a great uneasiness about the tragedy at Chelfordbury. He sent his maid out to get a copy of the sporting editions, but they had not arrived at Regent's Park, and he decided to take a taxi to Piccadilly Circus, and, if necessary, to Fleet Street, to get an early copy. Such a journey would serve the purpose of filling in the time until the country post arrived. It was at Oxford Circus that he saw the first newspaper contents bill. The first said terrible tragedy in Sussex Village, the second made him sit bolt upright in the car, well-known Earl kidnapped and murdered. Gilder stopped the taxi and, springing out, grabbed at a pawl. A flaring headline met his eye. Lord Chelford carried off by unknown /VN murderer. Feared double tragedy of Sussex Village. There were other subheadings, but his eye ran down to the story. At 11:00 last night screams were heard in the grounds of Fossaway Manor, the fine old Tudor mansion which has been the country seat of the Earls of Chelford for hundreds of years. The Honourable Richard Alford, the only brother of Lord Chelford, ran out, accompanied by Detective Sergeant Putler, who was staying at the manor as Mr. Alford's guest. They were horrified to discover, lying on the grass, the dead body of a man dressed in the habit of the famous Black Abbot. The local police were immediately called in, and hardly had their investigations begun when, unknown to them, a second tragedy occurred. A maid in the employ of the Earl of Chelford, Alice Barter, who sleeps in a room over that occupied by Lord Chelford, states that at 1:45 o'clock in the morning she heard sounds of a terrific struggle in his lordship's room. In terror, she did not report the occurrence till 4 o'clock in the morning. Lord Chelford's door was broken open and a terrible scene met the eyes of the police officers. The room was in confusion, mirrors and furniture were smashed, and it was evident from the indications that a terrible snuggle had taken place, and, either stunned or killed, Lord Chelford was pulled to the window and thrown out. A search of the grounds left no doubt that his body was dragged for some distance along the ground. At the moment of telephoning, says our correspondent, no trace of the body has been found, but from certain indications there can be little doubt that the unfortunate peer has been a victim of foul play. Certain of his property is missing, whilst a cash box which he kept in the drawer of a desk in his library has been found empty. Detective Sergeant Putler of Scotland Yard is in charge of the case. The newsboy was still waiting for payment. Mr. Gilder put his hand in his pocket mechanically and, giving him a shilling, rented the cab. "Drive me round the outer circle," he said. He wanted time to think. In a dim, uneasy way he realized how deeply he was involved in this tragedy. Fabian Gilder had a lawyer's mind. He saw the connection between Thomas, himself, and Chelford. Thomas, a known thief, harboured in his cottage, gaze out, with or without, and is killed. Chelford, lately engaged to the girl whom Gilder himself was pursuing, disappears in circumstances which leave no doubt as to his death. Round and round the Regent's Park circle the cab moved slowly, and all the time he was piecing together a version which would sound plausible. He had known Thomas, was aware that the man was dismissed, but did not know his criminal connections. The man had asked for shelter for a few days, and in charity Gilder had given it to him. He himself was in London when the crime was committed, had unchallengeable alibis if necessary. Perhaps he was exaggerating the seriousness of the situation, he thought. Putting his head out of the window, he directed the driver to take him to Regency Mansions. He had forgotten his key, had to ring the bell, and the maid who opened the door handed him the post, which had arrived a few minutes before. He examined the 3 letters carefully, none was from Leslie. But at the moment he was too occupied with the happenings at Chelfordbury to be disappointed. And then came a thunderbolt. "Mr. Arthur Gwynne is waiting for you in the lobby," said the girl. "Mr. Gwynne," he said in astonishment. "When did he come?" "10 minutes ago, sir." "Oh," said Gilder blankly. Had she sent her brother instead of a letter? Had she told him? Was a situation that had to be faced. Well, he walked carelessly into the little library and found Arthur Gwynne sitting in one of the easiest chairs, a book in his hand, a half-smoked cigar between his teeth. "Good morning, Gilder." His voice was cheerful and almost amiable, and for a moment Mr. Gilder's heart leapt. This was a friendly ambassador sent by the girl to make the necessary arrangements. "I think we'd better forget all that's past," said Arthur. "We both lost our temper, and there's no sense in keeping the old trouble alive. You don't mind my smoking?" He replaced the book he had taken from one of the shelves, dusted his knees carefully, and then laughed. "You're thinking of marrying Leslie, I understand." Gilder nodded, watching his visitor closely. "Expecting a letter from her?" "Well, I'm afraid you won't get it." "Why not?" asked the other, with a sudden tightening at his heart. "Because friend Thomas, who spent the evening in wholesale robbery incidentally, he stole a very ancient dagger from my hall, a silver teapot, and a few other etceteras, added to his infamy by attempting to rob a letterbox. He didn't succeed in opening the box, but he put the lock out of order." Gilder breathed again. "So there was no collection, eh?" he said huskily. "Well, that is rather a relief." There was a quizzical smile in Arthur Gwynne's eyes, the discoloration on the left cheek had faded to a pale green. "I understand you're going to help me." "I am going to get you out of your trouble, yes." It occurred to me, Arthur leaned sideways and very carefully dusted the ash of his cigar into a silver tray on the library table, it occurred to me that you might care to give me proof and evidence of your good feeling. I don't understand you, said Gilda. Arthur hesitated. I wondered whether you would write me a letter, to the effect that you are lending me this very large sum. You see, Gilda, although you plan to marry my sister, I am vain enough to wish that it should not be regarded as a gift or the price of her marriage, but as a loan to me. He laughed. Don't look at me like that, my dear fellow. I am not asking you for money, I am seeking a salve to my conscience. I don't want people to say Leslie Gwynn was sold for £50,000. I want to produce evidence that you did no more than lend me the money. A slow smile dawned on Gilda's face. There's no objection to that, he said. I'll give it to you now, if you like. Do you mind if I address you as dear Arthur? Charmed, murmured Arthur. One has to keep up the pretense of friendliness, said Gilda as he wrote rapidly, and really, I've no strong feeling against you, Gwyn. You've been a useful man to me. Damned useful, said Arthur, without heat. The man blotted the letter, brought it across, and Arthur Gwynn read it carefully. Thank you, he said, folded and put it into his pocket. You may think I'm rather weak, which of course I am, and vain. I'm afraid there's no doubt about that. You will hear from Leslie when the mailbox is cleared, that is, if the letters are intact. There is some suspicion that our friend Thomas, baffled in his attempt to open the box, and inspired with that instinct for destination which is one of the characteristics of the unbalanced criminal, slew you in a couple of lighted matches. I had the curiosity to smell at the letter slot, and I think it is very likely that the police theory is correct. He rose, took up his silk hat, and stifled a yawn. We've had rather an exciting night in my part of the world. You've probably read all about it in the newspapers. Has Chelford been found? Arthur shook his head. Not at the time I left, he said. Unfortunately, Leslie was a witness, if not to the murder, to the finding of the first body. The little girl was knocked all to pieces. Don't bother her for a day or two, do you mind? He held out his hand and Gilda took the soft, cool palm in his. I think we shall get on together, Gwyn. I'm sure we shall, said Arthur. Do you mind showing me the way out? Your flat is rather like a box of tricks, and I'm never sure which is a door and which is a cupboard. Arthur dispensed with his car. A taxicab took him into the city, and another cab to a small flat in Gray's Inn where he slept when he was in.